Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Was Green Lightning Vigilante? Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku Midoriya had been 4 years old when their hopes had been shattered at their feet for the first time. In a world where almost every person had a superpower, a quirk, they were quirkless. And according to literally everyone, apparently, you couldn't be a hero if you didn't have a quirk. Even if being a hero was all that Izuku had ever wanted. At the time, Izuku had shrunk in on themselves, and instead of giving it up, they only became more enamored with heroes. The heroes of modern times, and the heroes from old comic books, back before quirks, too. Superhero comics from back before quirks emerged were hard to find nowadays, and even when you could find them, the way the stories depicted the heroes was noticeably different from how modern heroes work now. But a hero is a hero, and so Izuku loved them anyway. And, inevitably, of course it was a comic from before quirks had appeared that was the one that gave them the answer that they needed. A hero that, instead of fighting with a superpower, used complex gadgets and technology. Izuku was still young then. They didn't know exactly what they would be getting themselves into by doing this. But that didn't matter. All that mattered was that they had their hope back. A gigantification quirk. Izuku mumbles to themselves, quickly scribbling down as many thoughts about it into their notebook as they can. Depending on how exactly that works, it could offer a lot of interesting battle strategies. Is the size controllable? Is it possible to shrink instead of grow? What about? After writing a few more thoughts, Izuku quickly switches notebooks. Would it be possible to replicate a gigantification quirk though? Probably not literally, but it could be possible to fake it. Villains might be intimidated by an enemy that looks larger. This is how Izuku takes their notes, and it has been that way for as long as they remember. First, taking notes on the quirk and hero themselves, and second, taking notes on possible ways that they could recreate the quirk or its effects. Sure, by this point their shelves are becoming a bit cluttered with notebooks, but it's manageable. They probably could have stopped taking physical notes a while ago, but something about seeing all of the notebooks together on their shelf fills them with a warm feeling. They suppose, in a way, it helps them feel more confident. They have actual concrete plans for how to be a hero, even if almost no one else wants to believe in them. Izuku finishes writing and snaps the notebook shut. I can be a hero, even if the only one who believes in me is me. Their day at school is less than stellar, but honestly, isn't it always? It had been more stressful today though. The class was talking about all their plans for the future and well, no one would hesitate to tell Izuku that they couldn't be a hero, especially not Bakugo. The teacher hadn't said anything about it, but only because he had given up trying long ago. Once the class was calmed down, they were happy to ignore them, though. It seems they only care that they're there when they want to remind them that they can't be a hero, that they're quirkless, that they're useless, that they're just Deku. Izuku shakes their head. It doesn't matter what they think. It's never mattered. They open their notebook to write down a few more notes that they thought of during class. And the notebook is suddenly snatched from their hands. Izuku looks up to see Bakugo holding the notebook, a scowl on his face. We're not done talking yet, Deku. He growls. Can you please just give me the notebook back? Izuku asks quietly. I get it. You don't think I can be a hero. There's nothing to talk about. Apparently, this is the wrong thing to say. Bakugo claps his hands together on the notebook, and it explodes. Izuku yelps in surprise. Hey, you can't dash. Ignoring Izuku's protest, Bakugo throws the now scorched notebook over his shoulder and out the window. At this, Izuku lets out a wordless cry of dismay. Bakugo grabs Izuku by the shoulder and leans in closer, an intense glare on his face. The problem here is that you still think you can be a hero. There's no rules that say I can't be a hero, Izuku protests meekly. The hand on their shoulder gives a small explosive pop, and Izuku bites back a hiss of pain. Bakugo leans in even further, and Izuku flinches back. Listen, Deku, very carefully. Don't ply. Got it? Bakugo says, and the or else is very strongly implied. Izuku doesn't want to agree with him, because that would make them a liar. They have no intention of ever giving up on applying to UA. But they don't want to flat out say no either, because that never ends well. So instead, they look down, away from Bakugo's glaring eyes. Finally, Bakugo lets go, pushing them back as he does so. Izuku still doesn't look up, but they hear Bakugo's footsteps go further and further away. They hear the door open. You know, Bakugo says, if you want to be a hero so bad, then maybe there is a solution. You could take a swan dive off the roof, and pray that you're born with a quirk in your next life. Izuku flinches backwards at Bakugo's harsh words, but they keeps their gaze glued to the floor. Let him think he's winning. Just let him think he's winning and he'll stop. Seemingly satisfied, Bakugo leaves the room, slamming the door behind him. Izuku finally looks up. First, they glance out the window that Bakugo had thrown their notebook out of. They find it, floating at the top of a pond. Izuku lets out a heavy sigh, gathers their stuff and heads down to get the notebook. It isn't all bad, Izuku tries to tell themselves, like they always days when things get to be like this. Mom still believes in you. At first, when Izuku had been diagnosed as quirkless, their mother was about to give up right along with everyone else. But then, when they had come up with an actual way to be a hero, she had supported them completely. She worries for their safety sometimes, though. Izuku knows that. They promise her they'll be careful, and while Izuku isn't necessarily sure she believes them when they says that, she lets them continue anyway. For that, they're grateful. They're lost in thought as they pass underneath a bridge, though, it's more like a tunnel honestly. Izuku contemplates whether they should head home right now, or if they should mess with their gadgets for a while. They would go out and mess with their gadgets after getting home anyway, but part of their mood makes them want to do it sooner rather than later. Messing with their gadgets always cheers them up whenever they're upset. They're broken away from their thoughts by a sudden crash from behind. Izuku whirls around. Is that a villain? It was a villain. If that had been the end of it, Izuku would definitely, without a doubt, say that this was probably one of the worst days of their life. That had not been the end of it though, and their day went from worst of their life to best of their life, so fast it almost gave them whiplash. You're All Might. Izuku squeals in awe. Izuku had been saved from the villain by All Might, the #1 hero, and Izuku's all-time favorite. And All Might had given Izuku his autograph. So, sounds like a best day there. Well, All Might says, now that I've finished dealing with that villain, I'm afraid that I must take my leave. You're leaving already? Izuku can't help the disappointment that leaks into their voice. The meeting feels so short. Realistically, they suppose, of course All Might doesn't have all the time in the world, but already? Afraid so. Heroes are always fighting time as well as villains, All Might tells them apologetically. Can I ask you a question before you go? I'll make it quick, I promise, Izuku pleads desperately. All Might hesitates. One question. All right, kid? Just one. Izuku takes in a deep breath. I need to know. I need to know if he would believe in me. Do you think that someone who is quirkless could be a hero? They ask. For a long moment All Might says nothing, and just stares back at them. I'm sorry, kid. But being a hero is dangerous work. I cannot simply tell you that you could be a hero without a quirk. It almost physically hurts Izuku to hear those words. It's like a sting, right in their heart. There are plenty of heroes who rely on support gear more than they do their quirk, so if I just... I'm sorry, my boy, but it's still too dangerous. All Might says softly, apologetic. Heroes get hurt all the time. Even me. Fighting villains without a quirk will just get you hurt. Izuku looks away. That was one question, so... I have to go now. I'm sorry. All Might apologizes one last time before taking off into the sky. Numbly, Izuku watches him fly away. He doesn't believe in me. Just like everyone else. He doesn't believe in me. Something tells them that this day is now plummeting the list of best days ever. Izuku stops by their home first, but as soon as they drop off their stuff and change out of their school uniform, they head down to Dagoba Beach. Dagoba has an infamous reputation. The beach had always seemed to be a place where garbage ended up flowing to, but then the locals had to use it as a dumping site for all of their garbage as well. So now, instead of a nice beach, it's mountains and mountains of garbage. For Izuku, though, it's like a perfect building ground. People say that if you look hard enough, you can find just about anything in the garbage on Dagoba Beach. Well, Izuku can agree with that statement. The garbage is where they find almost all their parts for building new gadgets. And not only is the beach a good place to find new parts, it's a good place to test out their gadgets too. Plenty of potential targets, and no one ever comes snooping around so they don't have to worry about anyone messing with their stuff. Izuku reaches the beach and they make their way through the maze of garbage piles, already knowing the way to their spot by heart. At Izuku's spot is a nice little makeshift shed, built from spare parts of course. Inside that is a work table and 3 piles. Parts to use, gadgets that work, and gadgets that, well, don't quite work yet. Izuku carefully grabs from the pile of non-working gadgets, sinks into the chair by the work table, and starts trying to turn it from non-working to functional. The chair is surprisingly high quality. The only reason that Izuku can see for it being thrown out is the red paint splattered on it. And yes, it is paint, they checked that repeatedly. The paint splatterings over the tacky green pattern makes it look like the winner of an ugly Christmas sweater contest, but it's undeniably comfortable and Izuku loves it anyway. Leaning back in the chair as they fiddle with the gadget, Izuku lets their mind wander, thinking. Thinking about a lot of things, really, but mostly thinking about what All Might told them. I cannot simply tell you that you could be a hero without a quirk. He had said. Well, he didn't outright say, no, Izuku reasons to themselves. He just said that it wasn't a simple answer. That oh, who am I kidding? The more doubtful side of their mind mumbles. I even asked him about using support gear to make up for the lack of quirk, and he still said that it would be too dangerous. That I would get hurt by villains too much if I don't have a quirk. A small, very, very, very small, part of them wants to be bitter about All Might telling them no. But on the other hand, All Might had just been worried for their safety. The hero, he just didn't want Izuku to hurt themselves by trying to be a hero. That doesn't mean I can't do it though, they mutter to themselves. All kinds of heroes get injured while fighting villains. It's an inevitability. Besides, what else am I gonna do with all these gadgets? Izuku has spent almost 10 years now, almost an entire decade, learning to make gadgets and then, well, making gadgets. What are they supposed to do now? Just give up? Throw out all their gadgets, all the things they've learned up until now? If nothing else, I guess working for a support company could be a secondary career path, Izuku thinks. They're not sure if they're taking that thought seriously though, because they know deep down what they want, more than anything else in the world. Izuku wants to be a hero. A small squeaking noise makes Izuku look up from the gadget in their hands. There's a small white ferret perched on the table in front of them, wearing a small visor with a screen in the front. Currently, the screen is displaying a row of X's. Garby, did you break your visor again? Izuku sighs, already knowing the answer. Garby chirps in reply. Izuku carefully takes it off of him and works at fixing it. You've got to stop breaking this thing. Or, maybe I should make you a new one that's less breakable, huh? Luckily, it's a very small issue, so it's fixed in no time. Izuku carefully replaces the visor onto Garby's head, and the small screen on it immediately displays. Smiley face. Yeah, you're welcome. Garby looks up at Izuku, tilts his head, and the screen blinks and changes. What? Izuku asks. Seemingly in response, Garby sniffs at Izuku's shoulder, the one that Bakugo had burned earlier. They realize. It's okay. It's only a little bit burned. You don't have to worry about it. Izuku frowns. What would you know, you're a ferret? Garby chirps in reply, and jumps to their arm before crawling up to perch on their uninjured shoulder. Izuku goes back to fixing the gadget they had been working on before. They really do appreciate Garby's company. The ferret had first shown up a few years ago, and at the time Izuku thought it was a little weird, but after a while Garby grew on them. Izuku's not entirely sure how intelligent he is, given that Garby is, in fact, just a ferret, but he seems to understand whatever Izuku tells him. You think I got it working this time? Izuku asks, screwing the handle on the gadget back together. Garby gives a small squeak. Izuku steps outside of their small shack. Just in case the gadget malfunctions, they wouldn't want to accidentally ruin any of the working gadgets in there. Izuku chooses their target, a small boulder, aims, and squeezes the trigger. A small beam flies from the gadget in their hand and hits the rock, kicking up dust and sand in the process. The dust clears. There's a hole in the center of the boulder, about the size of a fist in width and depth. Izuku frowns at the gadget in their hand. It was supposed to crack the boulder apart. Guess it still needs tweaking, huh? All Might had said that Izuku couldn't be a hero without a quirk. But in all honesty, that was what everyone had tried to tell them all along, and if nothing else, Izuku is determined and stubborn. They're going to take the UA entrance exam to the hero course. And they're going to try their absolute hardest to pass. It's not much to go on, but determination has gotten Izuku this far already. Izuku stands in front of the gates of UA on the day of the entrance exam, and they're incredibly nervous. Of course they are. Their entire future depends on the exam ahead of them. They had done a bit of research ahead of time to see what the practical exam would likely include. They'd been relieved to find that it was just robots. Robots with fairly simple AI are something Izuku can deal with. And they've always had good grades in school, so the written exam shouldn't be too much of a problem for them. Even so, they can't help the wave of nervousness settling over them. I can do this, Izuku tells themselves, taking a deep breath. I can do this. They're broken from their thoughts as someone bumps into their shoulder, and they spring backwards in surprise. Just as they're about to blurt an apology for being in the way, they look up and see Bakugo and their mouth promptly snaps shut. Bakugo looks back at them surprised. And also angry. But the angry part isn't surprising to Izuku, given that angry is like Bakugo's default. The last time they had interacted was when Bakugo had threatened them to not apply to UA. Since then, Izuku has been trying their best to avoid him, and the only reason they can see for Bakugo leaving them alone was that he didn't want to mess up his record just before applying to UA. Not that bullying Izuku had ever put a scuff on his oh-so-perfect record before. So, Izuku doesn't know what Bakugo is going to do here, in this situation. Izuku being here is deliberately doing what Bakugo threatened them to not do. But at the same time, would he really risk getting into UA just to threaten them? Eventually Bakugo scoffs and turns away. Whatever. It's not like you're gonna get into UA anyway. Just stay out of my way, shitty gearhead. Bakugo stalks away, and Izuku stares after him, surprised. For Bakugo, that was incredibly civil. He even called Izuku gearhead, instead of Deku, which is rare. Then they look up and sees a few people staring. As soon as Izuku looks at them, they immediately turn away and pretend they weren't watching, but it's still incredibly obvious. But he wasn't being civil because he's trying to be better. He was being civil because there are other people watching who might actually care. Izuku frowns and takes a deep breath. Whatever. Bakugo doesn't matter. He doesn't. I'm not going to let him ruin this for me. This is my one and only chance. They take a step forward. I'm finally on my way to being a hero. They trip. Or I'll just die, they think glumly, staring at the ground as it rises up to meet them. They close their eyes at the last second and waits for the impact, but it never comes. What? Izuku blinks open their eyes to see the ground in front of them. As they hover over it, they feel weird too, a little weightless. Sorry. A cheerful voice says, I shouldn't have used my quirk on you without asking. A pair of hands steadies them onto their feet, and weight returns to them. Izuku turns to the person who had stopped their fall. But it would have been bad luck to trip and fall on the first day. After a second, Izuku realizes they should really say something in reply. Izuku stammers in response. Thank you. Nailed it, their thoughts hum sarcastically. She smiles. You're welcome. Well, good luck on your exam. The girl waves at them, then walks away. She's really nice, Izuku thinks to themselves as she walks away. Maybe this is a sign that things are turning for the better? With that hope burning inside of them, Izuku steps forward and walks into UA to take the entrance exam. The written portion of the exam went well, at least, Izuku thinks so, now that it's over. After the written portion, they have to take the practical exam, and none of Izuku's worries over it have vanished yet. They're standing at the entrance to the fake city where the exam is held along with a large group of other examinees, and waiting. The others that are there pay them no mind, and Izuku doesn't recognize any of them but two. First is the girl who talked to them just before they entered, and second is a boy that they had made upset by mumbling too loud earlier when they were going over the rules for the practical exam. Izuku winces, thinking about that. They could thank the girl again, or wish her luck, but they decide against it. She looks like she's busy trying to prepare herself, and they don't want to bother her if that's the case. They also could apologize to the other guy for mumbling too loud, but that thought just makes them embarrassed, so they decide against that too. Eventually, they settle on pulling out one of the gadgets they brought with them and fiddling with it nervously. For now, since they haven't activated yet, it's just a small thin rod, and Izuku spins it in their hands over and over. Deep breaths. I can do this. I've been working on these two gadgets specifically for the past 10 months just for this exam. I've tested them hundreds of times, and I know they work now. One of them for sure at least. That's not the point. What matters is, I can do this. I can pass this exam. And go. Present Mix's voice announces. Wait, what? Come on, you've got no time to waste. The exam has started now. At that, all of the participants run forward and start the practical exam. Izuku splits off of the large group quickly, taking a path down a narrow alleyway. The end of the alleyway opens to another large street, and waiting there is one of the fake villains, a large 3 written on its front. A 3-pointer. Izuku thinks. They're suddenly very relieved that they had been messing with their gadget ahead of time, because that means they don't have to worry about pulling it out now. Instead, they press the first button on it, and the small thin rod shoots into a much longer staff. They run up to the robot, dodging the lasers it shoots their way, until they're right in front of it. Swiftly, Izuku stabs one end of the staff into the robot and then presses the second button. A shockwave runs through the staff, though Izuku doesn't feel it because they're wearing gloves they specifically designed to protect against the shockwave, and the robot short circuits, falling broken to the ground. 3 points. I have 3 points. They tell themselves, determined, as they run off to find more robots. 3 minutes left on the clock. Present Mix's voice echoes throughout the fake city. Izuku takes in a deep breath. I have 47 points. Will that be enough to pass? And then there's a giant crash that booms through the area. Almost in unison, everyone slowly looks up. Oh, that's what the 0-pointer looks like. Izuku thinks, numbly, as they stare up at the giant robot towering over them, bigger than all the surrounding buildings, the one robot that is worth exactly 0 points. Time to run away. Turning to do exactly that, Izuku is suddenly stopped when they hear the sound of someone crying out in pain. They turn back towards the 0-pointer. And then they see, caught in the rubble laying right in the 0-pointer's path, it's the girl that stopped them from falling before the exam. Izuku is already running forward before they even have the time to think, oh boy, time to do something reckless. Hey! They call to get her attention, and she looks up at them desperately. Can you push that rock up as hard as you can? You don't have to lift it all the way, just dash. Yeah, she grunts, interrupting them. She pushes on the rock hard. Izuku pulls out their second gadget, the only one they brought aside the staff, and holds it against the rock. Please, 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 actually work this time, they pray, because while they got it to work before, that was just the day before the exam, and they're not entirely sure whether or not it was just a fluke. Mentally begging that it works, they pull the trigger on the gadget. There's a pause, and then, the rock that's pinning down the girl cracks, falling apart into pieces. Quickly, the girl pulls herself from the now smaller rubble, and steps out onto shaky feet. Izuku is starting to panic a little, because the 0-pointer is right there, and they're running out of time. Can you walk? Izuku asks quickly. The girl shakes her head. My foot, I think it's sprained dash. Okay. Here, put your arm around my shoulders, we've gotta go. She quickly leans onto them, holding an arm around their shoulders as instructed. As fast as they can, the two hobble away from the 0-point robot, half running and half limping. Thank God it's so slow in the first place, Izuku thinks. Then, abruptly, the robot stops. And time's up. The exam is over. Izuku is so relieved that they could fall over, but they're still holding up the girl, so they keep themselves standing upright. Next to them, she lets out a heavy sigh. Phew, she turns to face them, but it's a bit hard when she's leaning her weight into them. Thanks for your help. It was no big deal. Izuku mumbles. They probably would have called the robot off before it could have actually hurt you. I know, but still. Thank you. You're welcome. I'm Uraraka Ochako. The girl, Uraraka, introduces herself. I'm Midoriya Izuku. They introduce, nervously. Well, Midoriya-kun, Uraraka says with a smile, I hope that we both pass and end up in the same class together. You're really cool. Izuku is a little surprised at that. No one ever really calls them cool. Yeah, me too. From there, Recovery Girl, the school's nurse, shows up, heals Uraraka, and they split ways. They still think about what Uraraka had said though. I hope that we both pass and end up in the same class together. You're really cool. With those words in mind, Izuku looks toward the future with hope. The letter from UA is here. And Izuku is almost too nervous to open it. Because this letter is going to determine their future. Sure, there are other hero programs available, but none are quite as prestigious as UA. They take a deep breath. Open it. Just open it already. Carefully, Izuku opens the envelope. Inside it is a folded letter. Dear Midoriya Izuku, we would like to congratulate you on your scores for the entrance exam to UA's hero course. On the written portion of the exam, you scored 95%, which is definitely enough to pass. In the practical portion of the exam, you scored 47 villain points. There was also a secondary system which recorded rescue points for helping other examinees during the exam. You scored 50 rescue points. Izuku smiles to themselves, feeling hope beaming in their chest. But the letter isn't over. Normally, this would be enough to pass. They feel a sick feeling settle over them. Normally? However, upon checking your record, it came to our attention that you are quirkless. We applaud you for the scores you got on the entrance exam for the hero course. However, due to your unique circumstances, we find that admitting you into the hero course may not be the best idea. Instead, due to your use of technology that you built yourself, you have been admitted to the support course, Class 1H. Congratulations. Sincerely, the staff of UA. Congratulations. Izuku mumbles, numbly. Congratulations. They can't just do this, can they? Izuku thinks, unbelieving. They read the letter over again and then again and then again and then again. The words on it don't change. The sick feeling that settled over them grows deeper and deeper each time they read it. They passed the exam. They passed. But UA still won't let Izuku into the hero course, all because they doesn't have a stupid quirk. They don't want to be in the support course, they want to be in the hero course. Izuku wants to be a hero. It's all they've ever wanted. But no matter what they do, no matter how far they push themselves, no matter how much they grow, nobody else ever notices or cares. Eyes stinging with tears, Izuku feels a lump starting to grow in their throat. It's not fair. This isn't fair. They passed and still they... Izuku draws their knees closer to themselves and rests their head on top of them. You knew it all along, didn't you? You've always known. Life isn't fair. Life is never fair to you. This time it hurts more though. Because they had felt like they were so close. They were so close this time, but it still didn't change anything. All anyone will ever see them as is quirkless. And the support course. Now, they're supposedly in the support course. They know that getting into UA at all should be like a great honor, but this just feels like some kind of consolation prize. They had joked before that if nothing else they could work for a support company, but they hadn't meant it. All Izuku has ever wanted is to be a hero. To save people who need help. Well, now what? Izuku thinks, glumly. It would be pretty rude to just not go to UA after being accepted, but still, how am I supposed to be a hero now? They know there are people out there that are vigilantes, people who save others without the use of a hero license. But that's illegal. It's illegal to use your quirk to fight villains. Izuku's thoughts stop abruptly. It's illegal to use your quirk to fight villains? For a moment they're overcome with a burst of curiosity, A small ray of hope, even, and Izuku quickly checks the official definition of the word vigilante. Vigilante, someone who illegally uses their quirk to fight villains without a hero license. Someone who illegally uses their quirk to fight villains without a hero license. Izuku thinks over it in their head. They feel the loophole growing. I don't have a quirk though. Switching tabs, they search something else. Self-defense laws for fighting villains. Technically, they all say that as long as you don't use a quirk, it counts as self-defense. Izuku leans back in their chair, fingers threaded together, thinking. This is crazy. I can't just. Except I can just. It's right there. It says there's nothing illegal about fighting villains without a quirk. It means it's not illegal to defend yourself from villains as long as you don't use a quirk. Then they should have written it that way. Izuku bites their lip. This isn't an easy decision. It's not something to be taken lightly. I still have a chance of becoming a hero. Of getting an actual hero license. Is this really the right decision to be making now? Well, maybe just until they let me into the hero course. And hey, it'll give me some experience fighting villains. This is, by far, probably one of the most reckless decisions they've ever made. They can't help but feel a little excited at it though. All of the comic book heroes were vigilantes. And people who read those still see them as true heroes. And as long as I avoid causing property damage, I should be okay. A shaky smile grows on Izuku's face. Just until they let me into the hero course, though. And then I can be a real hero. Shinso Hitoshi is having a bad day. Most of it had been getting the letter from UA, though. He hadn't gotten into the hero course. Of course not. Why would that surprise him? Their practical exam was more geared towards people with physically strong quirks. Obviously, that's the only thing that matters to being a hero, right? The sarcasm in his thoughts is so thick, it's almost like an actual presence on his brain. So, now, Hitoshi has been admitted to the general education course of UA. Whippy. Fantastic. Oh, there's the sarcasm again. Bitterness and anger and frustration and tons of other emotions are running through him. So much that he feels like he could drown in it. A while ago, he had decided to go out, take a walk, get some fresh air. It hasn't helped. He's still as bitter, angry, frustrated as he was when he had left home. Now he's even more frustrated, because these awful thoughts and feelings just won't go away. If anything, at least there's no one around to bug him. Suddenly, Hitoshi's back hits hard against the side of a building, and there's a knife at his throat. Wow, that went from 0 to 100 really quick, is his first thought, and then his second thought is, shit. Before, there was no one around to bug him. And now, that means there's no one around to save him. The attacker stares him in the eyes. Give me all of your money or else. Hitoshi rolls his eyes. I don't have any money. Sorry about your luck. This is, apparently, not the right thing to say. The blade presses closer to his throat. For a brief moment, he considers using his quirk. Don't even think about using a quirk to escape. The attacker growls, and Hitoshi almost wonders if he has a mind-reading quirk. It's illegal to use your quirk against someone else, you know? Even in self-defense. Hitoshi grits his teeth. That's a really stupid law. If you really don't have any money, then give me one reason that I shouldn't kill you right now. I don't know. Maybe because murder is illegal. Hitoshi tries. So is robbery, the other deadpants. You think the law is enough to stop me? Well, I mean you're operating under the assumption that the law would be enough to stop me, he mutters. You talk too much. Sorry, Hitoshi apologizes without truly meaning it. And then, a new voice speaks up. Excuse me? The attacker spins around quickly, surprised. Hitoshi is about to sneak away, and then the attacker almost immediately falls over along with the sound of a loud bonk, which is then immediately followed by a surprised shout of, wow, that actually worked. What? Hitoshi asks numbly, because there really isn't any other way to process the current situation. His apparent savior is another kid who's about the same age as him. Are you all right? Him, that guy was attacking you, right? Yeah, Hitoshi says slowly. I'm okay, I guess. Oh, Good. You just took that guy out. Hitoshi mutters, mentally kicking himself. Yes, Hitoshi, that's a bit obvious. Yeah. You don't have a hero license, do you? Hitoshi asks, skeptically. No, the kid mutters sheepishly. Doesn't that kind of make you a vigilante? Kind of. Isn't that illegal? The kid immediately backpedals. Well, I'm only kind of a vigilante, technically I'm not. How are you only kind of a vigilante? The official definition of vigilante is someone who uses their quirks to fight villains without a hero license. And? The kid looks away before replying, you can't use your quirk to fight if you don't have a quirk. Dear Lord, what is the kid even getting themselves into? Eventually, Hitoshi mutters, yeah, I don't think that kind of excuse would fly with law enforcement. The kid grimaces at him. You're not gonna turn me in, are you? Hitoshi breathes deeply. No. I guess that would be a pretty cheap way to repay you for, literally saving my life, I guess. Oh. Thank you. I should just walk away now. I can walk away now. They saved me, we had a nice chat, things can just drop here. Hitoshi thinks. And then his curiosity gets the better of him, and he doesn't. Instead, he asks, shouldn't you wear a mask or something, though? I mean, if I did plan on turning you in, you could get in trouble even if you run away. The kid gives him a sheepish look. I guess I didn't think about that. Hitoshi blinks at them, exasperated. Seriously, are they prepared for what they're getting himself into at all? He thinks, and then that train of thought leads him somewhere else. Why did you even decide to become a kind of vigilante in the first place? The kid pauses for a moment. I just want to help people. Totio be a hero. But no one thinks I can because I'm quirkless. So, if they don't think I can, I'll prove them wrong. I'm still going to try to be a hero, but until then, I guess I'll have to settle for being kind of a vigilante. They just want to be a hero, huh? But no one thinks they can be one. Hitoshi thinks it's a little eerie how closely he relates to that. Because that's what's going on with him right now. Oh, this is reckless. Ooh, this could end up bad. But well, obviously they need some help. And they seems like they'll make so much of a mess of this that Hitoshi can't help but feel like he should offer his help. This has got to be one of the stupidest things I've ever done. What's your name? Hitoshi asks, because he can't just keep thinking of them as the kid. I'm Midoriya Izuku. Shinso Hitoshi. Hitoshi introduces himself. So, Midoriya, do you have some kind of base at least? Why? Midoriya asks. Hitoshi sighs deeply. Because, against literally all of my better judgment, I've decided to help you. Midoriya blinks at him, clearly surprised. And then they repeat, why? Let's just say, Hitoshi mutters, I know what it's like to want to be a hero, but to have everyone tell you that you can't be one. Midoriya pauses. I do have some kind of base, I guess. They then glance down at the person who had attacked Hitoshi and started this whole thing. We should probably do something about this guy first, though. Oh, I guess that's important. They deal with the would-be robber murderer rather quickly. All they have to do is restrain him and leave him somewhere that the police will find him. Midoriya also leaves behind a few photos to prove that he had been in the wrong. When Hitoshi asks how the hell they even had those, Midoriya shows him a small camera device that he has connected to a portable, wireless printer. Hitoshi comments that he had no idea that you could even buy those kinds of things anymore, to which Midoriya vaguely responds, you can't. And then, Midoriya leads Hitoshi to their base. This is the garbage beach, Hitoshi says, blinking at it. Your base is at the garbage beach. Next to him, Midoriya shrugs. There's privacy, supplies, and hey, it gives you motivation to shower every day. Take deep breaths, Hitoshi, you can do this. All right, I'm good. Lead the way. Midoriya leads him through the mountains of garbage carefully, until they approach what looks like some kind of a shack. One end of it seems newer than the other, and Hitoshi assumes that Midoriya must have expanded on the size of it more than once. They walk in. Well, here we are, Midoriya says and gestures around at the space. There are 3 piles, not labeled, but one of them looks like a bunch of broken technology pieces, and the other 2 look like possibly working but very skeptical quality pieces of technology. There's a work table with a chair in front of it. On the table is a bunch of scattered papers, and at least 7 cans of soda. The chair itself is green with a tacky pattern, but it has a bunch of red stains. It's paint, Midoriya assures him immediately when they catches Hitoshi staring at it. I've checked. I promise. Okay. Then, there's the sound of papers crinkling and cans clinking, and Hitoshi looks back up at the table. There's a ferret sitting there now, looking at him. It has a small visor on its head, and the screen display simply shows. What the hell? Oh, that's Garby, Midoriya says nonchalantly. There's a pause. Short for garbage. There's a moment where Midoriya tries to keep a straight face, but then their mouth twitches, and they snort a laugh. Sorry, I've always wanted to be able to tell someone that. Hitoshi blinks. Garby. Yes. Short for garbage. Ah. You must love him a whole lot, Hitoshi mutters, sarcastically. With complete sincerity, Midoriya replies, he's a treasure. You know, Midoriya, I don't know if you're trying to scare me away, or if you're literally begging for help at this point. Midoriya SCKS in a deep breath. Please help me, I have no idea what I'm doing. Hitoshi nods. Yeah. That's apparent. He sighs. Okay, first things first, you need some kind of a mask to block your face. Midoriya seems to consider it for a moment and then starts digging through one of the piles off to the side. Not to interrupt you, Hitoshi mutters, but next thing to work on is definitely organization skills. That's fair enough, I guess, Midoriya mumbles back. Eventually, they pull back from the pile with a bulky pair of goggles? Glasses? Both? They explain, I made these a while ago, so I'll have to check that they're, still functional, but they're supposed to be able to switch between night vision, regular, and sunglasses. They put the goggles on, and they cover the upper half of their face. Well, that good enough for a mask? Hitoshi hums, thinking. Just one more thing. He reaches to the hood on Midoriya's jacket and pulls it over their heads so that it comes down to where the goggles stop. Midoriya frowns. Is my hair really an issue? I mean, everyone always tells me that I dunno, plain looking. How many people do you know that have curly green hair? Hitoshi shoots back. Fair point. Midoriya sighs. Another thought comes to Hitoshi again. This one is just an idea. It's not exactly necessary. But if we're trying to hide your identity as a vigilante, it would certainly help. Well, what is it? Hitoshi hesitates for a moment, then mutters, if you were to fake having a quirk, less people would suspect you because you're quirkless. Midoriya's eyes fill with an emotion that Hitoshi can't name on a first glance. It's just an idea. I understand if you're against it. I think it's brilliant, Midoriya says. And if we're on the topic of identities, I need a vigilante name too. So the quirk and the name should be related somehow. Hitoshi turns to the piles of gadgets. You made all of these, didn't you? Is there some kind of motif that's similar with all of them? I mean, besides being made out of garbage. After giving a small pout at Hitoshi's last sentence, Midoriya's expression shifts to one lost in thought. Oh, I got it. Usually, adding electric charges to things is really simple and effective, so I do that quite a bit. So it could be some kind of electric quirk. No one in your family has an electric quirk, right? Not that I know of, Midoriya murmurs. Now I just need a name. They sit there for a moment, thinking. Nervously, Midoriya fiddles with the sleeves of their jacket, when suddenly, they seem to have a realization. I got it. What about green lightning? Bonus. I mean, don't get me wrong, Midoriya, Garby is a treasure. Of course he is, Shinsuke-kun. But aren't you? I don't know, worried about other rodents? No offense, Garby, getting around in your space? Nah, Garby takes care of that problem himself. Kinda like a cat. Also, ferrets aren't rodents. They aren't. No. Oh. What about diseases though? I mean, if Garby is just living in this garbage dump. That's his quirk. He can't get infected with diseases. Oh, That's convenient. Wait, how do you know? This. It's a quirk sensor. I used to know someone whose quirk was, well, sensing quirks, and they helped me put this together. Do most animals have quirks? Not that I know of. Heh, it's funny. Animals with quirks are rare, and people without quirks are rare, but here we are. A quirkless kid, and a ferret with a quirk. It's kinda ironic when I think about it. Izuku flinches as their head hits the wall behind them. They would try to run away, but currently the hand tightly gripping at their collar is also pinning them to the wall. Guess that means Bakugo hasn't changed a bit, huh? Izuku thinks with a grimace. What did I tell you about getting into you, Deku? Bakugo growls, and the fist that isn't gripping Izuku by the collar is pulled back, ready to punch. For a while, Izuku says nothing, staring straight down at the ground, but then Bakugo pushes them into the wall harder, explosions popping on his palms. Answer me, you demon nerd. You said that I shouldn't even apply, Izuku mumbles quietly. So then why is it that dash? I'm not even in the hero course, Izuku interrupts, with the same quiet tone. Does it really matter so much to you? The fist flies forward, and Izuku has just enough time to think shouldn't have said that, before it hits. Their head bounces off the wall again, and now there's a stinging pain in their cheek. You're not supposed to be in UA at all. Bakugo barks. So, if you know what's good for you, you'll find somewhere else to go before school starts back up. You got that? Without giving them a chance to respond, Bakugo shoves them into the wall again and storms off. Izuku stands there for a moment watching him go. They don't leave until Bakugo is completely out of sight. The days fly by quickly, and before Izuku knows it, it's suddenly a week later, the first day of UA. It had been incredibly tempting to throw their acceptance into the support course out the window and apply to another school's hero course, but they decided against it. Mostly because, as they thinks about it more, they see how valuable the support course could be for them. Admittedly, it would be nice to get their hands on some actual materials and see what they can make from that. On a more depressing note, they figure they wouldn't be able to simply apply to another hero course, because well, none of them would want a quirkless kid with them either. Besides, if they just went somewhere else, then that would also mean caving in to Bakugo's threats. And Izuku is just a little bit too full of spite to allow that. So, Izuku stands in front of UA again, as a student of Class 1H. It's not Class 1A or 1B, but, for now, it's good enough. Now I just have to find the right classroom. Then, from behind, they hear a cheerful voice. Oh hey, it's you. Midoriya-kun, right? Izuku spins around to see the girl from the entrance exam, Uraraka. Oh yeah, hi. Uraraka smiles at them. So you got in? That's great. What class are you in? Ugh. Izuku thinks for a second, before looking away slightly and mumbling. 1H. 1H. Uraraka frowns. But the hero course classes are 1A and 1B? Letting out a nervous laugh, Izuku rubs the back of their neck sheepishly. Yeah, WL, since I only passed the entrance exam using gadgets instead of a quirk, they decided to put me in the support course instead, so. Oh, why didn't you use your quirk though? Uraraka asks, curiously. For a moment, Izuku's tongue freezes in their mouth. And then quietly they admit, I don't have one. I'm quirkless. Oh, Uraraka says surprised. Wow, you were able to save me like that even though you don't have a quirk? You really are cool, Midoriya-kun. Huh. Izuku mumbles, dumbfounded. They don't think they're ever going to get used to people treating normally even when knowing that they're quirkless, although, granted, there's only 2 people who have so far, and it's entirely possible that no one else will. Maybe you'll be able to transfer into the hero course sometime later. Uraraka suggests. That's kind of what I'm hoping for. Well, I'm rooting for you. Uraraka cheerfully tells them. Then that, I know I already said it before and you said it was no big deal, but really, thanks for helping me during the exam. I was happy to help, Izuku says, because saying it wasn't a big deal would probably sound rude at this point. We should probably head to class now. Uraraka steps away. I'll see you around, I guess? Good luck with the support course. See you around. Good luck with the hero course. Oh, and congratulations for that too. Thanks. Izuku thinks, watching Uraraka walk away. That I hope that most Hero Course students are like her and not like Bakugo. It's the first day, and Hatsume couldn't be any more excited than she is in this moment. Class hasn't started yet, but she eagerly glances around the room at all of the other support course students. They're all chatting with each other, but Mei is content with just watching. I wonder if I'll finally get to have a rival, she thinks, giddy. UA is the best of the best. That means that the people in this class must be the best of the best when it comes to building things. So, surely, someone here would be able to keep up with how fast she wants to make more things. Or maybe even surpass her. That thought makes her smile even wider. The teacher, assumedly, steps up to the front of the room. Hello class. You may know me as the pro-hero power loader, but feel free to refer to me as my Majima-sensei. The class echoes back a collected, hello, my Majima-sensei. Since it's the first day, I want everyone to introduce themselves to the class, briefly explain your quirk, and why you wanted to be in the support course. Mei feels ecstatic. What could be a more perfect way to find a suitable rival? She wants to stay optimistic. She does. But all of the people who have gone so far are so incredibly boring. It's a family business, this. Or, it would be an honor to help heroes by making gear for them, that. There are a few outliers that make things a bit interesting though. First, there's Natsuki Hikari. Natsuki mumbles as she stands at the front of the room, twiddling her thumbs as she talks. Her hair is luminescent green, which Mei finds vaguely interesting, but what's more interesting are the goggle-like glasses over her eyes. My quirk lets me absorb light from anywhere, as long as it's not in direct sunlight. But because of this, I can only see when it's dark. Like, a reverse from what everyone else would see. Because of this, when my quirk developed, I was basically blind. To counteract it, though, a support company made these glasses that let me see even when I don't have my quirk activated. So, I wanted to be in the support course, not to make gear for heroes necessarily, but to make gear to help people with quirks that would interfere with their daily life. It's an interesting story, Mei thinks as Natsuki finishes. But it's not rival material. Mei shrugs to herself. I guess we could still just be friends. Considering how everything else has gone so far, I guess that's good enough. Then, another outlier student is Sora Kenji. When he first steps up, Mei hears the student behind her make a strange noise. She glances back, just in time to see them glance away nervously. Do they know each other? She wonders. Hi everyone. Sora greets, cheerily. So, my quirk is that I can sense other people's quirks. And I'm in this class because I like inventing things. I didn't really have a concrete plan for the future until a little while ago, and I decided that since I like making and building things, I would go for the support course. I'm kinda surprised I actually made it into ahaha. Well, at least he says he likes inventing things, Mei hums to herself. That could be closer to an actual proper rival. Before she knows it, it's her turn to go up and introduce herself. Excitedly, she bounces her way to the front of the room. I'm Hatsume. Hi. She starts, pointing to herself with a sense of pride. I'm here because I want to be the greatest inventor ever. I'm gonna be number one. Oh, and my quirk is that I can see things that are far away, I guess, but that's not important. I look forward to working with you and seeing what we can all come up with. With that, she returns to her seat, and then it's time for the kid who sits behind her to take their turn. They walk to the front of the room with an anxious air, bright green eyes glancing around at everyone nervously. I'm Midoriya Izuku, they introduces themselves. Well, they stammer, I've been making gadgets for a while, but I wasn't really trying to get into the support course, I guess? I tried to take the hero course entrance exam, but because I passed using my gadgets instead of a quirk, I got put into the support course instead. Midoriya glances away. I don't have a quirk. I'm quirkless. After they're finished speaking, they practically run back to their seat. Mei doesn't even pay attention to the next person who steps up because she's busy thinking about Midoriya. They got into the support course without even trying? They just make gadgets for fun? Not only do they make gadgets because they want to, but they also must be practical, considering they were actually able to pass the hero course exam like that. Mei smiles to herself, excitedly, and maybe a little deviously. Sounds to me like I've just found the perfect rival. It's lunchtime now on the first day of UA, and well, Hitoshi is suddenly coming to the realization that he never did ask Midoriya where they ended up going to, since they had apparently not gotten into a hero course. The reason he's coming to this realization is that they just ran into each other. Literally. Oh, I'm so sorry, Midoriya stammers quickly, before looking up and meeting Hitoshi's eyes. It's you. It's you. Hitoshi replies with an equal amount of surprise. I thought you said you weren't in a hero course? Midoriya frowns a little. They put me into the support course. Because I passed the exam, but only by using gadgets I made, so. You mean you passed the exam, and they still didn't let you into the hero course? Yeah. Dude, that's messed up. I know. Midoriya groans. Just, come on. Let's go get food and find a place to sit. Hitoshi hesitates for a second. Wait, you mean you want to sit with me? In response, Midoriya flinches back. Why, you don't have to. I thought, you might want to, and it's not like I have anyone else to sit with dash. Yeah, sure. Hitoshi says once he's found his voice, interrupting Midoriya's stammering. Yeah. Sitting with you would be nice. Swear he thinks. Usually people don't like him. Granted, he hasn't told Midoriya his quirk yet, but there are still some times when people don't like him even before he tells them his quirk. They seem almost too trusting. That might give them trouble when they go and do their vigilante thing. It might be a bit worrying how easily he's taking this whole vigilante thing. They've just found a table when, hey, you're Midoriya-kun, right? Midoriya jumps in their seat and turns. Hitoshi stares at the newcomer curiously. Yeah, you're Hatsum-san, right? Hatsum's eyes light up. That's right. And we're going to be best friends. Hitoshi is about to say, I thought you said you didn't have anyone to sit with, when Midoriya turns to him with a completely lost and confused expression that makes Hitoshi snort a laugh. What? Hatsum slides into the seat next to Midoriya, smiling brightly, while Midoriya continues to make an expression that can only be described as completely and utterly lost beyond belief. You passed the entrance exam using gear you created. And you didn't even have a quirk that would help you make things. How did you do it? Midoriya stammers, and they glance to Hitoshi with a new expression that reads, please help me, I have no idea what I'm doing. This time, when Midoriya looks to him, Hatsum looks at him too. Oh, hi. She greets with a bright smile. I'm Hatsum Mei, from Class 1H. And you are? Shinso Hitoshi, he introduces himself slowly. Class 1C. General Education, she hums, and Hitoshi doesn't miss the slight disappointment in her eyes. He doesn't think it's because he's not in the hero course, though, it's more like it's because he's not in the support course. She turns back to Midoriya. So, what materials did you use to make your support gear that you used to pass the exam? About that, Midoriya mumbles. Well. Hatsum pushes, excitedly. I found the materials, on the garbage beach. Hatsum blinks. What? The materials I used to make gadgets. I found them on the garbage beach. Is that some kind of code, or do you mean it literally dash? Oh, they mean it literally. Hitoshi nods. I've been to their workshop thing there. Hatsum blinks again. And then, oh my god, that's amazing. You're like the best rival ever. Rival? Midoriya echoes, nervously. Rival? Hatsum shouts, pumping a fist in the air. Midoriya sighs in defeat. Okay. Hatsum perks up suddenly. Oh hey. I noticed earlier, and I've been meaning to ask, do you know Sora-kun? In response, Midoriya chokes on the food they're eating, which is as good an answer as any, really. So you do. Who's Sora? Hitoshi asks. He's in the support course with us, Midoriya answers first, then mumbles. Yeah, I knew him a while ago. He used to go to the same school as me a few years ago, but then he moved away and we kinda fell out of touch. He helped me a bit with making things back when we knew each other though. Actually, Shinsuke-kun, remember that quirk sensor I showed you? He helped me build that because that's how his quirk works. You have a quirk sensor? You built a quirk sensor? Hatsum asks excitedly. Yeah, Midoriya waves it off like it's no big deal. I can show you later if you want, I guess. At that, Hatsum squeals in delight. It's weird though. I never would have expected Sora-kun to go to USJ. Why not? Hatsum asks. Well, you heard him. Midoriya shrugs. He just likes building things and he never really had any concrete future plans. It is like a big deal though. And I mean, sure, he likes building things, but working for a support company doesn't really sound like him either. I mean, he always joked that he wanted to be a secret agent or something when he grew up. A secret agent and a vigilante. Hitoshi muses. Well, I guess Midoriya wouldn't have said back then that they wanted to be a vigilante, specifically. So, what's our plan for today? Shinso asks Izuku. It's after school time now and the two of them had decided beforehand to meet at Izuku's base. It still feels a bit weird to refer to it as a base, but essentially, that's what it is. Well, Izuku mumbles after a second. The other day you said that I should work on organization and… You're not exactly wrong so. So we're organizing everything? Shinso asks. Izuku replies with a nod, and Shinso sighs and says, thank God. Oh, come on, it's not that bad. No offense, but we're literally in the middle of a garbage dump right now. Shinso frowns. I think you could use as much organization as possible. For a second, Izuku wants to debate it, but, well, I mean you're not wrong. Come on, let's just get started organizing, all right? They start by finding a large shelf in the surrounding area, and while it's a bit busted up, they take a bit of time to fix it up and it's good, well, not good as new, but definitely good enough. Izuku and Shinso move the shelf into the shed, carefully. Then, it's just a matter of putting things on the shelf. Izuku starts by looking through the pile of working gadgets first. They tell Shinso what each of the gadgets is, and then Shinso takes the gadgets and puts them on the shelf, with a label this time. There are a few gadgets that Izuku doesn't recognize on sight when they start to get to the bottom of the pile. They're careful about activating those outside of the shed, definitely outside, and there's a handful of them that don't even work anymore, leaving them only guessing at what their originally intended function was. When they're done with that pile, they take a small break. Do we really have to sort the other piles too? I mean, you could probably get better parts now that you're in the support course at UA? Shinso says. Izuku frowns. It would be a bit suspicious if I was using gadgets with materials from UA while doing vigilante stuff, wouldn't it? Well, how would anyone else even know where you got your materials from in the first place? Shinso counters. That's fair. Izuku mumbles. It's just, I don't know. It took a while to get all of these parts and materials together, and throwing them away feels like a waste. They already were thrown away. We're in a garbage dump. Fair. Izuku and Shinso compromise and move the pile of materials and half-working gadgets out of the shed, but keep it all together in a pile near it anyways. Are we gonna do something about those Kens littering your work table too, or dash? I'll get to them eventually. Once again, we are literally in a garbage dump. You could just move them outside. We recycle cans, not throw them away. Thank you very much. It's the second day in the UA support course, and the task at hand is simple, working in pairs. The students have to see the best thing that they can come up with in the time that they have. Natsuki Hikari isn't quite sure what to think of the other people in her class yet. There are a few names that stick out. Sora, who's absurdly relaxed, Hatsum, who's easily excitable and well. Then there's Midoriya, the student she's currently paired to work with. She almost wants to be jealous of how they got into the support course without even trying, after all the work that she's put in, but the anxious air around them tells her that they aren't happy with the situation either. They hadn't wanted to be in this spot. UA had put them here. If anyone is to blame, it's the people who made that decision. Hey Natsuki-san. Midoriya greets as they walks up next to her. Also, something tells her that she wouldn't be able to stand giving them the cold shoulder if she tried. You don't have to call me Natsuki-san, just Natsuki is fine. Okay Natsuki-sa, Natsuki. So, Midoriya, do you have any ideas in mind? Hikari asks. Well, I have a few, beep. If you have ideas too, then I'd love to hear them. It's all right, Midoriya. I asked you for your ideas because I don't have any. Given that the point is to build something within the class time, we shouldn't spend too much time deciding on what to do, or we'll run out of the time to do it. Alright. Midoriya squeaks and takes a deep breath. Well, the best possible plan would be making something that's simple but useful. It needs to be simple enough that it would be easy to make, but we still need it to be something that's useful, otherwise there's no point. Right? So, I was thinking we could build something well, I'm not quite sure what to call it, but something that could be used to grab things that are far away. Like, the base would be a retractable pole, and then on the end would be, a robotic hand, sort of, that could grab things. They're not the best at explaining things, but Hikari gets a mental image of what they're trying to say. That's really practical, she comments, as she's envisioning it in her head. And I don't think it would be too difficult to pull off. All right then, let's go with that. Without much talking, the two spend their time building. Even so, Hikari notices a few things about Midoriya. Like how despite the fact that they had been so nervous before, they seem to gain more confidence as they focus on working. Or how Midoriya knows quite a bit about building things and how they should go together, but at the same time, it seems like they don't know the more technical terms for things. It's intriguing to say the least. It makes Hikari want to know more about them. Look out! A voice suddenly shouts from across the room. Hikari looks up, startled, just in time to see something flying at her. Whatever it is, it hits her in the face, knocking off her glasses, and suddenly everything turns bright white. Natsuki, are you all right? A different voice asks. Midoriya, that's Midoriya's voice. I'm fine. Hikari mumbles. I need to find my glasses. For a second, she considers using her quirk to find them, but no. She couldn't do that. If she did that, then no one else would be able to see, and that would just be rude. Here, Midoriya says, and Hikari feels the glasses as they hand them to her. Oh, thank you, you didn't have to dash. It's no problem. You said that because of your quirk, you can't see at all without your glasses, right? It probably would have been hard to find them yourself, so... They're really nice. Thank you, Midoriya. Carefully, Hikari puts the glasses back on her face, and once the bright light fades she sees Midoriya smiling at her. I'm so sorry. Hatsum apologizes, running up. I didn't mean to do that. It kinda just went flying and... It's all right. It's not a big deal. Hikari tells her. At that, Hatsum gives her a nervous grin, then skips back to her work table with Sora. Are you sure you're okay? Midoriya asks again. For a moment, Hikari doesn't reply. But eventually she says, yeah, I'm okay. I couldn't give them the cold shoulder if I tried. So, do you have any leads yet? Nedu asks patiently, sipping his tea. In response, he shifts from foot to foot. No, not yet. Are you sure that someone in the school is a traitor? I don't know. I can't imagine what kind of a high school student would go around informing villains about what's going on in UA. Or why they would either. I wouldn't say that it's a 100% certainty, Nedu hums, but something definitely feels amiss. The student files, they're almost perfect, but on closer examination, there's something wrong going on there. He hesitates for a second before muttering, Are you sure that's not just because of what you did with Midoriya's situation? It's not, Nedu says easily, waving it off. Then he narrows his eyes. How would you know about that though? You asked me to look into the files too. It was certainly something I noticed. He answers. It's not exactly a lie. He had noticed it before, but he hadn't really known what it was that had happened until Midoriya had said it themselves. Of course. Nedu nods, stirring the tea absent-mindedly. He sighs. Listen, Midoriya's situation is not the main concern here. It would be best for you to focus on figuring out who our traitor is, all right. He's tempted to debate it for a second, but he refrains. Of course, sir. If there really is a traitor, I doubt they would stay quiet for too long. Good. Nedu says with a smile. That'll be all for today. Just remember to report back here as soon as you find out anything, though. Right. With that he turns and walks out of Ned's office. Izuku sinks into the chair by their work table with a groan. That was something. As soon as they're seated, Garby crawls up his arm and curls around his shoulders. The screen on the visor has a smiley face on it as well. Why would you chase after someone with a speed quirk? Shinso groans, putting his head in his hands. Why? Hey, I caught them, didn't I? Izuku defends. They've just returned to their base after running around town and fighting villains as a vigilante, so they're taking a breather before putting their gadgets away. Admittedly, Shinso had been right about the whole organization thing. It's a lot easier to find things with that shelf. I need some kind of device to help me with speed, they mumble, staring at the ceiling. Roller skates already exist, Shinso points out. Want me to fight villains in roller skates? And I'm supposed to be the impractical one here. Shinso shrugs. It would help you hide the fact that you're short. I'm not that short, Shinso-kun. You're barely over 5 feet 4 inches. That's still not that short. Izuku protests. Shinso just laughs in response, and it takes them a second, but then they're laughing too. At first, they had been a bit nervous to hang out with Shinso. What if they did something wrong, and Shinso ended up hating them? But even though it's only been a little while, he's pretty easy to joke around with. Shinso does plenty of teasing, but none of it is ever about how Izuku doesn't have a quirk. And Izuku appreciates that. They pause for a moment, thinking. Actually, maybe I could make roller skates work. Shinso does a double take. I was kidding, you can't actually fight in roller skates, dash. Obviously I wouldn't be fighting in them, but dash. Izuku brushes away the papers scattered on the table, and pulls out a new blank one, sketching quickly on it. If I were to have them be retractable, then it would be easier to chase down villains or make a quick getaway. Shinso stares at them for a second, without saying anything. What? I don't know how you take the most absurd possible ideas, and then just make them work. Shinso mutters. I swear, if you actually figure out how to pull this off, you've got to be some kind of mad scientist or something. You're only getting a mad scientist vibe now? Izuku jokes. It's a good thing for everyone that I could never be a villain. Then you'd really be a mad scientist. Hey, mad scientists who use their science for dabbling in vigilantism are still valid. It's only the 3rd day of being at UA, and Hitoshi is already starting to feel incredibly bored with being in general education. Sure, it is the best of the best, Hitoshi supposes. But being in general education when all he wants is to be in the hero course is incredibly boring. Hey, Midoriya. He mutters that day at lunch. How's it going in the support course for you guys? Midoriya responds with a non-committal shrug. We still have to do regular classes like everyone else, and now that the first few days are past, our main assignment is to just build as much as we can, and then in the final we're supposed to present on the best thing we've built in class. Well, Hatsum says, I think it's cool that we get to build whatever we want, because that means that we don't have to be tied down to one specific topic or theme. I guess. Midoriya hums. Having free reign to build what I want should be useful. Hitoshi pauses for a second, then asks, Are you actually going to make those roller skate shoes? I sure will try, Midoriya responds with a dead serious face. Roller skate shoes? Hatsum asks, turning to Midoriya excitedly. Explain, please. Basically the plan I have in mind is that they would be able to retract the skates part into the heel of the shoe. The point of it would be having faster mobility before and after battling. Or, maybe if you were to train with them enough, you could fight in them too, but that seems a little sketchy. Where do you even come up with these ideas? Technically Shinsu-kun came up with it, though I'm pretty sure when he suggested it he meant it as a joke. I definitely meant it as a joke, Hitoshi says, but you know what? I should have known that you would actually do it. That's exactly the kind of ridiculous thing that's like your brand. I just wish I had thought of it first, Hatsum mumbles. Now I can't do it, otherwise it'll seem like I'm trying to copy you. I don't mind if you try making the roller skate shoes, Hatsum-san. I think it'd be interesting to see how you would build them, and maybe we could even compare. Midoriya says. In response, Hatsum perks up. You're right. We could build the same thing, and then compare them to see who's the better rival. That's not what I meant, but okay. Midoriya mutters, defeated. Well, how about that? My friends are the most interesting thing about UA so far, Hitoshi thinks to himself as he picks around his food. Or wait, do they count as my friends? Is that thinking too forward? I can't just ask now. That would be weird. Hitoshi opens his mouth to say something, and he doesn't even have the time to decide on what he's going to say before an alarm blares across the cafeteria. Ah, you're already back again today? Nedu says when he sees him walk into the office. Did you find something then? It's not much, he mutters, but yesterday, I think someone was looking into the files. Looking into the files? Not downloading the information or copying it. No downloading, no copying. He confirms. But I think it's possible that whoever it was copied down the information into a physical file. Written. That way it wouldn't be traceable. They certainly were looking at the files long enough that they could have. Interesting theory, Nedu hums. Do we know what files they were looking at in particular? At first, it was just All Might's teaching schedule, he answers, and then it was the student files for Class A. I'm not sure, but I think it might have something to do with the USJ trip that's scheduled to be about a week from now. Class B has a similar trip too, but theirs is a day after Class A's, so maybe whoever it is chose Class A because the date was sooner. Nedu says nothing for a moment, and merely hums. Well, I suppose we'll have to wait until then to see if we have a traitor on our hands. Wait you dash, he stutters. You're not going to do anything about it? No, Nedu waves it off as though it's no big concern. Technically, we have no proof that anything is going to happen, so we shouldn't do anything rash. I'll have the staff look over protocol for possible villain break-ins sometime this week in preparation though. If we reschedule it, we have no way of knowing if there really is a traitor or not. So, what you're saying basically is that we're using Class A as bait here. He mutters lowly. Again, as soon as we get word that things are going south, we'll send the staff right on over to deal with the problem. Nedu assures. Besides, I thought you knew what you were signing up to when you agreed to this. He grits his teeth. He opens his mouth to argue more, when an alarm goes off, blaring across the whole school. What's dash? That's the intruder alarm, Nedu says, instantly alert. He hates that suddenly hearing this makes him excited, but on the other hand, if we hurry, maybe we can catch the traitor now. That on the other hand, if they don't do it now, they could risk Class A getting hurt. But instead, Nedu says, no. You evacuate with the rest of the students, and the rest of the staff and I will deal with this. But dash. No, let's go. He sighs deeply, but he knows he has no room to argue in this situation. He turns and leaves Nedu's office. I can't believe everyone was panicking over a press break-in. Hitoshi mutters, and he feels extremely exasperated in this moment. I know. Hatsum agrees, frustrated, and Hitoshi thinks this is the first time he's seen her be any other emotion besides excited. I almost got trampled there. Midoriya doesn't say anything, simply staring out the window, off into space. You'd think that UA would have a better security system. Hatsum rants on. I bet I could design something better. Although, maybe I could use a bit of your help too, Midoriya-kun. Still staring out the window, Midoriya doesn't say anything in response. Hitoshi glances out the window and then back at Midoriya. What are they thinking? Hatsum seems to notice how spaced out Midoriya is now, because she waves a hand in front of their face. Hello? Earth to Midoriya-kun? Midoriya jumps, surprised. What? Geez, are you always staring off into space like that? Hatsum jokes. Ah, sometimes. Midoriya laughs it off nervously, with a glance back out the window. The thoughtful expression on their face is slipping away, but it's still just barely there. Just thinking. What about? Hatsum asks. After a second, Midoriya says, the roller skate shoes. This prompts a laugh from Hatsum, and a small laugh from Hitoshi as well, though he wouldn't admit it. The conversation redirects back onto gadget talk from there. leaving Hitoshi wondering what Midoriya had really been thinking about before they had changed the subject. Izuku lets out a sharp cry as they fly face-first into the mattress pile again. Off to the side, Shinso doubles over, laughing. "Oh yeah, why don't you try it if you think it's so easy?" Izuku wheezes. "I'm not the one who needs practice roller skating," Shinso points out. "Maybe you should have made sure you knew how to roller skate before deciding to make roller skate shoes for yourself." Izuku pushes themselves off the pile of mattresses with a sigh. They're at Dagoba Beach again after school, this time testing out the roller skate shoes they had been working on all day to see if they, well, work. It would be easier to tell if Izuku was actually good at roller skating. At least they had the foresight to drag out as many mattresses as they could find and put them in a pile so they would have a soft landing. "That's it, I am done with these for today," Izuku mutters, pulling the skates off. They absent-mindedly rub their elbow, sure that if it weren't for the mattresses it would be bruised. Garby runs up and sniffs at the skates before looking up at Izuku. The screen on his visor has a smiley face, but Izuku is sure that if they had programmed the screen to be able to display smug or amused, that would probably be closer to what Garby is thinking right now. Yeah, laugh it up," Izuku mutters. "I can't believe this. Betrayed by my own ferret." "You did name him Garbage," Shinso points out with a raised eyebrow. Izuku looks to Garby. "You like your name though, don't you?" The smiley face doesn't change. "See, he likes it, he's fine." "Oh please," Shinso scoffs. "I doubt he understands what you're even saying." Garby turns to Shinso, and the smiley face on the screen turns into a pouty face. "That I am so sorry that I ever doubted you, Garby," Shinso mutters, after a second of stunned silence. The pouty face goes back to a smiley face. Shinso sighs. "So, if you're done floundering around in roller skates, now what?" Izuku pauses for a moment and stares out at the sunset. The sun has already dipped below the horizon, leaving a bit of light before the day truly turns into night. "I want to check out UA." Shinso says, "That seems like a bad idea. If they catch you being a vigilante, they could expel you, you know that, right? And what better way to get caught than by going in there as a vigilante?" "I know," Izuku mutters, "but something about the press break-in isn't lining up. I won't go into UA, I just want to check by the gate, and I'll disable the cameras and everything." "What do you mean, something about it isn't lining up?" Shinso asks. "I mean the break-in that happened earlier today. Yeah, the press are desperate, but even they would know that breaking in like that is illegal. Would any of the reporters risk doing something like that, even if they wanted the news very badly? You think it wasn't just a press break-in. You're thinking that maybe something else was there, but the press was a cover." "It's possible." Izuku nods. "Again, I won't go in. And I can disable the cameras. And I'm just checking the gate." After a moment, Shinso sighs heavily. "This still sounds incredibly risky, but I guess I can't stop you." Izuku beams. "Great. So, wanna play lookout? I swear, if you get us both expelled, I am kicking your butt." "Fair." It's late in the day, the sun already set, when something interesting regarding the whole Traitor case starts happening again. His computer beeps a notification, and he quickly rolls his chair over to it to see what's happening. UA security cameras have been disabled. His heart skips a beat. For if he manages to catch something happening, then maybe he can stop any future attacks that the traitor might be planning. He quickly checks to see which cameras have been deactivated, and then switches on his own camera that he had placed in that area. It takes a second, and then his screen displays the UA front gate. Normally, it would be hard to see in the low light level, but luckily he had the foresight to have it be a night vision camera. For a moment he watches and nothing happens. Then, a figure stealthily moves into the camera's vision. He almost snorts at how they're trying to sneak, even though they're right in the way of the camera. The only thing he can see about them, though, is that they're so small. The rest of them is covered by a large green hoodie with the hood up, baggy sweatpants, and even when he catches a glimpse of their face, there's a pair of night vision goggles covering the upper half of it. He decides to wait patiently to see what they're going to do. On screen, the figure stealthily makes their way up to the gate and kneels next to it. They pause, looking it over. That's weird. He frowns. It doesn't look like they're doing anything to the gate or trying to get in, they're just looking at it. If they're the traitor, why would they be checking the gate? Wouldn't they already know what happened to it? Unless if this isn't the traitor, the thought strikes him. But then who? He does know who it is by the gate now. Well, Nedu had said it himself, that student file did not have to do with their traitor problem. So this person isn't the traitor, but then he had already known that. But now he knows that Midoriya is taking it upon themselves to investigate what happened earlier that day by themselves. He bites his lip. Should he tell Nedu about this? He was told to report anything that happened, but Midoriya would likely get in trouble over this. Nedu told me to report anything that happened with the traitor. And we've already established that Midoriya's situation is separate from the traitor's. So, technically, I don't have to tell Nedu about this. But, damn it, Midoriya, you better be more careful in the future, or you'll get caught. The next day, Nedu asks him what happened that caused the cameras to go out. He tells Nedu that it was just some kids playing a dumb prank, and that he scared them off before they actually did anything. He's not sure Nedu buys that answer, but he doesn't push the issue further. Hikari drums her fingers against the work table in front of her. She still doesn't know exactly what she wants to build, yet. She had spent all of yesterday's class thinking, and even most of her afternoon, and yet, she's still drawing blank. She understands the usefulness of building something for the sake of building it, making it something that anyone could use, but that's not her strength. She said it the first day, and she'll say it again. She's in the support course so that she can build gear that helps counteract the negative effects of some people's quirks. Without any specific quirk or problem, she doesn't know what to make. Someone bumps into her lightly and it makes her jump. Sorry. Hatsum says quickly, waving her hands frantically. I don't mean to keep bumping into you, Natsuki-chan, promise? It's all right, Hatsum. Hikari assures quickly. Hey, if you don't mind me asking, what are you working on? Hatsum brightens up immediately. Oh, well, I got the idea from Midoriya. We're kinda building the same thing to see who can do it better, but their idea was to build roller skate shoes. Roller skate shoes. Hikari blinks. Well, I guess I'll try to think of something else, given that you and Midoriya are already both working on that, but, good luck? And I hope you don't crash into any more things while wearing them. Hatsum laughs. I'll try not to. Good luck coming up with something, Natsuki-chan. With that, Hatsum bounces away back to her work table. Hikari hums to herself. She's easily excitable, but nice. I hope we get to talk more in the future. Hikari goes back to staring at her hands as she drums on the desk, thinking and racking her brain for ideas on what to build. Hitoshi sits in Midoriya's ugly Christmas sweater-looking chair, keeping an eye on the large TV screen, but not really fully paying attention to it. Instead, he's using Midoriya's work table as a table to, well, do his homework. Guess that still makes it a work table. Midoriya is out fighting villains and other vigilante things, and whenever they do that, it's Hitoshi's job to watch over the base and to keep Midoriya updated on things going around town. The TV, actually, is split into two halves. One half shows the news to see if anything is happening, and the other half shows the current status of the gadgets that Midoriya has with them, so that if any of them get busted, Hitoshi can warn them ahead of time. Today is incredibly slow, though, and it feels like nothing is happening. Which, Hitoshi supposes, is a good thing, because that means villains aren't causing trouble anywhere. And then, hello. A voice calls from outside, a distance away. Hello? Hitoshi jumps in surprise, looking up quickly. Why is there someone here? Curiously, he pokes his head out of the door of the base. The voice calls out a hello, again, and this time, Hitoshi recognizes it. He sighs heavily. Hatsum, what are you doing out here? There's a pause, and then Hatsum steps around one pile and reaches the clearing where the shed is. Hey, Shinsu-kun. Nice to see you. She waves at him, a beaming smile on her face. Nice to see you too, I guess. Hitoshi mutters. Then, not to be rude, but what are you doing out here? Unfazed, Hatsum points to the shoes on her feet. I finished building my version of the roller skate shoes, and I wanted to show Midoriya-kun. I remembered you saying the other day that they have a base on the garbage beach, so I thought I'd check here and see if I could find you. Hitoshi wants to go back in time and smack his past self for a second. Midoriya isn't here right now. They're out testing the roller skate shoes. Technically not a lie, I guess. Hatsum tilts her head. But if this is Midoriya's base, then why are you here when they aren't? Well dash. And then, with perfectly awful timing, the communication device beeps. Shinsu-kun, any updates on the situation? Midoriya asks, and Hitoshi almost wants to facepalm. Well dash, Hitoshi starts. Hey, Midoriya-kun. Hatsum interrupts loudly, shouting over anything Hitoshi could say. There's a moment of silence. Is that Hatsum-san? Aha. Hitoshi mutters. She found the base. Oh, Midoriya hums for a second. So, what you're up to? Hatsum asks, completely unfazed. Hey, Hatsum-san, can you keep a secret? Like, it's very important that this stays secret. Secrets? Hatsum cheers, I love secrets. If you tell me, I promise that I won't let anyone else find out. Great. Midoriya mutters. Shinsu, you tell her, I gotta go now, bye. WH-. The communication device beeps again before Hitoshi can even say anything in reply. I can't believe they just abandoned me like that. Well? Hatsum asks expectantly, the same old excited gleam in her eyes. Hitoshi mumbles. So, did you know that technically, vigilante laws say that you have to use your quirks for it to be illegal to fight villains? Interesting. Yeah, I guess. Hatsum shrugs, then she pauses. Wait a minute. Are you saying that Midoriya is a vigilante? Technically not by definition, Hitoshi says, but basically yeah. Kind of. Yeah. For a moment, Hatsum says nothing in reply. Remember, it's a secret, so you can't tell Dash. Oh my god, that's so awesome. Hatsum gushes suddenly. Oh, this is so exciting, my rival is a vigilante? You're taking this better than I thought you would. Though, looking back on it, I can't say that this reaction is exactly surprising. Well yeah, I mean, you said it yourself, technically, it's not illegal. Hatsum points out. So, if you're here, does that make you, like, an HQ? You update them on things going on around town, while they go out there and do cool stuff. I mean, I guess? Hitoshi says, still a little baffled. Well, I guess Hatsum knows about this now. Hikari is at a small grocery store, but she's not really paying attention to her surroundings that much. She's still trying to think of what to do for class. It shouldn't be this hard to just think of something. Except it is. That's what makes it all the more frustrating. The more she thinks about it, the more she thinks about how simple it should be, and that just makes her more frustrated and less able to focus. Hikari shakes her head to clear her thoughts. Lamenting about it isn't going to change anything, she tells herself. Maybe if I'm just patient, then an idea will come to me? Well, it's the only plan she has now. I guess I'll just have to roll Y. There's a loud crash, followed by a short scream. Hikari is immediately filled with a sense of dread. Please tell me someone just dropped something. Please tell me that this isn't some kind of villain attack. Please. The small store fills with smoke. Everyone, get down. It's a villain attack. Hikari can't help but feel that she jinxed it. She drops into a crouch, staying low to the ground. She moves to peek around the corner of a shelf, but the smoke is so thick that she can't see anything through it. She grits her teeth. Please let there be some kind of hero nearby. Someone, anyone. Hikari can't see anything that's happening, so she listens instead. Give us all your money, says a gruff voice, and well, guess that's the villain, Hikari supposes. There's a reply, but it's stuttered and mumbled so much that Hikari can't make out what it's supposed to be. Then the sound of a door opening. A confused grunt from the supposed villain. The villain lets out a small cry of surprise, and Hikari sees a light flash through the smoke. Then, the shelf that she's crouching behind falls over. Hikari gasps and backs up, but not fast enough. It lands on her, and the collision causes her to hit her head against the floor, and her glasses go flying. Her vision is consumed by white light. If I build nothing else, I really should put a strap on these things to keep them from flying off. She thinks, annoyed and frowning. She hears more fighting noises in the distance, but now she's less focused on that, and more focused on GRPG around the surrounding area, trying to find her glasses. Then there's a soft voice. Hey, are you okay? My glasses. She mumbles, not really answering the question, but it doesn't matter at the moment. I can't find my glasses, they should be mostly black and dash. Here, the soft voice says again, and Hikari feels someone handing her glasses to her. Why does that voice sound familiar? Hikari wonders as she takes her glasses. She raises them to her face. Someone must have come to help. Are they a hero? Is that why I would recognize their voice? The glasses settle on her face, and the white light blinks out, and color replaces it. For a second, it's blinding. She blinks to clear her vision. The smoke is lessening in the area, and Hikari can see the shelf that fell over on her. And she can see the hero as well. They have a large hoodie on with the hood over their face, and they're wearing some kind of glasses or goggles, a lot like hers, actually. They smile. You good now? Yeah. Hikari blinks, surprised. Who are? Laughing it off, they mutter, that's not important. If you're okay, then I guess it's time for me to go now. Bye. Wait dash. Hikari protests, but they're already fleeing the scene. I've never seen that hero before, and that was pretty strange for a hero costume. Hikari thinks, watching them leave. A vigilante then, maybe? But that still doesn't explain why. Why do I recognize their voice? At the last second, outside, Hikari sees the hero? Vigilante. Activate some kind of device in their shoes and skate away. Skating shoes? She thinks absent-mindedly. And then it hits her. Natsuki, are you all right? It's no problem. You said that because of your quirk, you can't see at all without your glasses, right? It probably would have been hard to find them yourself, so... Hey, are you okay? If you're okay, then I guess it's time for me to go now. Bye. The same voice. But their idea was to build roller skate shoes. Hikari continues to stare out at the non-empty sidewalk, even though the vigilante is long gone. Midoriya? It's almost hard to believe that it's only Friday of the first week, Izuku thinks to themselves. It feels like so much has already happened. At the moment, they're fixing a few problems that they noticed yesterday while wearing the roller skate shoes. They're fairly simple fixes, at least in their opinion, but they'll really help and why do they suddenly get the feeling that they're being watched? Izuku glances over their shoulder, nervously. But they sees nothing. They frown. That's weird. I could have sworn. They shake their head. Come on. Why would someone be watching me? Unless Natsuki figured things out. Izuku glances back at Natsuki and stares at her for a moment. She's currently fiddling with something that looks like a headgear strap, by the looks of it. The look on her face is thoughtful, distant. Well, they guess that it is. It's a bit hard to tell when they can't see her. I wonder what she's thinking about? It would certainly help their anxiety if they knew. If Natsuki figures out that they're a sort of vigilante, that would make 3 people who know, and they're not sure what Natsuki would do if she did figure it out. Midoriya-kun? A hand waves in front of their face, and they're snapped from their thoughts. Izuku jumps, startled, and turns around. They're expecting to see Hatsum, but when they turn around, they find, instead. It catches them off guard so much that they actually find themselves jumping in surprise again. Sora-kun? Sora gives them a goofy smile. Hey dude, I've been meaning to talk to you, but things have been so busy. Izuku mumbles. Good going, genius. Super social skills you've got there. But Sora doesn't seem to notice or care about their social ineptitude. So, how have you been? Gosh, it's been 4 years? Why yeah, it's been 4 years, Izuku stammers, and I've been good, I guess? What about you? I've been great, Sora hums. After a second of contemplation, Izuku says, I'm kind of surprised to see you here. At UA, I mean. Yeah, a lot has just changed, I guess. But hey, I get to see you again because I'm going here now, So I think it was a pretty good decision. Gave up on being a secret agent, huh? Izuku jokes. Who says I ever gave it up? Sora jokes back with a beaming smile. Oh really? Yeah. I'm secretly a spy for Shiketsu, and I'm here at UA to figure out all of their teaching secrets. Aha. At first, the idea of talking with Sora made Izuku nervous, but now that they are talking, it feels like almost nothing has changed. It's nice. So, what are you working on, Sora-kun? Izuku asks, curiously. Well, I made it a while ago, so I'm just tweaking at some bugs and making updates, but it's a camera with a quirk sensor on it. You like putting your quirk in any gadget you make, don't you? Izuku says. It's an incredibly useful quirk. Sora defends. That's fair. So, what are you working on? He asks, poking at the shoes sitting in front of Izuku. What do these do? They're roller skates, but they can retract the skates into the bottom of the shoe and become regular shoes. It makes it easier to get around fast. Izuku explains, activating them as they do so as to let Sora see how they work. Sora whistles. Nifty. There's a slight pause in the conversation, and then Sora asks, Hey, so, are you busy this weekend? I was thinking maybe we could hang out, catch up. It has been 4 years in all. Izuku thinks on it for a second. Technically, they don't really have plans, but they had sort of intended on spending the weekend doing vigilante work. Though, granted, it isn't a real job that has mandatory attendance. It's technically almost not even legal. Nah, I don't have any plans. Sora beams. Great. Izuku picks at their lunch, once again lost in thought. They have plans now, to hang out with Sora on Saturday around noon, so they can't do any vigilante work in the morning. They suppose that's fine, because most of the time they stick to the evening for that anyway. They still aren't sure about what happened on that day of the press break-in. Looking at the gate, which had been repaired rather hastily, the only thing Izuku noticed was a considerable amount of dust around the area. This would suggest that it was the work of someone with a disintegration quirk, but when they researched it later, they found that there's a very small number of people registered with a quirk like that, and they're nowhere near here. So either it wasn't a quirk, it was a different quirk that just didn't leave behind evidence, or it was someone that isn't in the register. Izuku had originally planned on spending the whole weekend looking into it, but evidently they'll have to cram all of that into Saturday night and Sunday. Midoriya. I really need to stop spacing out. Izuku thinks, looking up. Is this spot taken? Natsuki asks, gesturing to the open spot next to them. No, it's open. Izuku says. Hi Natsuki-chan. Hatsum shouts in greeting. There's a second where Natsuki and Shinso stare at each other, a little confused. Oh, Natsuki, this is Shinso-kun, he's in general studies. Shinso-kun, this is Natsuki, she's in class 1H with me and Hatsum. Izuku introduces. Nice to meet you, Natsuki greets Shinso. Likewise, he replies. Nice glasses. Thanks. Natsuki mumbles. There's a small pause, and then she turns to Izuku. Roller skate shoes is a very interesting idea for support gear. Shinso sighs, like he's just accepting that all anyone ever wants to talk about at this table is support gear. You think so? Izuku asks, nervously. She didn't see me using them yesterday, did she? Yeah. They'd be pretty useful for a hero to be able to chase down villains, or, something in Natsuki's voice changes slightly as she continues, say, a vigilante who needs to get away quickly after solving some kind of issue with villains. Izuku winces. Oh, she's on to me. I could still play ignorant maybe? Oh, so Natsuki-chan knows too? Hatsum asks. So much for playing ignorant. Midoriya, Shinso says, what part of secret identity do you not understand? All of it, apparently, Izuku sighs. They turn to Natsuki. I can explain. I can explain. Midoriya says sheepishly, and it's almost more of a question than it is a statement. Please do, Hikari asks. She thinks that Midoriya is nice. She thinks that they're smart. And now, she also knows that they're a vigilante. But Hikari wants to believe that they have a good reason for doing it. Midoriya bites their lip. Did you know that, technically, You have to use your quirk to fight villains in order to be classified as a vigilante? Interesting. Fair point, I guess, but that's not your only explanation, is it? They look away. I want to be a hero. I want to help people, to save people. It's all I've ever wanted to do. But people don't think I can, just because I'm quirkless. People these days, all they care about is quirks. If you don't have a strong quirk, then no one thinks you can be a hero. So, I'm proving them wrong. I'm going to help people whether they think I can or not. Hikari contemplates the things they're saying for a moment. She doesn't really get the impression that they're lying about anything and, well, with their reasoning, she can't really see that they're doing anything wrong. They just want to be a hero and no one will let them. Technically speaking, they're not even a vigilante, but that's just because of how prejudiced things are against quirkless people. That being said though, Midoriya continues, obviously if I manage to get a transfer to the hero course, I'll stop the whole vigilante thing. Hikari nods. I see. Are you going to tell anyone? Midoriya asks nervously. She lets out a sigh. No. I'm not going to tell anyone, Midoriya. Oh, thank God, Midoriya mutters just under their breath. Oh, and, if you don't mind me asking, how did you figure it out? Like, was it just the roller skate shoes, or? That was a big part of it, but mostly, it was your voice that gave it away. My voice? Yeah. I knew it sounded familiar when you first spoke, and I was trying to figure out why. Then I saw you use the roller skate shoes and it clicked. Guess I'll have to work on a voice modifier then. An idea pops into Hikari's head, and before she can think better of it, she says, no, wait. Let me work on the voice modifier. What? Well, Hikari mumbles. To be honest, I've been having a hard time coming up with something that I want to build in class. So, if you don't mind, I would like to build it for you. There's a slight pause as they think about it, and then Midoriya shoots her a beaming smile. Thanks, Natsuki. I appreciate it. You're welcome. Tenya and Uraraka are walking to the train station together, as they have done since the first day. He enjoys her company quite a bit. She's very nice, although much more bright and cheerful than he is. She has an impressive power as well, impressive enough to score her an infinity in one of the tests on the first day. Man, this first week was so fun. Uraraka rambles on. Being at UA is so exciting. I wonder what's in store for next week? And she cuts off suddenly, staring ahead. Uraraka-kun? Tenya asks, confused, turning to her. She doesn't respond, and without warning, she takes off running ahead. Uraraka-kun? Hey! She calls, wait up. Hey, Midoriya-kun, wait. Uraraka runs up to another student who's walking just ahead of them. The student turns and, yes, Tenya does recognize them. They had been in the same testing grounds for the entrance exam, and, oh, Uraraka-san. Hi. Midoriya greets her. And before that, Tenya had called them out for mumbling too loudly in the testing room, judging them to be someone who wasn't taking the entrance exam seriously. And yet, Midoriya had proved him wrong, even running back into danger to help Uraraka when the 0-pointer came out. Tenya had been very eager to talk to them earlier, to apologize for judging them so quickly and to praise them for figuring out the rescue points portion of the entrance exam. However, to his disappointment, Midoriya had not been in Class 1A with them, so he hadn't been able to. Hi, Midoriya-kun. Uraraka beams at him. It's good to see you again. Tenya approaches them and greets, hello. Midoriya-kun, was it? Yeah, Midoriya stammers nervously, hi, this is Ida Tenya, Uraraka introduces him. He's in the same class as me. Midoriya hums. Hi, Ida. I wanted to apologize for my behavior during the entrance exam, Tenya says immediately, bowing deeply. I poorly misjudged you, and for that I'm sorry. Oh no, it's fine. Midoriya assures him quickly, nervously waving their hands back and forth. I hardly even remembered, so really it's fine. It was still wrong of me. On top of that, I'm sorry for waiting this long to tell you. I would have told you sooner, but we weren't placed in the same class. Are you in Class 1B then? Midoriya winces slightly, just enough for Tenya to notice. I know. They mumble. Class 1H support course. Support course. Tenya frowns. But, you were taking the hero course exam. Why? I only passed using tech that I built myself, because, I'm quirkless. So they put me in the support course instead, and well, here we are. Tenya's frown deepens. That's rather unfair. Not letting you into the hero course just because you don't have a quirk. Tell me about it, Midoriya sighs. Anyway, I'm hoping to transfer in later, at least. It's very noble of you to be taking all of this in stride, Tenya comments. It would be really easy to be bitter in your situation. Midoriya shrugs. I was really bitter when I first got the news, but I just have to work with what I got. No one wants to believe in me because I'm quirkless, so I'll always have to work harder to prove myself. The sooner I accept that and work with it, the better. Tenya blinks. That's a very admirable way of looking at things. They really would make a good hero. It's a shame UA put them in the support course. So, what's your quirk? Midoriya asks suddenly, abruptly shifting the subject. For a second, Tenya is thrown off with the fast change, but he decides to go along with it. I have engines in my legs. They let me run very fast. Ooh, engines, huh? Midoriya hums. Yeah, I think I remember that from the entrance exam now. If you don't mind me asking, what powers your engines? Or do they just work automatically? They're powered by orange juice. Tenya says. Orange juice. Tenya nods. Orange juice. I'm not quite sure how it works out either. Well, how about that? Dude, you made it. Sora says, greeting them with a smile. I said I would, Sora-kun. Izuku greets back, knocking their fist against Sora's in a fist bump. It's nice to see you again. Sora drags them into a one-armed side hug. Ah, buddy. It's nice to see you too. It feels like it's been forever. Yeah, it does. Izuku hums. So, what's your plan? Well, first, let's go find somewhere to relax, hang out, Sora says, and then let's catch up. You got it. You know, Shinsuke-kun, I'm noticing something strange. Izuku mutters when they return to the base very early Sunday morning. They glance at their wristwatch which reads, 1 o'clock. What is it? Shinso asks. There have been a lot less villains around recently. You've only been a vigilante for like 2 weeks. I know, Izuku mumbles, but it's not just me. Villain sightings on the news, hero fights, I'm seeing less and less of them recently. Isn't that a good thing though? Shinso points out. It would be, except, Izuku trails off for a second, thinking, except, there's no reason for why there would be less villains now. Nothing major has happened recently, nothing that would discourage people like them. So, it's more like they could be planning something. How could all the villains in this area be planning something? There haven't been any organized villain groups in decades. Maybe that's what they're planning. They're all planning to get together and do something. How though? Shinso asks, skeptically. It's not like they can just wave a banner around saying, sign up for our villain organization here. How are they getting together? I don't know. Izuku eventually mutters. Maybe tomorrow I'll snoop around town and see what I can find. I need something more stealthy though. The goggles are good for hiding my face, but they also make me stand out. Maybe some kind of gear that helps with stealth. Do you have anything for that? Izuku winces. Not currently. I don't know quite how long it would take to make something either, so, an idea hits them. Wait, I think we know someone who might be able to help us. Shinso seems confused for a second, then mutters, Hatsum? Nodding, Izuku says, Hatsum-san. Mei is absolutely bursting with excitement. Midoriya? Wants to meet up together so that we can talk about support gear? Maybe even build some together? Granted, this seems more like a best friend kind of thing than a rival kind of thing, but oh, what the heck? Who says they can't be both? The doorbell rings, and in a flash, Mei is there and opening the door. Hi there, Hatsum-sa. So, you're here to see all my amazing babies, right? Mei yells before Midoriya even finishes their greeting. Bee babies? Midoriya stammers. Of course. Everything that I've built is my precious little baby. Ooh, I love all of my creations so much. You're here so that I can show you them, right? Actually yes. Midoriya says. Mei is thrown off for a second. They actually do want to see her babies? Usually no one ever actually wants to see her babies. That's fantastic. Mei shouts, ecstatic. What do you want to see? Do you have anything in mind? I need stuff that's stealth-based, Midoriya answers. I'm planning on trying to follow some villains without being seen. Sounds dangerous. Mei comments, I'm in. I think I have just what you need. Without warning, Mei practically drags Midoriya to the workshop in the back of her house. Wait here, she instructs once they're at the doorway. Running in the workshop would be too risky. Mei would never dare do something that could possibly damage any of her babies, so she power walks to the closet in the back. There had been a PRD where she was focused on making things based on underground heroes, because those are usually the heroes who most use support gear. A lot of it is stealth-based, given that such is the point of being an underground hero, and so it's probably just what Midoriya needs. She lays it all out on the nearest table, then beckons Midoriya over. Boy, do I have some awesome babies to show you. Mei holds up the first one. Tada! Now, it looks like a normal hoodie, but it has a switch in the pocket that makes it blend with its surroundings. It won't cover over the rest of you though, only the parts inside the hoodie. It's a really big hoodie though, even for regular-sized people, so given how small you are it should be plenty of space for you. Midoriya nods, and Mei moves on to the next contraption. This looks like a big old pair of powerful headphones, so if you're following someone they'll think you won't be able to hear them. However, instead of being noise-canceling, it has the opposite effect. Perfect for eavesdropping on conversations. People will be less on guard because they think you won't hear them, but you'll be able to pick up everything they're saying crystal clear. Next up, this is a mini camera that you can move around carefully using this tablet. It travels through the vents of the bad guy's base so that you don't have to. All footage taken on the camera streams live to the tablet screen, although you can't save anything until the camera stops recording. I've been planning on reworking it so that it goes to multiple devices and saves automatically as it records, but in a pinch it'll work for you. Oh, and these. I know you have your super cool roller skate shoes now, but if you're going for a stealth mission, these boots are the best. They don't look like much, but they don't make a single sound while you move. Guaranteed. Mei continues to ramble on and on about all of her babies, excited. Even by the time she's gotten through at least 10, Midoriya still seems to be listening intently to every word she's saying. In her opinion, it's one of the best audiences she's ever had. They let her ramble on about her babies without interrupting, but still listens intently. By the end of it, Mei is a little out of breath. So, what do you think? Want to use any of them? These are all amazing, Hatsum-san, Midoriya says in awe. You would really let me use them? Of course. My babies are of no value just sitting in this closet, wasting away. Well, that's not quite accurate because I make sure to dust them regularly and keep them in working condition, but still. I want someone to use them, that's what they're made for. I owe you one, Hatsum-san. No, the pleasure is all mine. Tell me how my babies work for you, would ya? I will. That evening, Izuku steps off of Dagoba Beach decked out in a mixture of their own gear and the gear that Hatsum lent them. Really, they feel like they can't thank her enough for lending all of it to them, especially on such short notice. They just hope that with all of this they'll be able to find out what's going on with the villains. They know they'll have to be patient though. It's been 2 hours of wandering around the town, and so far nothing has happened. They know they should be grateful nothing bad is happening, but if they can't find out why then they can't stop villains from doing things in the future. They're about to turn around and find a different place to look around when they pick up a conversation through their headphones. So, what's this deal you were mentioning? Izuku focuses immediately. This could be something. Keep your voice down, a second voice answers, in a hissing whisper. Someone could hear you. Oh please, there's only one person here, and they're not listening. The first one groans, annoyed. They raise their voice a bit and say, hey, 2 villains over here. plotting some evil villain stuff. Izuku carefully does not react to what they're saying. See? No one cares. No one's listening. Now, tell me about the deal. Izuku can almost feel the eye roll from the second person. There's this new underground group going around calling themselves the League of Villains. So far, all of my other connections that I know about have already joined up. A League of Villains? So they are forming together. Yeah, I knew all that already. The first huff, sport. Tell me something new. Why should I join them? What makes them so special? Well, you'll just have to ask them yourself, won't you? Why not meet with them in person? I don't know where their base is, you imbecile. The first snaps. Otherwise I would have. Fine, the second sighs. Follow me. The two of them walk away. Izuku watches them go, waiting until they've at least turned the corner. Then, they activate the glasses they're wearing, and a path of footsteps appear where they had walked away. Izuku follows after them. They're very careful to make sure that they don't notice him. First of all, they're wearing the silencing shoes, so the two villains shouldn't hear them. Second, they stay behind them just enough that they're out of his view. The path eventually leads them to an abandoned office building, and the two villains enter through the fire escape on a side alley. Izuku knows they wouldn't be able to follow them inside, so this is as far as they can go on foot. Stopping at the edge of the alley, Izuku pulls out the small camera and the tablet. The camera can't fly through the air, but it can walk on a vertical surface. Izuku walks it up the side of the building, further and further, until they hear talking, and then they carefully stop the camera at the window, giving them a view of the interior. The image displayed on the tablet shows two villains standing in a room, but not the two that Izuku had followed to the building. One of them, sitting in the desk chair with his feet propped up on the table, has a dismembered hand over his face. Izuku hopes that it's fake, but it's not certain. The other villain appears to be made of some kind of dark gas, though he wears a suit over what must be some kind of physical body. There's a screen in the other corner of the room, and Izuku's attention is drawn to it as a voice speaks through it. Shigaraki Tamura. It seems you have visitors. The man with a hand on his face, presumably Shigaraki, groans in response. Yeah, Kurogiri, bring them in. Kurogiri would be the second villain, then, Izuku notes. The gas villain, Kurogiri, seems to expand for a moment, creating a large space made of the strange gas. The other two villains from before walk through it. A warping quirk? Izuku thinks, nervously. That's a dangerous quirk for a villain to be in control of. Shigaraki hums. Blade Duster. A pleasure to see you again, he says this, but his voice suggests it isn't actually a pleasure. Who is this you've brought with you? Call me Typhoon, replies the other, smoothly. I'm here to ask you some questions about what it is you're planning. The plan is simple, Shigaraki scoffs. We're going to kill All Might. Kill All Might? But he's... Oh please. You think you can kill the symbol of peace? Typhoon mutters. Many have tried. All have failed. What makes you think you have a shot? I've been advised that it isn't wise to go around telling every outsider you meet about the things you're planning. Wouldn't it be better to inform people about a plan that they're putting their entire livelihood in? Typhoon counters. That's not an issue, Shigaraki waves it off. Whether or not we succeed in killing All Might, which we will, Kurogiri will be there to warp us in and warp us out. You only need be concerned with your part in the plan. Which would be? Killing All Might is the goal, but he's not going to be the only one present. We had an informant give us a look into UA's schedule. We'll be attacking when All Might is teaching Class 1A at an off-campus training facility. There will be other teachers, of course, and the students themselves. We need people to keep them back while we launch our plan into action. You want me to attack children? Typhoon asks, disgust clear on his face. Not only is that insulting to my skill level, but also, they're just children. I have some standards. Don't see them as children then. Shigaraki mutters. See them as low-level heroes. Sure, they're hardly a threat now, but give them time to level up and they'll crush you once they're at a point where your standards wouldn't bother you. I wouldn't underestimate them either, Kurogiri adds, and it's the first thing he's said since the other villains entered. They may be children, but they were able to pass the UA entrance exam, which is notoriously difficult. They're the best of the best when it comes to heroes in training, first years or no. I'll need to consider this. Typhoon eventually says. Whatever. Shigaraki mutters. Just make up your mind before Tuesday. That's when we move out. Without waiting for an answer, Shigaraki says, Kurogyri, see them to the door. The warp gate appears again, and Typhoon and Blade Duster walk through, disappearing from view again. The gate closes. Heh. Shigaraki chuckles to himself. Another minion to add to the party. At this rate, this raid boss will be a piece of cake. Tamura, the voice from the screen, speaks again, and Izuku notes that whoever it is didn't speak at all when the other villains were in the room. I didn't want to say this earlier, because I was afraid it might scare off a potential new recruit. Well, Sensei? Get on with it. Sensei? So is Shigaraki not the leader here? There's a camera sitting on the windowsill outside. Izuku's blood turns to ice. What? Shigaraki hisses, turning around in his chair and moving his feet to the ground. The hand on his face hides most of his features, but Izuku doesn't miss the deathly glare in his eyes. It appeared right when those two did. The voice from the screen continues. I don't think it was their intention, but it seems they were followed here. They came in through the west entrance. Kurgri, do you mind dash? In a second, Izuku realizes what's about to happen. They quickly drop to their knees, pulling the hoodie over all of themselves and pressing the button in a haste. They're facing the wall of the alleyway, but they hear the warp gate open behind them, not even a full second after the camouflage takes effect. They almost breathe a sigh of relief, but quickly slap a hand over their mouth to hide it. They doesn't know how long they crouch there, holding their breath in and holding a hand over their mouth in case even that doesn't work. If their breathing doesn't give them away, their heart surely will. It feels like it's beating right out of their chest. After an agonizingly long moment, Izuku hears the warp gate leave. They throw a quick glance over their shoulder just to make sure, and only once they're absolutely certain that the villain is gone do they let themselves breathe again. Note to self, ask Natsuki to have a silencer along with the voice modifier. There's a beat where they do nothing, and then they quickly scan the ground for the tablet. They had dropped it in their rush to hide. They wince at how the screen is cracked when they pick it up, but otherwise, it's still functional. Sorry, Hatsum-san. They mentally apologize. And then, they refocus on the conversation in the room. There was no one there. Kurogyri reports, rematerializing in the room. The voice from the screen hums lightly, almost in a tone that would suggest he doesn't believe it. I suppose whoever planted the camera may have immediately fled and simply hoped the camera would pick up some useful footage. Shigaraki scoffs. He gets up from his chair and marches over to the window, before throwing it open. He reaches out to the camera. Try recovering footage from this. That's the last thing Izuku hears before the camera cuts out. Sorry, Hatsum-san. Izuku mentally apologizes for the second time. After that, they don't need any more hints. They run away before the villains can do anything else. Izuku feels nothing short of absolutely awful. There's multiple contributors to this. First of all, the fact that they could very easily have been killed by those villains had not made it easy to sleep at all. Then, there's the fact that they didn't even manage to save the footage from the camera, which means they have absolutely no proof of what those villains are planning besides their own eyewitness account, which they can't really give to anyone except for his friends who already know they're a vigilante. Thinking about their friends makes them think about Hatsum again. How are they supposed to tell her that they lost one of the gadgets she lent them? Her gadgets, which she cares about so much that she refers to them as her babies. With a groan, Izuku lowers their forehead to rest it on the table in front of them. Could that have gone any worse? A small echo in the back of their mind answers, you could have died. There's that. With a heavy sigh, Izuku straightens back up. At least, even though they don't have any evidence, they did send an anonymous message to Nedu to warn the principal about the villain attack. They just have to hope that Nedu will believe them. Izuku feels someone bump into them. They stumble forward just a bit, catching themselves on the desk with their hands. They're about to just let it slide, ignore it and move on, when a sharp voice says, well? Confused, Izuku turns to see one of their classmates that they have yet to interact with. The other is staring at them expectantly, a cold glare in his eyes. I'm sorry? Izuku asks, confused. You should be. The other snaps, you were in the way and you made me bump into you. Izuku shrinks backwards and mumbles a soft, I'm sorry. What, were you not going to apologize before? The other demands, not even acknowledging the apology. Are you really just that self-centered? I am sorry, Izuku stammers again, because they really cannot think of anything else to respond with. I was just lost in my thoughts, I didn't dash. So your thoughts are just more important than me? In the back of his mind, Izuku wonders, what the hell is this dude's problem? But they don't say this out loud, because that would probably only make him blow up worse, and Izuku just wants this conflict to end as soon as possible. Let me guess, dash, the other student growls. I bet you don't even remember my name, do you? Izuku mumbles and racks their brain. It was a week ago, and we haven't really spoken, dash. Oh, but I remember your name, Midoriya Izuku. The other says in a mocking tone. Oh, poor you didn't even want to be in this class. What, do you think you're better than us? And no, of course not. Izuku waves their hands back and forth frantically. Since you didn't bother to remember my name the first time, you better remember it this time, because I'm not repeating myself again. It's Masaru Aikiru. Remember me now. It clicks. Izuku says, yeah, your quirk tells you how to build things as long as it's been done before. Your family has been in the support company business for dash. Oh, so now you're a no, are you? Masaru glares. I didn't mean, you were offended earlier because I didn't remember, so dash. Everything about you offends me, Masaru interrupts, and Izuku shuts up. You, some quirkless nobody, getting placed in the same class as me? What a joke. Not only did UA place you on the same level as me, but now you're going around acting like you're better than everyone else? All of us who actually worked hard to get here. I didn't choose to be here, dash. You shouldn't be here at all. They probably only let you in out of pity after you bombed the hero course exam, dash. Izuku's patience snaps. 97. I beg your pardon? Masaru asks, clearly upset with being interrupted, despite the fact that he had been interrupting Izuku at every opportunity. Then beg. Izuku snaps. They really shouldn't find the shock that creeps onto Masaru's face as hilarious as they do, but right now they are just not in the mood to care. 97 is the score I got on the hero course practical exam, and I scored a 95% on the written exam. Both scores by far good enough to pass. But I didn't get into the hero course because they're underestimating me for my quirklessness. Now, I'm very not in the mood to continue this conversation now, so will you just go away? Masaru stares at them, stunned. I dash. Excuse me, a new voice says, and when Izuku turns to look and see who it is, they almost cry in relief. Sora ignores Masaru standing there and says, Hey Midoriya, can I talk to you for a sec? But I was dash, Masaru stutters in protest. I believe Midoriya-kun just told you to go away. Sora points out, staring him dead in the eyes. So you might want to get on that. Masaru glares at Izuku one last time. This isn't over. Then he stalks away. Geez, what a jerk, Sora comments as they watch him walk away. Sora turns back to Izuku, a hint of worry on his face. You okay though? Yeah, I'm good. Izuku mutters, I kinda wish I hadn't snapped at him like that. He had it coming trying to push you around like that, Sora says. 97 though? Dung. I bet they didn't put you in the hero course because they were afraid you would wipe the floor with everyone else. Izuku lets out a soft laugh. Thanks, Sora-kun. Sora looks at them for a second, then asks, Are you sure you're okay though? No offense, but you look a little, dead inside. I had a really rough night. Izuku answers carefully. I couldn't sleep. It's not necessarily a lie, I'm just not telling him why I couldn't sleep. Sora hums. Well, I hope you're able to sleep better tonight. Yeah, Izuku mumbles, me too. Nezu calls him in at lunch again. Yes, sir? He asks, cautiously. Late yesterday evening, Nezu explains, I received this email. Would you mind looking at it? Nezu turns around the computer screen in front of him so that he can read it. To whom it may concern. For starters, I would like to admit with deepest apologies that the information I am about to give you does not have any evidence or proof. I wish this was different, but the evidence I had was destroyed before I could salvage it, and now all I have to give you is an account of what I saw. There is a group of villains coming together, and they call themselves the League of Villains. Apparently, they have been accumulating members for a while now, discreetly, though I'm not sure on the extent of how. However, I do know that they plan on launching an attack on All Might sometime within the next week. The date and time is not certain, but it would be when All Might is teaching one of the hero course classes. One of the villains has a warping quirk to get them in and to help them escape when either their mission goes south or is complete. I believe it is in your best interest to reschedule any planned class outing that All Might would be participating in, as a safety measure. I know there's no evidence here to anything I'm saying, but I swear that this is a serious threat. Good luck. Green Lightning. Green Lightning, huh? I guess that must be Midoriya's vigilante name, and who else would have gone through the trouble to track this information down? What do you make of it? Nezu asks, stirring his tea. It goes along with the conclusion we already came to, that the villains would attack when Class 1A went on the USJ trip. I think it confirms it, so we should call the trip off dash. There still isn't any evidence though, Nezu frowns. Evidence doesn't matter right now. He insists. You read the message, they have someone with a warping quirk, and who knows how many villains are working together dash. We still can't act without any proof, Nezu says. Technically none of this information is truly confirmed. If we reschedule and try to lay a trap, but no villains show up, how are we to know if that's the cause of a traitor telling them there was a reschedule, or if there were no real villains to begin with? We need to be focused on the bigger picture here. But how are you going to explain it if any of the students get hurt? Then it will be a tragic accident that you could have prevented. You're acting as if we have concrete proof of this, Nezu says sternly, and we don't. Of course I hope that there won't be a real attack, but all we can do is wait. We can do more than that, he thinks, but he keeps his mouth shut this time. He bows. If you say so. May I be excused? You may. He turns and leaves the room. I'm going to do more than that. Hitoshi glances over at Midoriya again, worried. He's not exactly sure what had happened the night before, but it was something bad, he knows that much. When Midoriya had come back, they had seemed completely unsettled, but insisted on talking later. And now, today, they look like they got an even worse night's sleep than Hitoshi himself, which is definitely saying something. He doesn't know if he can press on it much though. Would Midoriya even answer him? Does he even want to know what exactly they had to go through? It's Hatsum who ends up asking first, though. Yo, Midoriya-kun, what's up? She asks, frowning. You look like you haven't slept in a week, and you nearly bit that guy's head off this morning. Are you okay? Hitoshi PPS an eyebrow at the nearly bit that guy's head off. Of course, he knows she means it in the figurative sense, at least he hopes. Still leaves him confused as hell, because the idea of Midoriya biting someone else's head off, literally or figuratively, is just something he cannot even imagine. Oh, you saw that, huh? Midoriya mumbles. Yeah, Hatsum says, holding out the first syllable for a few seconds. I mean, he was totally asking for it. That dude was a deech. But I'm really worried about you. Midoriya hesitates for a moment. I need to apologize to you for something, Hatsum-san. Hatsum blinks in surprise. Apologize? Why? Midoriya mumbles, getting really quiet. You know the one gadget with the camera that you lent me? I kind of lost it. And I can't get it back. And it's probably broken beyond repair at this point, so I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Hitoshi almost expects to see Hatsum blow up for a second. He knows how crazy she is about her gadgets, and he even sees a small flicker of anger in her eyes, and he thinks they're doomed, but then Hatsum laughs. It's okay, Midoriya-kun. Really, is that all? Well, I had to work on remaking it anyway, because it wasn't as good as it could be in the first place. So, no sweat, okay? Midoriya looks up at her, still clearly distraught. Really? Really? Hatsum nods. Her expression shifts more serious again. I doubt you would have just lost it. So, what happened? How did you lose it? Midoriya sighs heavily, and puts their head in their hands. Nothing I can prove, since the camera's out. There's a pause. I managed to track down the base of a group that's calling themselves the League of Villains. A chill goes down Hitoshi's spine. So there really is a villain group that's forming? No way. Hatsum gasps. What did you find out? Apparently they have some kind of a plan to kill All Might. Hitoshi chokes. Kill All Might? But All Might. Do they have a death wish or something? I don't know what their full plan is, but they must have something. All I know is that they're planning an attack and that it's going to happen during one of the hero course classes. But you don't have any evidence, Hatsum mutters, and so we can't tell Nedu because he probably wouldn't believe us. I did send an email to Nedu under my vigilante name, but I have no idea if he'll believe it or not, since there's no proof. How did they catch the camera? Hitoshi asks out of curiosity. Midoriya pauses. One of the villains. Well, they weren't there in the room, and all I know is that they were on the other side of this TV screen, but there wasn't any image displayed for them. The villain who I even thought was their leader referred to him as Sensei. I found the base because I was trailing this villain who was looking to join, and I was able to listen into them recruiting him, but as soon as that villain left the room, this Sensei immediately pointed out that there was a camera on the window outside. They pause with a shudder. One of the villains had a warping quirk and tried to find me as soon as they knew there was a camera, but I managed to hide from him. Midoriya looks to Hatsum. In all seriousness, I'm pretty sure that your camouflage hoodie saved my life there. Literally. With a sigh, Midoriya continues, after that, though, the other villain grabbed the camera from the window and I'm not sure what he did exactly, but I couldn't get the camera to come back and the footage completely cut out, so I'm pretty sure it's gone. Well, I'm sad the camera is gone a little, but I'm glad that the hoodie saved your life. Hatsum cheers. Somewhat because that means it works so well, but mostly because that means you're okay now. Thanks, Hatsum-san. Hitoshi thinks to himself for a moment. I just hope Nedu at least takes some precaution after getting your message. Midoriya sighs, for what must be the millionth time, but Hitoshi can't really blame them. Yeah. Me too. That evening, Izuku gets an email back, and it almost gives them a heart attack. Mostly because it's their personal email, and yet someone has addressed it as, to Green Lightning. The sender is completely anonymous too, so they have no idea who sent it. All they can do now is pray that whoever it isn't the kind of person who would tell someone else. They take a minute calming themselves down, taking in deep breaths. And then they open the email. To Green Lightning. First, sorry for addressing this message like that. I just wanted to get your attention, and I knew this would do it. Don't worry, I'm not going to tell anyone about it. Your secret is safe with me. Izuku falls backwards into their chair, relieved. Well, it did get my attention. I have been hired by Principal Nedu to track down rumors of a traitor giving away information. A sort of reverse spy, if you will. I found the information you sent to us incredibly helpful, because while we already had an idea on the where and when, you filled in the who and what. However, due to the lack of evidence, Nedu has decided that not acting would be the best course of action. He's going to have all of the staff ready to go the moment there's news of trouble actually striking, but he isn't going to act before. I disagree heavily with this approach. Since you filled in the rest of the information for us, I'll fill in the rest of the information for you. Earlier we determined that if there were an attack, it would be on Class 1A when they do their outing to the USJ facility this Wednesday. At the bottom, I have linked the scheduled time and the address. I'm not going to tell you what you should or shouldn't do with this information. But knowing you, I think whatever choice you make will be the right one. Reverse spy. Izuku looks over the information linked at the bottom. Oh, this idea is definitely stupid. And reckless. Oh, I shouldn't. But, if Nedu isn't going to do anything, then someone has to. Hikari is at home, but she's still working on the helmet she's making for Midoriya. Now that she knows what to build for class, she couldn't be any happier to be working on it, even if she'll have a problem finding something new once she's done. And then she gets a call. From Midoriya. Hikari frowns at her phone. Hello. She answers. Hey, Natsuki, Midoriya says immediately, rushing right into whatever they're saying. Quick question, and know that I'm totally not rushing you and I understand if it's not done, but where are you right now on making the voice modifier? Well, Hikari says, I have the voice modifier technically done, but I have it in a helmet that's not entirely finished yet. There are a few other features I want to work on. That's great, Midoriya says. Do you mind if I use it sometime soon? I'm sorry, normally I wouldn't ask, but this is important. Hikari mumbles, thinking, well, when do you need it? I need it Wednesday. Can you get it to me tomorrow so I can have it then? Hikari frowns. If you need it Wednesday, why would I give it to you tomorrow when tomorrow is Tuesday? Ugh, Midoriya hesitates. Look, it's really important. I can't be at school on Wednesday. I need you to trust me, okay? Hikari takes in a deep breath and lets it out. You're going to do something stupid and reckless, aren't you? Possibly. I'll have the helmet good enough to use by tomorrow. But whatever you do, don't wreck it before I get the chance to finish it, okay? Can't make any promises, Midoriya admits, sheepishly. Thanks for this, Natsuki. I really owe you one. Then you can repay me by at least promising you won't do something that will get you killed. Hikari says. There's a long pause that Hikari really doesn't like. Okay, Natsuki. I promise. Hey, Ida-kun. Uraraka shouts, running up to Tenya, a beaming smile on her face. Are you excited? I'm so excited. Tenya frowns. What are you excited over? We're taking a trip off campus. Uraraka cheers. Isn't that cool? It's still for class, Tenya points out. I don't think it's supposed to be a fun event. That doesn't mean it can't be. Uraraka counters. Well, suppose you're right. I can't remember the last time I've gone on a field trip. Uraraka gushes. This is gonna be great. This is so not great. Uraraka yells as they run for the exit, away from the group of villains that had appeared. Definitely not great. Uraraka-kun, stay calm. Tenya yells back, and he could be running faster, but he doesn't want to leave her behind. We'll get through this, I promise. As he says this, the Warp Gate villain appears in front of their class, blocking the main exit. Tenya curses under his breath. Pardon us for the intrusion, the Warp villain says with a smooth, calm voice. The kind of voice that someone uses when they're already confident they've won, but don't quite want to brag over it. We are the League of Villains. It may be presumptuous of us, but we have invited ourselves into the home of heroes, in order to destroy All Might, your precious symbol of peace. All Might was supposed to be here today, wasn't he? Was there some kind of change that we were not informed of? But how does he even know that? No one speaks up and the villain continues, ignoring the stunned silence of the students. Well, that is neither here nor there. This is the part 1M to play. The warp gate stretches out, but at the same time 13 steps forward. However, before they can activate Black Hole, Kirishima and Bakugo run forward to attack the warp gate. Is now really the time to be jumping into things and acting like that? Tenya thinks, they're getting in 13's way. UA really is full of some future potential. I knew not to underestimate you. I hope the rest of my colleagues follow suit. The vortex of the warp gate stretches over the class, and in a split second, Tenya quickly activates his engines and pushes Uraraka out of the way. They tumble to the side for a second, and by the time they've recovered, more than 2/3 of the whole class have disappeared. Tenya curses to himself again. No. Not my classmates. How am I supposed to be an honorable class representative if I can't protect them? So some of you even dodged. The warp gate hums. Very impressive. The villain is interrupted by the sound of a very loud clang. What was that? It's coming from the door. All of them turn to look at the door in unison, villain included. Now, there's a big metal staff protruding through the space where the door splits. There's a shink and it goes back through the door, leaving only a small hole. For a second they all stare. What? There's a second clang even louder than the first, and this time the metal staff is larger and stretches the door open further. Following that is a creawake as the door is slowly pushed open. A head sticks inside, but Tenya doesn't quite recognize it. Whoever it is, they're wearing a helmet. Hey! The person shouts, and either their quirk is one that distorts their voice, or they're using a voice modifier. If one of you happens to have a quirk that helps with speed, I recommend that you go get help. No pressure. What? May is confused and just a little worried. Because it's Wednesday, a school day, and Midoriya isn't here. She frowns at the empty space where they usually would be working. Where the heck could they be? At first, she thinks they could just be late. But then as the seconds turn to minutes, and the minutes turn to hours, they continue to not show up. Maybe someone else has answers. Natsuki-chan. Hey, Natsuki-chan. May calls to her, to catch her attention. Do you know where Midoriya-kun is? Not necessarily. Natsuki says slowly. But they told me that they wouldn't be here today. They asked me on Monday if I could give them the voice modifier yesterday so that they could use it today. So, they're doing something vigilante-ish right now. Thanks. Her mind wanders back to the other day, how Midoriya had said that her babies saved their life. It was good, because she's glad her babies saved them, but it was also a bit unsettling because that meant their life was in danger in the first place. You think they're gonna be okay? Mayats. Natsuki sighs. I have no idea. I made them promise not to get killed at least, but, well, I'm just hoping that they'll do everything they can to keep that promise. May hums, but doesn't say anything in response. I really wonder what they're up to though. What do you mean, Midoriya isn't here? Shinso asks at lunch. May shrugs. I mean that Midoriya-kun just isn't here. I don't really know what they're up to, but according to Natsuki-chan, they asked to have the voice modifier yesterday and they planned on using it today. She explains. Then she frowns and glances up at him. They didn't explain anything to you? No, Shinso mutters, now frowning too. We haven't been doing the whole vigilante thing recently because we knew that hardly any of the villains around were going to be striking alone. I don't really know what they've been doing instead. Do you think they're doing something reckless right now? Mayats. Shinso snorts. I don't think I know. That's just how they are. Question is, what are they doing that's reckless? Attention! All teachers report immediately. Villains have broken into the USJ facility that Class 1A was scheduled to train at today. All teachers report immediately. May looks up at the loudspeakers. She's not surprised, necessarily, because Midoriya had said that it was going to happen. She's still a little concerned. And at the same time, well, I think I know what Midoriya is up to now. 30 minutes earlier, if one of you happens to have a quirk that helps with speed, I recommend that you go get help. No pressure. Shouts a voice coming from the door. There's a beat of silence where they do nothing but stare at the door, stunned. The stranger walks through the gap they made in the door, and their footsteps seem to create an echo, because it's the only sound in the area that they can hear. The villain is the first one to react. You're the one that spied on us the other day, aren't you? The vigilante, at least, Tenya assumes that's what they are. They don't seem like a villain, but he doesn't know of any heroes who look like that, gives an exaggerated shrug. I could be. Would that upset you? That's a little hypocritical when you have spies of your own. Frustrated, the Warp Gate villain rushes forward in an attack, and the vigilante rushes forward to meet him. The students are all still stunned, but 13 moves next. I don't know what's going on with that. They glance back at the two fighting, but they were right about one thing. You have to get out of here, and you have to go get help. But what about you? Uraraka asks, her tone full of worry. I'm going to help take out the villain. But Dash, I'm a pro hero, and you guys are just students, 13 insists. Now go. I'll help hold the villain off. Tenya and the other students hesitate for a second. And then they turn towards the door. The Warp Gate rushes forward to attack, and Izuka moves a second later. Here we go. A swirling void appears on the ground right in front of them, and they narrowly roll to the side to avoid it. From the roll, they land in a crouch. My turn. Izuku aims with their right arm, and with their left they reach over and grabs at their elbow. To anyone else, it would look like they were bracing themselves to attack. But in reality, they're turning the gadget on. They flip the switch, and an arc of lightning shoots out at the warp gate villain. For a second, the villain is stunned. Then, a wall of the dark, swirling mist shoots towards them, and they have to switch the gadget off again and dodge. A portal opens up under their feet, right in the spot where they had planned to land. Shoot. Before they can do anything, though, the mist disappears. For a second, Izuku is confused. But then, 13 steps up beside them. I'll keep this brief, they say. I don't know who you are, or why you're here, or how you even knew to be here, but right now all that matters is taking out this villain. Are we in agreement? Yeah. Izuku agrees because they won't lie. Getting some help would be nice right about now. All right. 13 nods, then shifts into a fighting stance. Then let's do this. Are you done chattering amongst yourselves now? The villain asks. We don't have all the time in the world, you know. How polite of you to let us finish talking, Izuku replies sarcastically. Are you sure you're up for this fight, though? It's 2 against 1. If I were you, I'd back out now. They wouldn't, actually, but the villain doesn't need to know that. Unfortunately for you, I still quite like my chances, the villain answers. But what about you, Vigilante? Are you sure you're willing to die for these heroes? People you don't even know. No one's going to die here today, villain. Although, Izuku smirks under the mask, even though no one else can see it, but it's more for themselves than anyone else. It almost helps them feel as confident as they're acting right now. I may kill your pride a little. How foolish. A portal starts to form under their feet again, but they dodges it just in time. In the same moment, 13 uses Black Hole and Izuku uses their lightning. However, this time, they notice something. Then, a small gleam of reflected light hits their eyes. The mist surrounds both of them again, and their attacks cut off as they dodge. 13. They call over to the pro hero. The villain has a physical body that's covered in some kind of metal casing. 13 half turns to them. How can you be sure? The first time I attacked him, I didn't notice because I was just aiming towards the villain in general, and not anywhere specific. This time though, I was aiming towards the middle, but the lightning swerved upwards. It wouldn't do that unless there was some kind of conductor to attract it. I see, 13 says. Attacking the surrounding mist won't do much, but if we manage to attack the physical body, then we can take him out. Sounds like a plan. It's not wise to discuss your plans right in front of your enemy, the Warp Gate villain says in a threatening tone. Don't have much of a choice. Besides, what are you gonna do about it, Ghastly? It's not like you wouldn't have been defending your weakness already. Izuku mutters. The villain is quiet for a moment. You know, I think I've decided that I hate you. Feelings mutual. There's another few rounds where the villain tries to trap them in warp gates, they dodge and attack, and then it repeats. Then, Izuku catches something out of the corner of their eye. The Class 1A kids who had managed to dodge the initial warp gate are still standing there, not moving towards the exit. I know I have exactly 0 room to talk when it comes to interfering when I don't need to, but damn it guys. Once again, Izuku says, trying to rein in their frustration, if one of you has a speed quirk, you really should think of running and getting help from more pro heroes. Ida responds, I can't just abandon my classmates. They're in danger and running away is dash. Ida, just go. Izuku shouts, and they're glad that the voice modifier is a full mask, so no one can see them grimace when they realize that they called Ida out by name. Trying to brush it off, they continue, it's not running away, you're not abandoning them, you're getting help. Which we really need right now. So go. After a moment of hesitation, Ida turns towards the door that's still partially pried open, thank God. As if I would just let you dash, the villain scoffs. News flash. 13 interrupts, you're not in full control of the situation here. Ida runs for the door, and the warp gate villain makes a dive for him. 13 takes the opportunity to use Black Hole to attack the villain's undefended back, but then a portal starts to form behind them. Look out! Izuku shouts, but they know there's not really enough time, so in the same moment they run forward and push them out of the way of the gate. For a second, the pull of black hole through the gate pulls them through up to the arm, but Izuku quickly pulls back out of the swirling mist. Ida slips through the escape doors and runs away, at top speed. The warp gate villain turns back towards them slowly, eyes glaring daggers. You're lucky that I can't use the gates to dismember someone without experiencing discomfort myself, because had that not been the case, I would tear you to pieces right now. Izuku would give another reply, full of snark and false confidence, but the villain warps away before they can. They frown, and then they turn to 13. Who are you? 13 starts to ask, but Izuku cuts them off. There's no time for that. Get the students out of here, they'll listen to you better than they'll listen to me, probably. And what are you going to do? Isn't it obvious? Izuku says. I'm going to fight more villains. Before 13 can get another word in otherwise, Izuku activates their skates and flies down the front steps of the USJ, to the area where the biggest fight is going down. Shoyuda is getting more worn down. It's to be expected, of course. Erasing quirks is far better for taking out small numbers of people with sneak attacks than for doing a full frontal attack on such a large group. But in this situation, there wasn't any other choice to be made. Most of the villains seem to be petty thugs that go down fast, at least. They're knocked out easily, the real problem, he can tell, is the warp villain, whom he accidentally let get away earlier. Stupid, the one covered in hands, and then there's the large villain with the jet black skin. He looks like the biggest threat. Shoyuda narrows his eyes. Another two of the villains comes rushing at him, but he easily dodges and manages to knock them both out by knocking their heads together. A quick glance around tells him that those were the last of the small fry villains. Now time for the real threats. The hand villain steps forward, and while Shota can't see his face, he's radiating an air of annoyance. I guess that's why they say is you want something done right, you do it yourself, he hisses. But then, just before he charges, the warp gate villain appears next to him again. Shigaraki, the warp villain, addresses the hand villain, who, presumably, is named Shigaraki. Kurogyri, Shigaraki says. Is 13 dead? Kurogyri hesitates. Unfortunately, no. You useless dash. That's not even the worst of the news, I'm afraid, Kurogyri says gravely. One of the students managed to escape and run for help dash. Your job was to make sure they were all teleported away. Shigaraki cries out. And on top of all that, there's a vigilante who's interfering with our plans, most certainly the same one that tried to spy on us earlier this week. Had it not been for them, this whole attack would have gone smoothly as planned, but they kept getting in the way. Shigaraki is silent for a moment, trembling in rage. That demed little dash. For a moment, he devolves into just shouting out muffled curses. Shoyuda hears someone approach quickly from behind and he turns. Easy, easy, a distorted voice says. The newcomer is covered head to toe and wearing a strange mask. They hold their hands up in surrender. I'm here to help you, not to fight you. That villain, Kurogyri. He mentioned a vigilante. Well, Shota certainly doesn't recognize them, and as an underground hero himself, he's sure that he would know them if they were a hero. After a few seconds of contemplation, Shoyuda nods in response to the vigilante and turns back to the villains in front of them. He'll deal with the fact that they're a vigilante later. Right now he'll accept any help he can get. Hey there, the vigilante greets, with a tone that almost seems friendly but has just a bit of ice underneath. I suppose you're not happy to see me? You. Shigaraki seethes. What do you even want from us? Why are you here? I could ask you the same thing. I'm here to kill All Might. Shigaraki shouts in a high, whiny voice. Shoyuda can only imagine the eye roll that the vigilante gives at that. That's like me saying that I'm here to stop you. Why do you want to kill All Might? Shigaraki doesn't respond for a moment. You know what, it doesn't matter. As long as I know you're here to try and stop me, I know enough that makes it necessary to kill you. Unfortunately, I've kinda promised not to die, the vigilante shrugs. Though, I doubt you care about keeping promises. On the contrary, I do plan on keeping my promises, Shigaraki says. Like my promise to kill All Might. And now, my promise to kill the two of you. Yippee, the vigilante mutters in an unenthusiastic tone. Izuku won't admit it, but they're worried. Before, fighting Kurogiri 2-on-1 had already been basically a tie, but now here they are fighting villains 2-on-3, and they really don't like the larger one that stares ahead blankly. Maybe there's a chance. Having Eraserhead on my side levels the playing field. Nomu, Shigaraki orders, you deal with Eraserhead. Kurogiri, stay back. I'm turning this vigilante into confetti by my own hands. I doubt I'd make for very colorful confetti, Izuku mutters, reaching to the back of their belt. Kurogiri had been good to deal with using simple zaps of lightning, but they're not fully sure what Shigaraki is capable of. For one thing, he won't attract the lightning like Kurogiri does, so it's a lot easier to miss. No, Izuku needs something else to deal with this. The gadget they pull out, in functionality, is almost exactly like the one they used to pass the entrance exam. Aesthetically though, it looks like an entirely different item. When the staff fully extends, the only part of it that's made of metal is the handle in the middle. The rest is made of what looks like glass, though, in reality, it's far more durable than what you would expect from glass. And when they switch it on, the electricity is a lot more visibly apparent now as it surges its way through the glass-like container. The beauty of it all is that the staff is just as powerful as before, but now its bark matches its bite. Kurogiri steps, or floats, forward, but Shigaraki yells, I said, stay back. They're mine. At that, Shigaraki runs forward and lunges at Izuku, hand outstretched. In response, Izuku swings the rod and smacks it into Shigaraki's gut. It would already hurt from the standpoint of how much it hurts to be hit with a blunt object, and so the lightning is just icing on the cake. Shigaraki falls to the ground, writhing. Izuku doesn't have time to celebrate that though, because from behind, they hear a loud crash. The Nomu dash. They whirl around in a flash to see the Nomu pinning Eraserhead to the ground. Eraserhead's head is pushed into the ground hard enough to make a crater and there's blood. Before Izuku can charge forward, they hear a not so fast from behind them. They swings back around just in time to catch Shigaraki's hand with their staff. The villain winces for a second, but after that, the end of the rod disintegrates and the lightning flickers out. Shoot. Izuku thinks, pulling back. Fortunately, the other half of the rod still works, sparking with electricity, but the half Shigaraki grabbed is toast. Grimacing, Izuku detaches the end and holds it out like a sword. He doesn't look like much, but to just push through after being shocked like that, he's persistent, but that just makes him more dangerous. At least I know what his quirk is now. If they want to save Eraserhead, they'll have to take down Shigaraki for good first. Although, then, Kurogiri might go back on his order. Izuku bites their lip. This is bad. Where the hell are the reinforcements? Well, if the heroes are taking their time getting there, then they can't count on them showing up. Without waiting for Shigaraki to attack first, they dash forward, slashing downward. Nervously, he drums his fingers against the desk in front of him. The announcement had come 5 minutes ago. The USJ is under attack by villains. He can't even tell Nedu I told you so because Nedu knew too, but thought that confirmation that there is, in fact, a traitor was worth the risk. That the reward would outweigh the risk. At least someone seems to be doing something about it, he thinks, glancing at the empty space where Midoriya should be, but isn't. It's too much of a coincidence for them to just be missing today. No, he knows exactly what Midoriya is up to. He's not really surprised that Midoriya would choose to do something about the situation. It had been why he sent the message in the first place. Even still, he can't help but feel anxious. If Midoriya ends up getting caught, or worse, badly injured, he's not sure he would be able to forgive himself. And if they got killed, no, he immediately snaps himself out of that line of thought. Midoriya won't get killed. They won't. Out of the corner of his eye, he sees something interesting, and he turns just enough to get a better view while still being discreet enough to hide the fact that he's watching. Off in the corner, Hatsum and Natsuki are talking to each other in voices too quiet for him to hear from where he is. Normally, this wouldn't be odd. They do hang out quite a lot. But the urgency on their expressions, and the fact that he just barely catches one of them saying Midoriya. So they know. He thinks to himself. He can't help but wonder if Midoriya told them about it, or if they're just really bad at hiding it. He glances at Masaru, recalling the argument from the other day. For your sake, Midoriya, I hope you get a lot better at hiding that secret, because I think I know at least one person who wouldn't hesitate to leak it everywhere they could. This is bad, Izuku thinks to themselves as they dodge backwards, but really, bad, is kind of tame, considering just how awful things are going. Now that he's been shocked, Shigaraki is a lot more mindful about dodging the lightning rod, and Izuku has to be careful not to let him grab the other end of it and destroy that half too. They're still certain that attacking with just the lightning gadget on their arm would fail because if Shigaraki dodges they'll be in trouble, and if Shigaraki were to destroy the second half of the lightning staff like he did the first half, Izuku isn't sure they would have time to bring out another gadget. They can't let Shigaraki destroy the staff in this situation. Otherwise they'd be doomed. Another cause for concern is the Nomu and Eraserhead. Izuku hasn't been able to catch many glimpses about what's going on with them, but from what they have seen, it's far from good. They need to stop the Nomu, but they can't with Shigaraki constantly attacking them. This is a fight that could be decided by a single attack, so really it's just a matter of which of us slips up first dash. As the thought crosses their mind, Shigaraki stumbles just a little over his feet as he lunges forward. Izuku smacks him hard in the side with the lightning staff. Shigaraki lets out a string of loud curses as he falls to the ground, flailing and trying to grab at Izuku's weapon, but he misses. I just have to knock him out, not kill him, Izuku thinks, getting ready to do one final blow. Nomu! Shigaraki shouts, pained. Izuku has exactly 1 second to think, oh crap, just before their feet are suddenly swept out from under them and the world is turned upside down. The Nomu has a hard grip on their legs, holding them high off the ground as if they were just some ragdoll. No, they think, trying desperately not to panic. They swing the lightning rod hard at the Nomu and manage to land the hit right in the middle of its body and it does absolutely nothing. Well, it's like their mind goes blank, their head filling with cotton. How strong is this thing? It isn't even affected. Funny thing about that, Shigaraki says. One of his best powers is shock absorption. Normally, that term just applies to all attacks, but in this case, I find it funny how it's quite literally shock absorption. Don't you think so? Izuku turns their head to see Shigaraki slowly stand up. He takes his time, and he staggers a bit, but he's back up and standing. And then he starts to approach, just as slowly. In a last-ditch effort, Izuku tries to hit Shigaraki with the lightning staff again, but the Nomu grabs their wrist and twists. They choke on a sharp cry of pain, and the rod drops out of their grasp. The Nomu doesn't let go of their wrist, simply holding it in the twisted position, and ow, I don't think wrists are meant to bend like that. Shigaraki only stops approaching when they're face to face, or face to mask. It would have been so much more satisfying to catch you myself, but I'm tired of chasing you around. And getting hit by your dumb knockoff lightsaber was rather infuriating. Pretty sure that's the intended effect, Izuku mutters through gritted teeth. From behind the hand, Izuku sees Shigaraki give him a withering glare. In any case, I suppose the upside of having the Nomu trap you like this just means you're that much easier to kill. Convenient. Izuku feels their blood turn to ice. Crap. Way to go, sing off the dude with a disintegration quirk. That's gotta be one of the worst ways to get killed. Now would be a really good time for the reinforcements to show up. Izuku thinks desperately, as though they can will it into existence by wishing hard enough. The reinforcements do not show up. Now then, first, Shigaraki continues, off with this dull helmet. He flicks the front of it. If I don't get to see your face while I'm killing you, then what's the point? Oh great. I get to break both of my promises to Natsuki. I'm dying, and the helmet is getting ruined. Fantastic. Just peachy. Shigaraki, if you want to kill them, please hurry up, Kurogiri says, tensely. The reinforcements could show up any second now dash. Yeah. Shigaraki huffs, rolling his eyes. He reaches out to grab the front of the helmet, and Izuku squints their eyes shut to brace for it. But as they sit there, waiting, nothing happens. Izuku opens their eyes. Shigaraki's hand is definitely on their helmet right now, and the villain looks just as confused as Izuku does for a moment. And then he turns. Wow. You really are cool, Eraserhead. Shigaraki says. And here I thought you were out of the game. It's hard to turn around in the grasp that the Nomu has on them, but Izuku manages to twist themselves just enough to be able to catch a look. Eraserhead still looks like absolute hell, but now he's propped himself up on his elbows, and his quirk is activated as he glares at Shigaraki. Shigaraki's hand drops down off of Izuku's helmet, and they lets out a shaky breath. Casually, Shigaraki walks over to Eraserhead. I don't appreciate you interrupting me here, he says. Your quirk really is annoying. I wonder, would it still work if I gouged out your eyes? Wait dash, Izuku protests, struggling. You can't. Oh wow, nice, he'll definitely listen to that. I'm the one you're mad at. So just. Their words catch in their throat, and they can't quite force them out. What else are they supposed to do in this situation though? They can't just let the villains kill Eraserhead. Shigaraki sighs heavily. Well, if there's one thing I hate more than anything else, it's selfless idiots who are more than willing to sacrifice themselves. Not exactly wrong with that assessment there, Izuku grimaces. Just then, before anything else can happen, there's a large crashing sound at the front gate, and a bunch of dust gets blown up all over. They all turn to look. Everything is okay now, a voice booms. Because I am here. Took you long enough, Izuku thinks sarcastically, but really, they're so relieved at that moment they could cry. Everything is okay now. Because I am here. The situation moments before had seemed to be absolutely hopeless, and yet all it took was one thing to turn the whole mood around. Because, even though the villain's original plan had been to kill All Might, Izuku is still pretty sure that they can't actually pull it off. This is All Might after all. There's no way they can kill him. The Nomu turns to look at All Might and lets out an ear-splitting screech. Izuku is sure that they're never going to get used to how fast the Nomu can move, despite its massive size. Because one second they're still being held up in the air, and the next they're suddenly flying through the air. They have a small moment of clarity where they're able to comprehend, oh, I just got thrown, and then they hit the ground. Nothing like some nice concrete to break a hard fall. But then, as though that weren't enough, the momentum keeps them tumbling and rolling a few more feet before they finally stop, laying flat on their back. Ow, they thinks, and while that's a bit of an understatement, they can't bring himself to think of anything else at the moment. It takes them a bit to be able to think clearly again, a minute, maybe, they're not sure exactly though. They go to push themselves off the ground, but as soon they put even the slightest pressure on their wrist it flares up in pain again and they falls back down. Okay, that's definitely a broken wrist, they grimace to themselves. They're not sure how they're going to explain that one, but that's a problem they'll have to save for later. They push themselves up again, this time, careful to avoid the broken wrist. Across the USJ, they can see the Nomu and All Might fighting. Since All Might is here now, it might be the best time to sneak my way out of here, they think to themselves. All Might is more than capable of handling the situation, and if Izuku sticks around for too long the heroes will catch them, and they'll have to explain just what they're doing here. They have a feeling the heroes won't take, technically not a vigilante by definition, as an answer. Pissed, hey! A voice whispers behind them. Izuku nearly jumps out of their skin as they turn around. Behind them are 3 of the Class A students. They don't remember their names at first glance, but they vaguely recall looking over the files and seeing their quirks. A frog quirk, a vine hair quirk, and what was the third one's quirk again? Whatever, it's not urgent right now. I'm not a villain, Izuku quickly says defensively, in case they get the wrong idea and try to attack them. We know, the girl with the frog quirk says. We saw you helping Aizawa-sensei. You were really cool. Oh, Izuku sighs, relieved. Thanks. We need to get out of here, the vine hair girl says. Can you walk? I think so, they say carefully. Having these Class A students with them could be good, because then they won't be absolutely doomed if they run into another villain on the way, but at the same time Izuku is worried about possibly giving away their identity. The frog girl holds out a hand and helps them stand up. What are your names? Izuku asks, just so that I know what to call you. They introduce themselves as Azuitsuyu, Shizuki Ibra, and the one whose quirk they didn't quite remember on sight, Orenji Ketsueki. Izuku quickly tries to memorize their names for future reference. Orenji looks at them curiously. Who are you? How did you know to come help us? I'm nobody important, Izuku says. I overheard the villains planning, and you needed help, so I decided to help. So, are you a vigilante? Ashi asks. Something like that. They make it to the door just in time to see the rest of the reinforcements show up. Izuku slips away from the USJ before any of the heroes try to question them. Izuku collapses into the chair at their work shed, utterly exhausted. They're pretty sure that it would be easier to count areas that aren't bruised rather than all the areas that are bruised. Their wrist still hurts quite a bit too. They should probably do something about that. Garby jumps onto the work table in front of them. At first, the little screen displays a smiley face, but after hardly a second, the screen switches to concerned. Izuku sighs. I'm okay, Garby. I promise. Garby sniffs at their injured wrist. Maybe not 100% okay, but I'm still in one piece. Garby's screen changes again. You worry too much. Just then, it occurs to them that they haven't talked to any of their friends yet. They're probably worried. They grimace to themselves. For a second, they think of messaging them all individually, but then they come up with a different solution. Midoriya Izuku has added Shinso Hitoshi, Hatsume, and Natsuki Hikari to a group chat. Midoriya Izuku. I live. Shinso Hitoshi has changed the group chat name to support team for a reckless vigilante idiot. Shinso Hitoshi has changed Midoriya Izuku's nickname to Reckless Vigilante Idiot. Reckless Vigilante Idiot. Unfair. Here I thought you would be happy to hear from me. Shinso Hitoshi. Fine. Shinso Hitoshi has changed Reckless Vigilante Idiot's name to Midoriya. Shinso Hitoshi. I'm glad you're okay. Hatsume. I'm glad you're okay too. Sorry I couldn't find my phone for a sec, but at least you guys blowing it up helped Ajdofaskoch. Natsuki Hikari. Well, you did promise not to die. Midoriya. That I did. And your helmet is completely fine too, so that's 2 promises. Natsuki Hikari. I'm relieved I won't have to start over. Midoriya. Now then, on a completely unrelated topic, does anyone here happen to know what to do about a broken wrist? Shinso Hitoshi. Hatsume. Oh, Midoriya, you broke your wrist? Sad face. Midoriya. Technically I didn't do it, the villains did. Shinso Hitoshi has changed Midoriya's nickname to Reckless Vigilante Idiot. Reckless Vigilante Idiot. Okay, I deserved it that time. Seriously though, my wrist hurts really bad. What do I do? Natsuki Hikari. Where are you right now? Reckless Vigilante Idiot. The base. Natsuki Hikari. You haven't told me where your secret base is yet though. Shinso Hitoshi. It's the frickin' garbage beach. Natsuki Hikari. The garbage beach. Hatsume. Yep. I can show you the way there if you don't know where it is. Natsuki Hikari. Midoriya. Reckless Vigilante Idiot. Natsuki Hikari. I consider you a very good friend. But Shinso is right on this one. You are a reckless vigilante idiot. Reckless vigilante idiot. A few minutes later, they're all gathered in the base. That is a broken wrist. Hatsum says. Izuku sighs heavily as they lower their arm back down. Oh gee, thanks, I didn't know that. I mean, when you said you broke your wrist, I was imagining it to be just a little broke and not, Hatsum mumbles. Bent out of shape like a broken pencil? Izuku suggests. Yeah, that. How did that even happen? Natsuki asks. Villain, Izuku mutters. Big. I tried to hit him with the shock staff, and so he grabbed my wrist and, they hold up their broken wrist again. You know the rest. Yeah, Natsuki looks at the wrist, wincing. I don't think that's something that we can fix with what we have. But then what do I do? Izuku asks. Not get injured, Shinso suggests. Not helping, Shinsu-kun. There's a pause as they all sit and think for a moment. Didn't you say your mom was a nurse? Shinso eventually asks. I can't go to my mom, Izuku mutters. She'll get worried and… I can't think of any other options. Hatsum shrugs. I would suggest hospital, Natsuki says, but I don't have any money. Shinso frowns. To be fair, your mom probably worries about you already. Just a bit of advice, but you might not want to keep things like this from her. Izuku winces. I know, she deserves to know, what am I supposed to tell her? Hey mom, I'm a vigilante. Oh, also I got my wrist snapped in half, can you please do something about that? I mean, you should probably be more tactful about it than that, Hatsum says, but you really should tell her, Midoriya. All right. Izuku finally agrees. All right, I'll go with that plan. Wish me luck. The League of Villains, now with their numbers drastically dropped, sit in an otherwise empty bar, feeling defeated. I can't believe this, Shigaraki seethes. We had the perfect plan, and then everything just dash. Annoyed, he smacks his head onto the table. It was that vigilante, Kurogiri mutters. They were a variable that we were not prepared for. Ugh, the vigilante, Shigaraki growls, voice dripping with contempt. If I think about them one more time, I'll vomit. They ruined everything. They had someone go run and get help, and then they distracted us long enough to stop Eraserhead from being killed, and then because Eraserhead wasn't dead he ruined our plans too. It's all right, Tamura, says the voice from the screen. Next time, you'll remember to kill them first. Oh, I will, Shigaraki mutters. Just then, the screen blinks, incoming call. After a few seconds, it's accepted. Shigaraki, a voice says from the screen, but the new voice is someone entirely different. I thought we agreed that you would leave Eraserhead alone. But you had your Nomu attack him. He got in my way. And he took out everyone I brought with me that hadn't been teleported to a different zone. He was a threat that had to be dealt with. But you agreed. Interrupting the second voice, the first voice says, I'm sure it was just a little mistake. Eraserhead will be left alone next time, right, Tamura? There's a pause. And then Shigaraki mutters a disgruntled, right. See? Nothing to worry about. The second voice hums, and then the call is cut out. There's a pause. The first voice returns, saying, that being said, if you're going to insist on killing Eraserhead, do at least try to make it look like an accident now. I don't see why you pretend to put up with Shigaraki says. We need them, the voice says. They're our only source of intel on what's going on inside UA. As long as they think that they're valued, they will continue to give us good, solid information, which will give you your chance to work your plans in the future. If you say so, sensei. Izuku is sitting at home on the couch now, thinking. They still have no idea how to go about this. There's only one thing they do know. Hey mom, guess what, I'm a vigilante, is probably a really bad way to try and explain what's going on. It probably would be easier to start with the broken wrist. That's definitely taking up the forefront of their mind right now. They would rather have that get solved as soon as possible. But they know they'll have to explain how it happened in the first place, and really mom probably does deserve to know at this point. Behind them, they hear the front door open and mom announces, I'm home. Now or never, Izuku thinks, taking a deep breath. Hey mom, I need to tell you something, but first you have to promise to stay calm and not freak out. There's a pause. Izuku, sweetie, I love you, but you do realize that that's the worst way to start a conversation if your goal is to keep me from freaking out? Okay, fair, but do you promise to stay calm? Izuku asks again, turning around on the couch so that they're facing her. Mom sighs. Yes, I promise. What's wrong? Well, the short version of it is, I broke my wrist. Izuku mumbles, and holds up their arm as if to say yep, this is definitely a broken wrist. Oh dear, mom murmurs, looking at it. I want the long version of the story later, but for now, let's do something about your wrist. Long version of the story later, Izuku mentally sighs in relief. I still have a bit of time to plan. Okay. By the time the two of them are returning home, it's nightfall. Izuku's wrist is mostly healed, at least healed enough that it no longer looks as bent out of shape as it feels, and they have a wrist brace to help it finish healing. It's lucky that they have the next day off of school so they can just rest and try to let it heal. So, Mom says, interrupting the silence that had settled over the two of them since they'd left the hospital. Are you ready to explain what happened yet? Izuku winces. I don't want to make you worry. Mom lets out a heavy sigh. Izuku, I already am worried about you. It's just, lately you've been running around a lot and coming home really late, and now you come home with your wrist broken like that? I would have to be crazy to not be worried. If worrying me is what you're afraid of, I promise, knowing will probably make me less worried, if anything. Izuku bites their lip. They still don't know quite how to go about explaining. It's hard. Things can go wrong. Izuku, Mom asks, if it makes it easier to explain, I promise that I won't interrupt you. I'll listen to you and let you explain yourself before I come to any decisions. You promise? I promise. Mom nods. Izuku takes a deep breath. What? If she's letting me explain myself then? I guess maybe I should do it like ripping off a band-aid. So, oof, this is harder than I thought. So, after I got my letter from UA and, they said that I couldn't be in the hero course because I'm quirkless, I took it pretty hard at first. I just, I've always wanted to be a hero and I even passed, but I was just trying to think of what I should do from there and then He takes another deep breath. Here we go. Here it is. I remembered that vigilante laws specify quirk usage and so, I'm not really a vigilante, but there's no other real word for it. There's a stretch of silence. It's just making their anxiety grow, but it's not like they can take it back now. And really, Mom did deserve to know. I mean, Izuku starts to ramble, it's kind of only a temporary solution, and as soon as I actually get into a hero class I'll stop being a vigilante, and I just want to save people, and I think it's unfair dash. Mom interrupts them with a heavy sigh, and Izuku stops talking immediately. Well, Mom says, I can't say I'm surprised by that too much. You've always been so headstrong. A part of me wants to stop you, but I know if I try, then you won't come to me the next time something bad happens. Izuku feels like a heavy weight has been lifted off of their chest now, actually. Just promise me one thing. Yeah. Promise me that you will be careful? Mom asks, but it's not really a question. The look in her eyes is serious and firm. Promise me that you'll always be able to come home. Izuku swallows thickly. Yes. I promise. Okay then. Mom sighs. There's a pause of silence. Then Izuku mumbles, You're actually taking this a lot better than I thought you would. Well, Mom says slowly, it would be a bit hypocritical of me if I got super upset at you. What does that mean? Izuku asks, bewildered. Let's just say, when I was younger, I wanted to be a hero like you do, Mom says, but I didn't want the fame of being a hero. Underground heroes weren't really an obvious path like they are now, and she doesn't finish her explanation, and yet Izuku knows exactly what she's saying. Well, that's a talk for another day. I'll tell you about it sometime. I guess reckless vigilantism just runs in the family. Tenya is always the first one to get to class. Being punctual is a very important part of being a hero. And on the plus side, the classroom is a lot more peaceful the first thing in the morning without anyone else there. The classroom is not peaceful right now. Ashido is practically bouncing off the rooms of the walls as she excitedly explains, Whoa, you guys should have seen it. Just when we thought all hope was lost, whammo. This super cool person showed up from out of nowhere to help us. Who? Kirishima asks. I don't know. Ashido says, but her voice is still just as cheery as before. I'm pretty sure they were a vigilante. Aren't vigilantes, illegal? Yaoyorozu asks. But they saved our lives. Ashido protests. She whirls around to face Tenya. Right, Ida-kun? Tell them. You were there. They helped 13 fight the Warp Gate villain, Tenya says, and they helped us escape. Ashido beams, and Yaoyorozu frowns, so Tenya quickly adds, although, even if they did save us, vigilantism is still illegal. I mean, Uraraka says, entering the conversation, I still think that, even though it's not necessarily legal, it's good that they showed up when they did. What would have happened to us if we didn't get help? Did you see what their quirk was? Kaminari asks. Oh yeah. Ashido cheers. They had a lightning quirk, like yours. Whoa, really? I bet that they actually knew how to use it though, Jair mutters. Kaminari pouts. Or maybe their quirk is just easier to control. I wonder what happened after they helped 13, though, Ashido says. We saw them too, Tsuyu pipes up. Me and Ibra-chan and Orenji-chan saw them try to help Aizawa-sensei. Aizawa-sensei got hurt really bad though, Ashido mumbles, and then a thought strikes her, and she asks, the vigilante didn't get too badly hurt, did they? They had a broken wrist, Ibra says. It was pretty bent out of shape. I hope they're okay, Ashido hums. They were so cool, and I'd be upset if they got hurt from trying to help us. I wish we knew who they were though. Orenji murmurs. It's a mystery. Tenya's mind wanders to thinking about the vigilante too, now that they're the topic of discussion. Ida, just go. The vigilante yelled. What a mystery indeed. Midori Yakuen. The sudden shout is the only warning Izuku gets before suddenly Hatsum slams into them with a hug. They once again feel lucky that their wrist had healed during the day they had off. Hatsum-san, I can't breathe. Izuku protests as she continues to squeeze all the air out of them, even lifting them off their feet. Hatsum sets them down, releasing them from the hug, though, she still keeps her hands on their shoulders. You're okay? Yeah. Izuku answers, a bit confused. We already saw each other though dash. I know, but still. Hatsum says. We were really in a rush because you had a broken wrist and I really was worried about you. Sorry for worrying you. I know, Hatsum mutters. Just repay me by staying out of trouble for a while at least. I need my rival to be in one piece. I don't know about staying out of trouble, Izuku jokes, but I promise to stay in one piece. I mean, given now that I've promised 3 people that I'll be careful, I kinda have to. Shinsakuin is so right, Hatsum mumbles. Right about what? You really are a reckless vigilante idiot. Hatsum says, she lowers her voice so that no one else hears, but her tone stays the same. Izuku laughs. Before their conversation can continue, the bell rings, and Majimi-sensei walks through the door. Okay class, today we have a different assignment. Izuku listens curiously. A different assignment? That would certainly be interesting. Because of the attack on the hero class the other day, a few of the hero costumes were damaged. Repairing costumes is an important part of support work, just like making support items is, so each of you will be assigned to doing the repairs for one hero course student. A sign-up sheet will be left up here at the front of the room, but if you have no preference, you'll be assigned to a random student. Costume repairs, huh? Izuku thinks to themselves. The rest of the class passes like it normally does, with them all workshopping on their own things. Izuku returns the helmet to Natsuki, and she's happy to see that it really hadn't been damaged at all. It's lunch hour now, and Izuku is ready to continue his day like normal, when Midoriya Izuku, please report to Nedzu's office, a voice says over the loudspeaker. They freezes in their steps. Nedzu? What would Nedzu want? What? A thought comes to Izuku, and it leaves them with a pit in their stomach. That's not possible, is it? Feeling like they're hardly breathing, Izuku speedwalks their way to Nedzu's office. Once they're there, their anxiety doubles, and they're not quite sure what to do. Timidly, they settle on knocking at the door. Come in, Nedzu calls from the other side. Izuku pushes open the door. Ah, it's you. Nedzu cheers with a tiny little wave. Come sit. Have some tea. Because they're not really sure what else to do in this situation, they do. Eventually, when they find their voice, they ask, So, why did you want to see me, sir? Nedzu hums. I'm pretty sure we both know the answer to that. The pit in their stomach gets just a little deeper. Do we? It's quite clever of you to pretend to use a quirk, Nedzu says, ignoring their question. Oh, and I'm glad that you managed to get your wrist healed. From what I hear, it was a pretty nasty break. He knows, Izuku thinks, and it's less of a realization and more that they're finally accepting it. They'd been anticipating it ever since they had been summoned. Are you going to expel me? Izuku asks, nervous. Nedzu shrugs. Not yet. Yet. At the same time, that's comforting and nauseating. Let's put it like this, Nedu explains. I'm willing to overlook it, but if you get caught by someone else and they then bring it to me, I won't defend you. Oh, Izuku says, voice small. Thank you. There's a bit of a pause, and while Izuku feels like they would rather crawl down a hole and scream, Nedu looks absolutely cheerful as always. Izuku clears their throat. So, how did you figure it out? A number of things, Nedu shrugs. But it was all mostly speculation. The only thing that cemented it was the fact that you were missing on the same day. With that side by side with all the other evidence, it was hard not to notice. Izuku hums. So, not that I'm not grateful, but why aren't you going to expel me? I suspect that the villains have a spy hidden somewhere in the school, Nedu explains, and I think having you help figure out who it is would be very worthwhile. You already did some digging on your own and sent in a tip about the other villain attack. Which you didn't listen to, Izuku thinks, but they decide against saying it out loud given that it's their future on the line here. Don't you already have someone helping you on that though? Izuku asks instead, remembering the reverse spy, who had messaged them. Yes, Nedu says, but I feel like it would be good if you could help each other. Just then there's another knock on the door. Ah, that must be him now. Nedu hums. Then louder, he calls, come in. Izuku turns in their seat so that they can see the door as it opens, and as the person steps into the room. Sora-kun? Izuku asks, disbelieving. Sora-kun? Midoriya asks when Kenji steps through the door. Sheepishly, he rubs the back of his neck. Hey buddy? What but you dash, Midoriya stammers. Guess I'm better at hiding my secret identity than you, huh? Kenji mumbles. Midoriya sighs. Oh. You did always say you wanted to be a secret agent. So, you already know each other. Nedu says. Great. You'll be working together now to figure out who the villain's informant is. Good luck. You'll actually listen when we give you info from now on though, right? Kenji mutters quietly. Midoriya laughs a little out of surprise, but disguises it as a small cough. As long as you have evidence for it, Nedu says cheerily, which essentially translates to no. Now then, Midoriya, this has been a nice talk, but I'd like to talk to Sora for a bit, so you can leave now. Alright, Midoriya stutters before getting up and leaving. They stare at Kenji for a second, gives a little, see ya later, and then leaves. Kenji waits for a moment until he's sure that Midoriya is gone. Then he asks, Hey Nedu? For real this time? Why won't you let them in the hero course? Nedu sighs. I already said I don't want to ta dash. Just give me a real answer, Kenji says. I mean really. You can't say they're not strong enough because, first of all, they did pass the entrance exam, and second of all, they were able to help stop those villains that attacked the other day. You can't look at that and say it's impossible. There's a pause where Nedu says nothing, simply staring down at his tea and stirring. Sora, tell me, have any of the other support corps students made complaints about Midoriya being quirkless? The question throws Kenji off guard. Masaru-kun said. He said that Midoriya-kun was only in the support course because you pitted them for being quirkless. Nedu nods. Now then, do you know how many people would be saying that if Midoriya were in the hero course? Especially when those students have so much more attention. Nedu lets the words sink in for a moment, before continuing, no one would care about anything that Midoriya had done to get there. They would all say that they only got in because they were pitted for being quirkless. I'm giving Midoriya a chance to prove themselves so that there won't be quite as many of those people when they do become an official hero course student. Sure, there will still be some, but nowhere near as many. Kenji frowns. But why wouldn't you just tell them that then? Because if they knew they had a spot assured for them in the hero course, they wouldn't work so hard towards achieving it, would they? You don't know Midoriya-kun very well if you think that. Kenji mutters. Nedu laughs. All in good time, all in good time. Just have some patience. Now, no more talking about Midoriya being in the hero course, all right? I pressing the subject. All right. Bonus. Izuku jogs to catch up with Uraraka. Hey, Uraraka-san. She turns to see them and beams. Oh, Hey Midoriya-kun. It's been a while, how are you? I'm good. Izuku quickly says, then, so, in the support course we were all assigned to doing repairs for different hero costumes for the hero course classes, and, I got assigned to doing your costume? Oh. Uraraka says, eyes lighting up. Really? That's cool. I was wondering if you were open to talking about some possible design changes. Oh yeah. I didn't really describe how I wanted my costume, so it wasn't really my design anyway, Uraraka mutters. Oh, that's good because it is, Izuku says. Uraraka chokes on a laugh. That bad, huh? Seriously, who decided to give you skin-tight spandex? I know. You can really change that design though. Yeah, totally. Cool. I look forward to working with you. You're like a total lifesaver. That is the goal of being a hero, Izuku jokes. Uraraka laughs again. Midoriya, I know gadgets are like your thing. But do you really have to be working on a gadget while we're in the middle of eating lunch? Shinso asks. Midoriya looks up from the gadget they're working on for 1 second. Yes. They return their attention back to the gadget. Hikari doesn't know whether she wants to laugh or sigh at that. Why are you even so focused on it right now anyway? You were really busy during class earlier too. The sports festival is only 2 weeks away, Midoriya mutters in response, not looking up from the gadget. Oh yeah, that's right. Shinso says. I don't get it. Hikari says. What's so important about the sports festival? Isn't that basically just for hero course students to show off? On the contrary, Hatsum cheerfully explains, everyone watches the sports festival. It's the perfect opportunity to show off my babies. And, Shinso adds, it's also how they decide who they can transfer into the hero course. If someone from a different class does well, they can get a chance to move up. Hikari nods in understanding. That's right. Midoriya wants to be in the hero course. She'd almost forgotten that. She's so used to them being there in the support course by now. It would be hard to imagine them not being there. Don't you already have enough gadgets that you could use though? Hikari asks. I can't use the ones that I use for vigilante stuff, Midoriya says. Someone could notice it and connect the dots. So I need an entirely different set of gadgets. And even without needing to build a bunch of gadgets, I still have to redesign Uraraka-san's hero costume. I mean, you don't really have to. Oh, trust me. It's necessary, Midoriya says, dead serious, staring ahead into nothingness. There's no way it's worse than Yaoyorozu's costume, Hikari sighs, thinking about it. Midoriya looks up and glances at her. Really? How bad is it? Bad. Worse than skin-tight spandex? Hikari nods. Worse. I'll show you when we get back to class. No offense, but I'm pretty sure I have the winner when it comes to impractical costumes, Hatsum says. Oh really? Hikari asks. Hatsum nods. Hagakure Toru. Her costume has gloves and boots. Midoriya and Hikari look at Hatsum for a second, confused. What's so bad about that? Only gloves and boots. Hatsum clarifies. Apparently her power is invisibility, but I mean, still. Who the heck is designing these costumes? Midoriya groans. Seriously, can't they use an outfit that can turn invisible with her? It's not that hard. I figured out how to turn things invisible when I was 12. Hikari shrugs. That stuff's probably really expensive. Maybe UA doesn't have it in the budget? They can afford giant fake cities and hundreds of robots made literally just to be destroyed. Izuku mutters, I feel like they should be able to afford to give their hero class students actual hero costumes. Especially if they're being attacked by villains. Yeah, Hikari agrees. If they take pretty much any hit, it could seriously injure them, since they hardly have any defense in their costumes. Hatsum sighs. You know, I wanted to have a lot of work when I came to UA, but now it's really starting to pile up. I have to create as many cool inventions as possible before the sports festival, and I have to do something about Hagakure-chan's costume. Me too, Midoriya mutters. Except I also keep getting new ideas of what I should do with my vigilante stuff, and I don't even know if I'll need it after the sports festival. Who knows, Shinso says. Maybe if you get transferred into the hero course and I don't, I'll be bitter enough to take up vigilantism. Midoriya laughs. Maybe you'd be less of a reckless idiot. Probably. Just remember not to use your quirk. Hatsum says cheerily. Obviously. The days blur together one after the other, and Izuku spends almost the entire time working on gadgets. And now, the sports festival is here. It feels like it took too long, and at the same time, it feels like it came in too fast. In their head as they walk to school, Izuku makes a mental inventory of the gadgets they have for the sports festival. Squeak squeak, what was that? Izuku wonders, turning around. What they find is Garby, running up to them as fast as the little ferret can. What dash? Izuku stutters, what are you doing here? Garby doesn't respond verbally, of course he can't, but the screen on his forehead blinks a few different signs to convey the message. Smiley face. Lonely. Smiley face. I know, I miss hanging out with you too, but, Garby, you can't come with me, Izuku says. Go back. Garby does not go back the way he came from. Instead, he runs up to Izuku and climbs up them like a tree. The ferret perches on their shoulder, as happy as can be. Izuku sighs heavily. What am I going to do with you? Garby continues to smile. Well, it's too far for me to be able to take him back without ending up late. Come on then, Izuku mutters, I just hope you don't get me into trouble. If Garby could smile any brighter, he probably would have. Izuku continues walking, but it's not much later when they hear someone calling them from behind. Midoriya-kun. Hey! Izuku turns around to see Sora running up. Sora beams at them for a second, and then he glances at Garby and his expressions turns confused. Why is Garby with you? Izuku responds with a shrug. Garby does what Garby wants. And apparently Garby wants to come to the sports festival. You know, sometimes I wonder if it's you that's Garby's pet and not Garby that's your pet. Sora mumbles. Izuku rolls their eyes, but can't help the smile that grows on their face. Mei is so excited for the sports festival. She has so many cool babies to show off, it's going to be great, she can't wait dash. She paces around the room again, excitedly. She has so much excitement, it feels like she could burst. Why can't they just start already? Mei hears the door open, and she glances at it for a second, before going back to pacing. It's just Sora, Midoriya, and Garby entering. Garby? Mei looks back to see that yes, in fact, Garby is sitting on Midoriya's shoulder looking happy as can be. Garby! Mei shouts and practically runs over. Midoriya jumps in surprise at first and then says, Good morning, Hatsumson. Good morning, Midoriya-kun. Mei greets quickly before turning her attention to petting Garby. So, not that I'm complaining, but what's Garby doing here? He followed me, Midoriya says, and it would have taken too much time to take him back to the beach. What are you going to do with him when you're participating in the festival though? Natsuki asks. Oh hey Natsuki-chan. Mei says. Sorry, I didn't notice you till just now. It's all right, I only just walked in, Natsuki says. Well, Midoriya mumbles, going back to answer Natsuki's question, I mean, if you're not all that invested in the sports festival, could you maybe watch Garby for me? Natsuki pauses for a moment. Yeah, I can do that. She agrees. Midoriya beams at her. Thanks Natsuki. They pick Garby up and off from their shoulder and hand him to Natsuki. Natsuki holds Garby gently. It's no problem. Mei turns towards Natsuki so that she can keep petting Garby. I'm almost tempted to ask you to watch Garby, Hatsum-sen, Midoriya says with a small laugh. Since you seem so enamored with him and all. And I'm almost tempted to accept, Mei jokes. But I have to show off all my babies. You know, Sora sighs, I think you two are the only ones crazy enough to actually try to succeed in the sports festival against the strongest hero students in the country. False, Midoriya corrects. There's also Shinsuku-kun. Shinsuku-kun? Sorasks. Oh that's right, I haven't introduced you to him yet, Midoriya realizes. He's in general studies. Wants to be in the hero course. First person who found out about the whole, Midoriya lowers their voice and whispers, Vigilante thing. Wait, Sora-kun knows now too? Mayas. Ah yeah, Midoriya says. Apparently I'm just really bad at keeping a secret identity from people I know. Well, to be fair, it wasn't really your fault that I found out, Sora protests. I found out because that one time after the press broke in, when you went to investigate, I had a camera set up there and it had a quirk sensor on it, and, well, I don't think there's many quirkless people who would care about investigating a broken gate. Midoriya sighs. Oh, there are worse people who could have found out. Before their conversation can continue, a voice comes in over the loudspeaker. The sports festival will begin in just a few minutes. Participants, start making your way out to the field now. Well, time for you guys to go do your thing, Natsuki says. Good luck out there. Right? Midoriya nods. Mei laughs. I won't need the luck, but thanks anyways. She grabs all her babies and practically runs for the door. Yeah, it's my time to shine. They're all gathered in the center of the field now for the opening ceremony. They're sectioned off by class, well, mostly. For the hero course classes, the sports festival is a requirement, but for every other class it's optional, so the Gen Ed, support course, and business course are all gathered in the same section. Izuku finds themselves standing next to Shinso and Hatsum, which definitely feels better than standing next to a stranger. They have so much anxiety over this that they think they might just burst. Hatsum standing next to them looks like she's ready to explode too, but in her case, it's probably out of excitement. Shinso, on the other hand, looks almost bored, but otherwise completely focused and ready. Present Mike steps up to the stage at the front. Hello everyone, and welcome to this year's sports festival. He announces in an upbeat voice. Today is the competition for the first-year students. Normally, we would have the student who placed first in the entrance exam give the opening speech, but unfortunately, this year there were certain complications. Izuku has half a mind to march onto the stage right now and say, I'm right here, but the size of the crowd watching makes them stay put. Instead, they mutter to Shinso and Hatsum, gee, I wonder what those complications were. Next to them, Shinso huffs out a small laugh. So instead, Present Mike continues, we'll be having the student who placed second give the opening speech. Bakugo Katsuki. Well, there's a second reason to not announce to the world, hey I got first. Because Bakugo would definitely try to pulverize them on sight, laws against murder be damned. On the other hand, there's something just a little satisfying about the fact that Bakugo knows someone got a better score than him, and that he's only there because of a complication. It must be driving him insane. Maybe those thoughts are a little petty, but Izuku could think worse things. Bakugo steps up to the stage and turns to face the crowd. He's not facing the crowd of students, but Izuku is almost sure he has a glare on his face. I just want to say, Bakugo says, that it doesn't matter that I only got second in the entrance exam. There's a reason that the idiot who got first isn't here. But this time, I'm going to get an indisputable first place. There's a pause. That's all. He steps off of the stage, and the student crowd erupts into booing. Present Mike starts talking again. Well, that wasn't what I was expecting. But it certainly was memorable. Everyone gets quiet again so that he can continue announcing. Now then, to decide the first round. The first round is an obstacle course. And honestly, for Izuku, it's just going by in a blur. They don't want to stop and take in what's happening, they just want to make it through as fast as possible. At some point along the way, probably along the robot section, they ended up picking up a large metal panel. They're not sure what they plans on using it for, but it isn't too heavy to carry, so they decide it's worth keeping around anyway. Then they reach the final obstacle. Landmines. Izuku doesn't know what place they're in, but the amount of people in front of them makes them nervous. They need to do something. Over the loudspeakers, they hear Present Mike announce something about Bakugo and Todoroki being tied for first. Of course Bakugo's close to first, Izuku thinks. His explosion quirk would help him rocket over the explosions. Rocket over. Landmines. This is exactly the kind of thing that earned me the title of Reckless Vigilante Idiot, Izuku thinks. And they do it anyway. So, what you doing? Izuku hears Shinso ask from behind them. Izuku looks back at Shinso, then glances to the pile of landmines they've been building up, then back to Shinso. Stuff. Shinso stares at the pile of landmines for a long moment. Then he sighs, "You know what? You have fun. Just don't die doing it." "I won't." Izuku agrees, going back to digging up the landmines. Shinso shakes his head as he runs through the area, not worried about the landmines because they've all been dug up and put in a pile. After digging up a handful more mines, Izuku stands back and surveys the pile. "Well, it looks just about right." They lift up the metal panel that they got from the robot, and they run at the pile. There's a large explosion, and suddenly they're flying high through the air. Soaring over the landmine section, Izuku has a strange desire to laugh and scream at the same time. And whoa, what's this? Present mic announces. Support Corps student Midoriya Izuku from Class 1H is shooting above the competition, in hot pursuit of first place. Who could have seen this coming? Izuku feels a small smile grow on their face. They're still going quite fast, but they manage to catch Bakugo's and Todoroki's expressions as they fly past the two hero students. And their expressions are absolutely priceless. Midoriya is in first place now. Whoa! And they're still flying fast. This seems to shake Bakugo and Todoroki out of their shock, and they both run forward, now completely ignoring each other. And then, Izuku starts to slow down. Which would be a problem if they didn't have any gadgets with them. They let go of the metal panel, using it as a point to push off from, and then they activate their jetpack which shoots them forward again. A cloud of steam gathers behind them. Izuku glances back. A moment later, Bakugo and Todoroki burst through the steam, running forward, but not fast enough to catch them before they'll reach the finish line. "Hey, Bakugo!" Izuku calls, "How's it feel to taste my dust? I'm gonna kill you." Izuku passes the finish line. The winner of this round is Midoriya Izuku, from Support Class 1H. What a twist ending! Present mic announces, and the crowd goes wild. Trying to catch their breath, Izuku looks up at the crowd in awe. They definitely don't like being in front of large crowds of people, but at the same time, the fact that they're all cheer for them. Second place is Todoroki Shoto, followed closely with Bakugo Katsuki in third. They have 1 second to process the thought that Bakugo has passed the finish line, and then they're quickly dodging as Bakugo tries to tackle them. "You can't kill me in front of an audience dash," Izuku protests, dodging. "Like hell I can't." Bakugo shouts. "Bakugo dash," Todoroki says, trying to approach. "You stay back too." Bakugo turns around to face Todoroki in a fury, almost outwardly steaming. Todoroki looks like he couldn't care less. "I'll kill you too." Fourth place is Ida Tenya. A moment later, Ida is running up to them. Bakugo, attacking fellow competitors is unsportsmanlike. "I don't give a shit." Bakugo yells, but he doesn't try lunging at anyone again. Izuku lets out a shaky breath. "Okay, I probably shouldn't have tempted him." "Are you all right, Midoriya-kun?" Ida asks, approaching them. Yeah," Izuku mumbles, "I'm okay." More people are pouring through the gates now, but then Izuku makes out a. Seventh place is Uraraka Ochako. Izuku turns to the gate, to see Uraraka run in, out of breath. She doesn't stop right away, and stumbles her way over to them first. "That was amazing, Midoriya-kun." She cheers brightly, even though she's outwardly very exhausted. Thanks," Izuku stammers nervously. The exhilaration from the race is wearing off now and they're getting anxious again. "You did really good too." "Midoriya-kun," Ida says at first to grab their attention, and once Izuku turns to face him, Ida continues, "I didn't know that you came in first in the entrance exam." "Well, I mean, I didn't really know for sure until today either. It wasn't something they ever really mentioned." Izuku mumbles, then asks, "Wait, how did you know?" "Well, first from the fact that I see no other reasons for the top score of entrance exam being complicated, after you came in first in the race, and then considering your circumstances, I could make a fairly educated guess," Ida explains. Wait, another kid says, running up to them. His hair is bright red, and stands up in spikes. "You came in first in the entrance exam?" After a small moment of surprise, Izuku mumbles, Yeah. "Wow, that's so cool." He holds out a hand excitedly. I'm Kirishima Idru. Hero Course Class 1A. Izuku accepts the handshake, and Kirishima shakes their hand rapidly. Izuku stutters, Midoriya Izuku. Support Course Class 1H. Kirishima's eyes seem to widen in realization. Oh yeah, Uraraka's mentioned you a few times. Glancing at her, Izuku asks, she has. Yeah. Kirishima beams. You passed the entrance exam even though you're quirkless? That's, like, wicked. Cool. Why you think so? Totally. Kirishima cheers. Heck, you even got first apparently. You're an inspiration. Izuku isn't quite sure how to take this. They're just a bit in shock. Thanks. Wait, Kirishima says quickly. Stay right here, I'll be back. You should meet Orenji. Before Izuku can say anything else, Kirishima runs off. Orenji. Izuku feels a little more nervous now, recognizing her name from the USJ. They can only pray that she won't somehow recognize them. Ida and Uraraka have wandered off to talk to some of their other classmates now, and Izuku is almost tempted to follow them, but Kirishima had asked for them to stay there. Midoriya-kun. Izuku hears Hatsum yell a split second before she runs into them with a crushing hug. Holy hell, dude. She releases the hug so that they're facing each other now. Hatsum has a wide grin on her face. Look at you go. Superstar extraordinaire. Shinso walks up to them then. I don't understand how all of your reckless plans actually work. He mumbles. Izuku shrugs. Hardly a moment later, Kirishima is back, dragging Orenji behind him by the hand. Orenji, this is Midoriya. Kirishima introduces excitedly, Midoriya, this is Orenji. Hi. Izuku greets nervously. Hi. Orenji says back, and she almost seems as nervous as Izuku feels. You really passed first in the entrance exam even though you're quirkless? Orenji starts before hesitating. After a moment she continues, I used to think I was quirkless too. My quirk came in really late so, she trails off, but moves on, I just think you're really cool. I know how people can be about reacting to quirkless people so I really admire you. Izuku can't help but stare. They don't really know what to say for a moment, because they have about 1,000,000 questions running through their head. Eventually, they settle with, so, what is your quirk? That probably wasn't the most important thing to ask. Orenji mumbles nervously, and then she holds up her wrist. There's a strange sort of hole on the inside of it. After a moment, a small stream of blood shoots out of it and swirls around in the air, before going back into her wrist. I can manipulate my blood. There's a small awkward pause. Yeah, it's probably not the most heroic-sounding quirk. It doesn't matter if a quirk sounds heroic or not, Shinso adds, and there's something in his voice that Izuku can't quite place. What matters is what you do with it. Orenji looks over to him and smiles. That's a nice way to put it. And, sorry this might seem a bit rude, but who are you? Shinso Hitoshi. General Studies. And I'm Hatsum Mei. Hatsum introduces herself. I'm in the same class as Midoriya-kun. Nice to meet you, Orenji smiles at them. Yeah. Kirishima agrees. You guys are cool. Thanks. Hatsum cheers. Okay. Present Mike announces, interrupting them, now that everyone has passed the first round, it's time to announce the second round. Almost instantly, everyone turns their attention towards Present Mike on the stage. Next to him is a large circular board with possible options written across it. He spins it and it settles on, the cavalry battle. Present Mike reads, allow me to explain the rules. Everyone will get into groups from the size of 2 to 4 members. One person will sit on the shoulders of the others, and the other member or members operate from the ground. The person on top will have a headband that's worth points. The goal is to steal headbands from other teams and score as many points as you can. How is the point value of the headbands decided though? Based on where you placed in the obstacle course, you will have an assigned point number. The 43rd place will have 5 points, 42nd will have 10, and so on so forth. However, first place is worth 10 million points. Izuku freezes. 10 million points? It's almost like they can physically feel everyone looking at them like a target already. You have 15 minutes to decide teams. Present Mike finishes cheerfully. Izuku whirls around to face Hatsum and Shinso. Please team up with me. Of course I'll team with you. Hatsum cheers immediately. I mean, even if you weren't my best friend, more people are going to be watching you because you're first place. Everyone will get to see my precious babies. Izuku turns. Shinso-kun? There's a small moment of silence, and then Shinso sighs. Well, someone has to stop you from getting yourself into trouble. Izuku beams at him. Now we just need a third team member. As if on cue, Uraraka runs up to them. Hey, Midoriya-kun. She shouts. Let's team up. Ah, sure. Izuku agrees. That was easy. After a moment, he glances at Uraraka. You're sure you want to team with me though? Yeah. Uraraka cheers. It's better to team up with people you like, and I want to hang out with you more, since I can right now. Great. That's 4. Izuku says. Now we just need to plan. You're in the hero course? Hatsum asks Uraraka, curious. Oh yeah. Sorry, I haven't introduced myself to you guys. I'm Uraraka Ochako. I met Midoriya-kun during the entrance exam. They saved me from the big 0-point robot. What's your quirk? Hatsum asks. 0 gravity. Ooh, that's cool. Hatsum whistles. I'm Hatsum Mei. Support course class 1H. Shinso Hitoshi. Shinso mutters. General education. Nice to meet you. Uraraka cheerfully says. After a moment of thinking, Izuku asks, Hey, Hatsum-san, what's your quirk again? I can see things that are far away. Hatsum explains. Not really useful for this, but hey, you get my babies. Bee babies? Uraraka asks. She means her gadgets, Izuku explains. And, Shinso-kun, what's your quirk? For a moment Shinso doesn't answer. A long moment. Izuku turns to look at him, and Shinso has an expression Izuku can't quite read. Shinso-kun? Izuku asks softly. Shinso-kun? Midoriya asks softly. And Hitoshi just hates how frozen up he gets at the question, be it just the sheer unexpectedness of it, or, distantly, voices from the past, voices whispering about his quirk, echo through his head. Really though, he's not even sure how he's managed to go this long without anyone ever trying to bring it up. It really was just something they never talked about. Actually, now that he thinks about it, it's one of the things he likes best about this group of friends that started to build up here at UA. They don't care about quirks, to be honest. Not something they judge each other off of, which, compared to most other people, is like a breath of fresh air. And so Hitoshi trusts them. He feels like he can trust them with this. Slowly, Hitoshi looks up to meet Midoriya's eyes. Even though his mind is made up, it's still a bit hard to admit, but eventually he murmurs. Mind control. My quirk is mind control. Midoriya blinks at him in surprise. Hitoshi looks away, and for a moment he can't help but start to uncharacteristically ramble on, saying, usually people tell me it's a villain's quirk. But I trust you. So I'm okay with telling you. And then, Midoriya smiles at him. Well, it's like you told Orenji. What matters is what you do with your quirk. And I think you're a pretty good hero. Totally. Hatsum cheers. That's right. I did kinda just say that earlier, didn't I? I haven't known you for very long at all, the Class A student Uraraka, she had said. Right? Softly adds. But if Midoriya-kun trusts you, then I do too. Hitoshi is at a loss for words for a second. Well, he hadn't expected anything different from them, but such quick acceptance compared to the attention they usually get. Thanks. He eventually says. Now then, Midoriya says, grinning eagerly, time to plan, so we can win this thing. Time's up. Present Mike announces. Teams, make your way to the starting position. Izuku glances at their team. We're all clear on our plan, right? Right. Uraraka, Hatsum, and Shinso nod together in agreement. Satisfied, Izuku nods. Before, they had been worried about the cavalry battle, but they trust their friends. Together, there's no way that the 4 of them can lose. They make their way to the field. Around the edges are marked areas where each team is supposed to start from. Izuku takes a deep breath. We can do this. We got this. Begin. Almost the instant after the shout rings throughout the stadium, every other team turns toward their team. In the next instant, Izuku commands, aerial evasion. They feel themselves go weightless as Uraraka activates her quirk, and then there's a whoosh of steam and wind as Izuku's and Hatsume's jetpacks launch them into the air. We need to find a place to land, Izuku says. We can't stay up here forever. Got it. They find an empty spot to land on the ground. A second after they land, another team runs right towards them. However, just before Izuku can decide what to do, a vine comes from out of nowhere and snatches the headband off of the leader. Surprised, Izuku looks over to see Azui, Orenji, Shiozaki, and Shoji. Instead of attacking Izuku's team, though, Orenji looks over at them and gives them a thumbs up. Orenji's team then runs away as the other team goes after them for stealing their headband. I'll have to thank her later, Izuku quickly notes to themselves. Just then, another team comes running after them. Shinso-kun, Izuku says quickly. Hey, Shinso shouts to the other team, you with the white hair. The other team's leader looks at him, confused. What? And then, Shinso's quirk takes effect. Fall off and get to the ground, he commands. In a daze, the team's leader lurches forward. His teammates make a frantic attempt to grab him before he reaches the ground, but they're all too late. Team Tetsu is disqualified. Izuku reaches down and high-fives Shinso. Nice job. The other teams are starting to attack each other now, instead of focusing just on the 10 million points that Izuku's team is stuck with, so maybe they have a small window to breathe. You're dead. Time to run. Take off now quick. Izuku commands. They shoot into the air just in time to see Bakugo's team charge into the spot where they were just standing. But Bakugo still isn't done, apparently, because he shoots himself up and off of his teammates to come flying at them in the air. Hey, Bakugo, Shinso says. What the hell do you want extra? Bakugo demands, and then he freezes. I hope your teammates catch you, Shinso smirks. Bakugo falls for a bit, and then a stream of tape snakes out and grabs him from the air. Before Bakugo can recover his wits, Izuku decides it's time to get as far away as possible. They fly over and land at the other side of the arena. I think that's the last of the fuel, Hatsume says. We probably won't be able to take off again. Hopefully we won't need to. Izuku sighs. We're doing good, guys, we just have to keep avoiding everyone dash. Suddenly, a wall of ice materializes right in front of them. I just jinxed us, didn't I? Izuku looks over to see Todoroki's team, as Todoroki forms a complete wall of ice circling around them and blocking them off from everyone else. No hard feelings, Todoroki says, but I need that headband. This is bad, Ochako thinks to herself. Todoroki is probably the strongest in the class, and then his team has Yaoyorozu, who's brilliant and has an amazing quirk, Ida, who's definitely strong too, and Kaminari, who can certainly cause some damage even if he's a bit of a glass cannon. Uraraka-san, Midoriya says softly, but urgently. What do we do? She thinks for a moment. They have a good plan so far, but someone like Todoroki wouldn't respond to Shinso, and so that couldn't work. So we need to go for someone else. After a moment of pause, she leans over to Shinso and whispers, Go for Kaminari. He's pretty talkative. Which one's Kaminari? He whispers back. Blonde. Ochako simply says. Got it. Shinso whispers, before raising his voice. Hey, is that lightning bolt in your hair natural? Ochako sees Kaminari blink in surprise. He opens his mouth to respond. Yes dash. Kaminari, don't say anything. Todoroki warns. Shoot. It's a clever trick, he looks up to Midoriya, but I already saw you use it earlier. Sorry. Shinso curses under his breath. What's the plan now? He whispers up to Midoriya. We need to stay to the right of them. Midoriya mumbles, just loud enough for them to hear. That's our right, not their right. Kaminari is dangerous because he's got an electric quirk, which could work out badly with all of our gadgets involved. So that's what they do. Whenever the other team moves, they shift over to stay on the right. Neither team seems to want to make the first move. At the same time, it's both incredibly tense and incredibly boring. 1 minute left. One more minute, Ochako thinks to herself, we just have to last for 1 more minute. Across from them, Ochako sees Ida telling Todoroki something. She can't make out what they're saying, but I think they're about to make a move, Ochako warns quickly. Midoriya nods. Ochako isn't sure exactly what they're doing, but she sees them fiddling with some kind of gadget in their hands. She just hopes that whatever it is, it helps them. They return their attention to the team across from them. Ida tells his team, hold on, everyone, and leans down into a sprinting crouch. His engines start going red. Everything in Ochako's vision disappears in a sudden flash of bright light, and then everything is surrounded in a billow of something. It's either steam or smoke, but she has no idea which it is. Maybe both. What's this? A literal last-minute attempt to grab the 10 million points by Team Todoroki. Did it work though? The smoke and steam clears out. The 10 million points is in the possession of. Ochako holds her breath in anticipation. Team Midoriya. She almost wants to cry out of relief as the announcement comes through. They did it? And with that, the second round is over. Okay, Hitoshi says glancing around, can someone explain that final move that just went down, or something? 'Cause I got nothing. Mini force field, Midoriya mumbles, looking at a gadget in their hands. The gadget is smoking. Really hard to keep it active though, so that's why we didn't use it before. It requires a lot of energy. Hey Ida-kun, Uraraka says to Ida, since now that the match is over, they all can talk. What was that move that you pulled at the end? Well, Ida stutters, it's nothing. Probably not as useful of a move as I originally thought. Any move is useful, Midoriya comments, it just depends on when you use it. Ida is quiet for a moment. If Hitoshi is honest, he's also curious about what Ida did in that last moment, but because Uraraka and Midoriya are already asking, he decides that if he asked Ida once again with them, it would be too much. So, he just listens. Eventually Ida says, well, it's this move I call Recipro Burst. It's when I use my engines at the fastest speed that I can. That must be incredibly fast, Midoriya comments in awe. Why didn't you use it earlier? I can only use it for a small window of time, and on top of that, it causes my engines to stall, so I'm unable to use my quirk for a while after I use it. Ida explains. Midoriya nods. That's interesting, Ida-kun. You have a really cool quirk. Before the conversation can continue, Present Mike announces, the matchups for the one-on-one battles have been decided. Hitoshi wonders who he'll end up fighting. There were 4 teams who made it to this round. Team Midoriya still in first, Team Todoroki in second, Team Bakugo in third, and Team Orenji in fourth. He almost hopes that he'll be up against Bakugo. Sure, he knows he's already used his quirk on Bakugo during the cavalry battle, but to be honest, Bakugo's probably enough of a hothead to fall for it again. After a second, the lineup appears on the large screen. Hitoshi doesn't have to look hard to find his name, it's in the first bracket. And the person he's fighting is... You're kidding, he thinks to himself. But the screen doesn't change. Midoriya Izuku versus Shinso Hitoshi. Hitoshi turns to Midoriya just in time to see Midoriya turn to him. Well, Midoriya mutters. Their tone is very flat. Well, Hitoshi echoes. I get the feeling they did it on purpose. How so? We're the only 2 here who aren't in the hero class that are trying to get into the hero class, Midoriya points out. What about Hatsum? Hatsum-san doesn't count. She's just here to show off her gadgets, Midoriya says. By pitting us against each other, it makes it so that only one of us can continue on to the next round. Maybe they did it to make sure that at least one of us goes on to the next round? Hitoshi suggests. Oh sure, that's what they'll say. Midoriya mutters. I'm not sure I believe that though. Hitoshi thinks for a moment. So? Even if they did do it that way, what are we supposed to do about it? I almost want to say that a straight-out fight with each other is unfair, Midoriya considers. I mean, I know what your quirk is so you can't use it all that well against me, and at the same time, I have a bunch of gadgets and you don't. A fight without gadgets or quirks would probably be unfair too. I mean, one of us fights villains in their free time, for fun, and the other one of us plays Animal Crossing at 3 in the morning. Animal Crossing? It's a good game, Midoriya. Oh no, I didn't say it wasn't, I'm just surprised that you would play it. Midoriya shakes their head. Off topic. Anyway, what do we do about the fight? Hitoshi considers it for a moment. What if we just do something so anticlimactic that everyone goes mad? Midoriya snorts. That'd be something. A thumb war is probably more fair than any other fight we could do. Sure. Let's just do a thumb war. Hitoshi isn't even sure whether or not they're kidding, but with Midoriya smiling at him and the ridiculous circumstances at hand, he can't help but smile. Izuku, Hatsum, and Shinso all walk back to the support course waiting room. Upon asking Shinso why he was coming with them, he responded, "Well, you guys are far more interesting than anything that would be going on in the Gen Ed room." They walk into the room, and immediately, Natsuki and Sora perk up. Garby sees Izuku and immediately jumps from Natsuki's hands, runs over to them, and climbs up to perch on their shoulder again. "You brought Garby?" Shinso asks in a whisper, disbelieving. Izuku shrugs in response. Natsuki and Sora walk up to them then. "You guys are crazy," is the first thing Sora says. "Definitely crazy. And you're only realizing this now?" Hatsum jokes. "If I die of a heart attack, it's because of you." Natsuki mutters, but she doesn't seem to be actually upset with them. "I've never done anything wrong before," Shinso says, deadpan, "ever, in my entire life." "I know this and I love and appreciate you," Natsuki replies. It occurs to Izuku, suddenly, that Shinso and Sora haven't met before now. "Sora-kun, this is Shinso-kun. And, Shinso-kun, this is Sora-kun." "Yo," Sora greets, with a silly little peace sign and a dorky smile. Shinso nods at Sora in response. "Nice to meet you." Just then, Garby lets out a strange, small sound. Izuku turns to look at him, and sees the screen display on his head. "Garby? What is it?" Izuku asks, even though technically the ferret can't necessarily speak. Garby sniffs the air. For a moment, and then he takes off running for the door. Garby, come back." Izuku shouts after him. They start to follow. The ferret is still just standing at the door, waiting, and then the door opens and Garby zips out. It would be a little rude to just leave their friends without another word, so they quickly say, "One moment," then proceed to turn back to the door and go sprinting after their ferret. They get through the door and they skid to a stop, looking around to see where Garby could have gone. Just as they turn to look to the right, they see Garby scuttering around the corner and disappearing. Izuku runs after him further. At the next corner, when they get there, they find Garby sitting there looking up expectantly at them, like, "Come on, slowpoke." "What, you want me to follow you?" Izuku asks, out of breath. Garby looks at them for a few more seconds, then takes off at a fast walk down the hallway, periodically turning back and looking at them. Okay, just don't run," Izuku mutters, defeated. The ferret leads them down a few more winding hallways until he starts to slow down. Izuku's about to ask what the deal is when they hear a voice down the hall. A loud voice. An angry voice. "I can't believe you." The voice shouts, furious. "Not only do you lose the first round, but you lose the second too?" "Second place isn't losing," another voice bites back, and that voice, Izuku recognizes that voice. It sounds like Todoroki. "Never settle for second place," the first voice hisses, "ever." Izuku now recognizes the first voice too. They're almost certain that that's the number 2 hero Endeavor. "I can still place first in the one-on-one matches. Because you did so well in the first 2 rounds." Izuku has never liked Endeavor all that much. Ironically, the hero had always seemed too cold, but they'd always settled for an indifferent opinion. To make matters worse, Endeavor seeds, "Not only did you get second, you got second to some quirkless nobody." That hits Izuku like a punch to the gut. To their surprise, though, Todoroki counters, they aren't just some quirkless nobody. Apparently, they came in first in the entrance exam. Well, Endeavor scoffs. At least you can beat the weaklings who would lose to a quirkless kid. They have a name. And it's not Quirkless Kid. This isn't the point, Shoto. Endeavor yells. The point is, if you just used your fire, you wouldn't have this problem. I'm not using your DMN quirk. Suddenly, Garby shoots into action again. What? Izuku whisper shouts, Garby, no dash. Garby doesn't listen, and runs down the corner where the voices are coming from. Izuku peeks around the corner just in time to see Garby climb up to Endeavor's face and start biting. Izuku is caught between being terrified of the fact that their ferret could be barbecued any second now, and laughing as Endeavor thrashes around, shouting, Get it OFF. Get if off. Eventually, Garby springs off, without being barbecued, thank God, and runs in their direction. Izuku panics again, what are you doing? Endeavor looks absolutely sad, and he has multiple small scratches over his face. Instead of following after Garby though, he turns back towards Todoroki. Izuku is filled with a huge sense of dread, and decides it's time to step in, because Garby certainly hadn't helped much, despite how valiant his efforts were. Hey, Todoroki-kun. Izuku calls, stuttering nervously. Endeavor turns his glare to them now that they've stepped out and they flinches. You. Endeavor growls. Did you see a weasel or something go down that hallway just now? Well, he's not a weasel. Nope. Endeavor looks like he's about to dismiss Izuku, when they quickly adds, Anyway, Todoroki-kun, I was looking for you. Can we talk? For a bit. Before Endeavor can reject, and Izuku knows he definitely wants to, Todoroki swiftly says, Sure. We were done with this conversation anyway. He looks back at Endeavor with one last icy glare, and then walks over to Izuku. Izuku leads them down the hallway for a ways. Eventually, once they're sure the two of them are far away, they stop and heaves a huge sigh. So, Todoroki says slowly, What did you want to talk about? Well, Izuku stutters, trying to come up with something when Garby trots down the hallway towards them, happy as can be, and then comes to crouch on Izuku's shoulder again. Todoroki quirks an eyebrow at them. Well, that cat's out of the bag. Maybe it's better to just be honest. You seemed like you wanted an out from that situation, Izuku says. So I gave you one. Todoroki stares at them for a long moment. Thanks. There's a bit of an awkward pause before Todoroki asks, How much of that did you overhear? He was mad at you because you got second place too. Izuku's words get caught in their throat as the words, some quirkless nobody, echo through their head again. That's about the gist of it, yeah, Todoroki sighs. Doesn't take much to make the old man angry. Thanks for sticking up for me. I really appreciated it. It was nothing, Todoroki waves it off. I'm just tired of him thinking he's better than everyone else. They fall into awkward silence again. Izuku isn't really sure how to feel about Todoroki, because he's always so intimidating. Todoroki clears his throat. Also, again, while I do appreciate you and your weasel dash. Ferret. Izuku quickly corrects before they can think better of it. He's a ferret, not a weasel. I appreciate you and your ferret, but don't think this makes us suddenly be friends. If we have to fight each other one-on-one, I'm not going to go easy on you. I wouldn't want you to. Todoroki nods. Good. If you don't mind my asking though, Izuku says, can I ask why you want to win so badly? I mean, something tells me you don't want to win just because of, him. Todoroki stares at them for a long moment without saying anything. Just before Izuku can backpedal on their question, though, Todoroki sighs. Have you ever heard of quirk marriages? And so, Todoroki tells his story. It isn't a happy one. Izuku's not quite sure how to respond to it when he's done. Sorry feels too fake. That must have been awful, probably doesn't even begin to describe. So, they don't say anything. I appreciate you listening, Midoriya. Todoroki eventually says. And now you see why I have to win. Without using fire. I have to prove that I don't need him. Izuku thinks for a moment. All my life, people have tried to tell me that I can't be a hero because I'm quirkless. A hero is all I've ever wanted to be. So, I can see where you're coming from. I mean, when it comes to wanting to prove things to people. But I also know that, well, even when you think you've proven something to them most of the time, they don't really care. If you go into something with nothing other than the desire to prove your worth to someone else, you're bound to be disappointed even if you succeed. What I'm trying to say is, I get why you're trying to win. I do. But that shouldn't be the only reason why you're trying to win. Todoroki is silent, seeming to consider it for a moment. I'll take it under advisement. There's a short pause. It's been interesting speaking with you, to say the least. He turns to walk away. Good luck in your match coming up, Izuku calls after him. Todoroki stops but doesn't turn back. You too. Izuku speedwalks their way back to the waiting room for the support course. Thankfully, Garby doesn't try running off again. When they get to the room, they find Sora, Hatsum, and Natsuki waiting. Where did Shinsuke go? Izuku asks, approaching them. He went to find you. Natsuki says. You were gone for a while. Are you okay? Yeah, it's just, something came up, Izuku says vaguely. I should go find Shinso now, huh? Poor Midokuen, Hatsum sighs. Just spent ages tracking down your ferret, and now you gotta track down your friend. Speaking of, Izuku says, handing Garby to Hatsum, can you watch him? And, make sure he doesn't run off again. Hatsum's eyes sparkle as she takes Garby. You got it. Izuku leaves the room again, this time to go and find Shinso. I wonder how much time there is left, they think to themselves. The matches should probably be starting up soon. As they approach a corner, someone else turns down the hallway their way and ends up slamming right into them. Izuku stumbles back, about to apologize, when they see who's in front of them. Or more, the state they're in. Orenji-san. Izuku asks, worried, are you all right? Orenji looks up at them. Her eyes are rimmed with red, like she's been crying and, scratch that, she's still crying. Sorry dash, she stutters. Don't worry about it, I just dash. Without another word she pushes past them and continues storming down the hallway. Izuku stares after her, bewildered, and definitely still worried. They're about to follow after her to make sure she's okay, when an announcement comes over the loudspeakers. The first of the one-on-one matches is in 5 minutes. Izuku curses softly to themselves. They have the first match, which means that they have to go now. They glance back down the hallway, where Orenji has since disappeared. They wish they had more time, but I'll come check up on her later. They decide. Tucking the information into their head for later, they walk quickly down the hallway, heading towards the center stadium. Here we go. Let's get on with the first battle in this tournament. Present Mike shouts over the loudspeakers. First up, they made a big impression in the first round, and then maintained first place throughout the second round. From the support course, Midoriya Izuku. Izuku steps up into the ring as the crowd cheers. They're still in awe that there are people who would cheer for them, but they don't have time to think about it right now. And the challenger? Well, he was on Midoriya's team in the second round, but other than that I don't think he's done anything interesting. From the general education course, Shinso Hitoshi. Wow, thanks, Shinso mutters, standing across from Izuku now. I'm flattered. Of course, he says this in the flattest voice possible. You ready? Izuku asks, giving him a discreet thumbs up. Shinso lets out a small huff of laughter and gives a small thumbs up back. Oh, definitely. From a podium to the side, Cementos announces, the winner can be decided in a number of ways. If you step out of bounds, you are out of the round. If you are unable to move, you are out of the round. And lastly, if you simply say that you give up, you are out of the round. Now then, let's begin. Go! This is going to be ridiculous, Izuku thinks to themselves as they and Shinso walk up to each other. Then, as loud as they can, they both yell, 1, 2, 3, 4, I declare a thumb war. 5, 6, 7, 8, who can keep their thumbs straight? Wait, what? Present Mike speaks first. What are they doing? Obviously, Aizawa says, it's a thumb war. I don't get it. Why though? Present Mike asks, bewildered. Honestly, it's about the best they can do with what they're given, Aizawa reasons. Shinsu's quirk is far more effective when fighting an enemy that doesn't know about it. Since they were on a team together last round, it's easy to assume that Midoriya would know about Shinsu's quirk, putting him at a disadvantage. With Midoriya's gadgets, if those were involved, the battle would be incredibly one-sided. Then, taking into account Midoriya not using their gadgets, and Shinso not using his quirk, neither of them have been in a hero class, and so it's likely that neither has practical hand-to-hand combat training. So, instead of both of them doing something they have no experience in which would get them injured very easily, they chose to do the thumb war. It's still a little anticlimactic though, Present Mike mumbles. Anticlimactic or not, I'm sure Recovery Girl appreciates this approach, Aizawa mutters back. How do we even commentate a thumb wrestle, though? We can't see their thumbs. If Izuku is honest, they're pretty sure that both they and Shinso are dragging on the thumb war just to hear their reactions. This is great, Izuku says under their breath, barely keeping themselves from laughing. I can't believe I agreed to this, Shinso mutters. If you want to, you can just beat me up and I'd be too thrown off to retaliate, Izuku shrugs. Where's the fun in that though? For a second, Izuku manages to pin Shinsu's thumb down, but then Shinso clenches his hand just enough for his nails to dig in. Izuku's thumb slips and Shinso is free again. Izuku frowns at him. Using your nails as weapons is cheating. All is fair in love and war, Shinso mutters back without blinking an eye. As stupid as this is, I'm not just going to let you win easily. Of course not. Their thumbs continue dodging around each other. At some point, Shinso manages to hold Izuku's thumb down for a second, and in a moment of panic, Izuku steps on Shinsu's foot. Ow, Shinso says it more in surprise than in pain. And you want to tell me about cheating? I'm pretty sure stomping is against the rules. There are no rules. There's another long span of silence while they thumb wrestle, but both are focusing more on dodging than attacking, so not much is being done. Okay, rule change, Izuku mumbles. First person to hold down the other thumb for 3 seconds wins. We can't let this go on forever. Agreed. Additional suggestion, we both stop dodging, because nothing is getting done. Fair. Okay, on 3, Izuku says. At the same moment, both of their thumbs strike out against each other. One pins the other and 3, 2, 1 dash. I win. A heavy sigh. I lose then. Very confused, Cementos announces, the winner is Midoriya Izuku, I guess? The crowd breaks out into confused cheering. That was an interesting match, no question. Present Mike announces. The next match begins in 5 minutes. Shinso and Izuku walk off together. Good game, Midoriya. Shinso says. You too. Izuku cheerfully says back, although, after a second, their smile drops. Except, I am sorry about the fact that you can't move on. I wish things could have been different. Shinso sighs. Well, it wasn't up to us, so I don't blame you. I guess from now on, all I can do is cheer you on from the sidelines. You're taking this very well. In response, Shinso shrugs. I'll get bitter about it later. For now, I'll just settle with being happy for you. You deserve to be in the hero course just as much as I do. Thanks, Shinsu-kun. When Izuku starts making their way up to the stands to watch the other matches, the first person they run into is Kirishima. Midoriya. Kirishima waves. Yo, that match. Hilarious. Oh man, you really are a riot. Ah, thanks. Izuku accepts the praise awkwardly. Suddenly, the events from right before the match flash in their mind and they decide to ask, Hey Kirishima-kun, do you know what happened with Orenji-san right before the match? Kirishima freezes. Oh yeah. Well. Izuku pushes. What happened? I ran into her and she seemed so upset. You got into a, let's say, argument with Bakugo. Bakugo? Izuku repeats. It's not surprising that Bakugo would be one for an argument, but Orenji seemed like a reasonable person when they met her, so why would she get in an argument? What did they get in an argument about? Kirishima hesitates for a second, then mumbles, It was about you actually. Bakugo was saying some pretty harsh stuff about you being quirkless and all. And Orenji, well, because she developed her quirk late, she was functionally quirkless for most of her life, so she kind of took it, sort of personal. They argued, Bakugo said some pretty mean things to her too, and then she ran off. Now Izuku feels guilty. She'd gotten so upset because she was trying to stick up for me? Do you know where I can find her? Izuku asks after a second. After a moment of consideration, Kirishima suggests, she might be in the Class A waiting room right now. She probably wants to be alone, and we're all out here watching the other matches, so it would be empty. Izuku nods to him. Thanks. I'll see you around. You too. Good luck. Kirishima waves at them again as they walk away. When they get there, they see Orenji sitting at one of the tables. Her eyes are red from crying, she's still sniffling a little, and she's typing something into her phone furiously. Orenji-san. Izuku calls softly, hoping not to startle her. Her head snaps up. Oh, it's you, she mumbles, turning off her phone and setting it aside. She quickly rubs at her eyes to try and get rid of any more tears, but she's not crying anymore, so it's more out of habit than anything. Sorry, I heard what happened, Izuku says. Bakugo can be pretty. They trail off, unable to think of a good enough word to describe it. He was just, Orenji murmurs. He was saying such awful things and I couldn't stand it. There's a pause. I wanted to say thank you. Orenji looks over to them curiously. For what? Earlier in the cavalry battle. Your team helped out my team. And I didn't get to thank you for that. She shrugs. It wasn't much. You probably could have handled it. Still. Thanks. You're welcome. Anyway, I'm sure it's almost time for the next match by now. Izuku sighs. We should head back out there so we can watch it. We. Orenji echoes, surprised. I don't think I should just leave you here. It must be really lonely. Orenji doesn't answer for a moment. Then quietly she says, oh, let's go. Meanwhile, Shudo walks down the hallway, making his way to the stadium. Midoriya's words echo through his head with every step. Don't do something purely out of spite, huh? Just then he feels the temperature rise, and immediately he tenses. Shudo dash. I have to get to the stadium, he cuts in. Wouldn't want me to be late, would you? We're not done with our discussion from earlier dash, Endeavor growls. Shudo pushes past him and walks down the hallway faster than before. Yes, we are. You need to stop being so selfish, Endeavor continues anyway. This childish tantrum has gone on for long enough. Shudo doesn't reply. He focuses on the end of the hall ahead of him. Are you even listening to me? Shudo. He grits his teeth and presses on forward. Shut up. Just shut up. Fine. I'll let it slide this time, because you have a match to get to. But we will finish this conversation at some point, Shudo. No, we won't, he thinks bitterly. Shudo doesn't even notice, but any thought of listening to Midoriya's advice is gone from his mind. Izuku and Orenji separate once they get to the stands. Izuku invites her to sit with them and the others, but she politely declines. I think I'll go sit with my friends. They were probably worried about me, so I should reassure them. Just in time for the match, Izuku sits down with Shinso, Hatsum, Natsuki, and Sora. As soon as they sit in the chair, Garby uses everyone's shoulders as a bridge to get to them. Hatsum pouts. I wanted to snuggle him longer. Izuku shrugs. Sorry. Guess I'm just a Garby magnet. The little screen on Garby's forehead shows a large smiley face. With that, everyone turns their attention to the area below as the announcements start. Next up, first we have a student who came in on recommendations and has maintained a respectable second place so far in the festival. It's Todoroki Shuto, from the Hero course. And for the challenger, Siro Hanta, also from the Hero course. I like how he pointed out that I hadn't done much, Shinso mutters, but when it's a kid from the Hero course, oh no, it doesn't matter if he hasn't done much, does it? Someone sounds bitter, Sora says. You're not wrong though. Would it kill them to at least pretend not to have favoritism? Natsuki mumbles. It's very unprofessional. They fall silent as the match starts. And for a moment, The fight almost seems fair. As soon as Cementos declares, "Go," Shiro instantly lashes out and traps Todoroki in tape. I hope Todoroki wins, Izuku thinks to himself absent-mindedly. It would be a shame if he was trying so hard to win, only to get out in the first round. A literal glacier forms in the center of the stadium. Shiro is completely trapped in ice. Shinso mutters, "You know what? I'm not that sad about losing to you anymore. Have fun with that." "It's been nice knowing you," Hatsum says. "Oof," is all Sora says in reaction. "Thanks for the vote of confidence," Izuku mumbles. "Now if you'll excuse me, I have to go scream into the void." "We'll have another 5-minute break dash," Present Mike announces, but is interrupted. After a moment, his voice returns, and, if anyone happens to see a weasel, could you please report it to the main office?" Everyone looks over at Garby. Garby's screen continues to show a smile, but it's definitely a smug one. "He's a ferret, not a weasel," Izuku reasons. Natsuki mumbles, confused, "What did he even do?" "Nothing that I'm not proud of," Izuku smiles. "Well," Hatsum stands up, "I have to get ready for my match. See you all after." She skips off. I get the feeling she's planning something devious. Shinso observes as they watch her leave. "Couldn't be any worse than planning out a thumb war with your opponent," Sora shrugs. "I mean, I'm on Aizawa's side for that one," Natsuki reasons. "It was pretty much all they could do." "I'd say it was half logic and half spite," Shinso says. Izuku is only half paying attention to them as they chat away. For the most part, their attention is elsewhere. Elsewhere, in this case, being the stadium below them. Todoroki is melting away the ice that he created. And, though Izuku isn't sure why, something about the situation makes him seem incredibly lonely. Mei skips down the hallway on a hunt. Ida Tenyo was the name, right? Mei hums to herself. He was one of the ones on Team Todoroki. She continues wandering for a while until, "Excuse me." "Hello," she calls, jogging to catch up to him. Ida stops and turns around, confused. Hello? You're Ida Tenya, right?" "That's correct." Mei points a thumb to herself. "I'm Hatsum Mei. Your competition in the next match." Yes, I remember." Ida nods. "Did you want anything?" "Well, you see." Mei mumbles, trying to keep a convincing act. She feels a little bad about deceiving him, but hey, she'll let him win afterwards. It's a win-win. Now then, time for the third match. Present Mike shouts through the loudspeakers. First we have a contender from the first-place cavalry battle team. From the support course, Hatsum Mei. "I feel like Present Mike just hates me," Shinso mutters. "Why would he hate you?" Hikari asks. Shinso shrugs. "Might be bad at English class. Not important." "Venta? What's this?" Hikari pieces together Hatsum's plan the instant Ida steps on stage. "Oh dear. Oh dear," Midoriya echoes right afterwards. "Ida Tenya." Present Mike shouts, "Why are you wearing a bunch of support gear?" "It was given to me by my opponent," says Ida, covered from head to toe in all kinds of gadgets. She claimed that the fight would be too unfair if I didn't have support gear as versatile as hers. But is there a problem? The rules state that you need to have paperwork beforehand to use additional gear. What? Ida gasps, surprised. I did not know. I'm very sorry. I shouldn't have forgotten something as important as that. I was just so moved by my opponent's sportsmanship. Cementos considers it for a moment. I'll allow it for this one match. Fantastic. Hatsum shouts and Shinso squints. Is that a microphone? Hikari and Midoriya share a look. Yes, it is. A whole 15 minutes later, Hatsum steps out of the ring. That's all the support items I needed to show off. Goodbye, everyone. I can't believe we just watched an entire ad campaign. Shinso mutters, looking more tired than ever. On the contrary, I'm not quite sure what else Hatsum would have done, Hikari sighs. That was a completely Hatsum-chan thing to do, Sora shrugs. Midoriya nods. Not surprised at all. Actually, Hikari had found Hatsume's advertisement to be quite fascinating. She has no idea how someone could develop that many gadgets in such a short amount of time. On top of that, Hikari definitely wants to ask Hatsume how some of them even work. So far we've had a thumb war, a match that lasted 3 seconds, and an advertisement. Hopefully, the next match will actually have a fight. Present Mike sighs. I don't know what you're complaining about. Aizawa comments. Isn't it more original than just fighting? Besides, I think Recovery Girl would be thrilled. Present Mike doesn't respond for a while, and Hikari can only imagine the expression he's wearing. Next match will be in 5 minutes. The next few matches pass rather uneventfully, but Izuku doesn't mind much. Ibra beats Kaminari in seconds. The fight between Yaoyorozu and Shoji goes on for a while, but eventually Yaoyorozu creates a bunch of tape and binds Shoji's limbs together, immobilizing him. In the next match, Uraraka almost immediately sends Kirishima floating through the air. Izuku can't help but feel that was a bit of a bad matchup for Kirishima, but they're still glad that Uraraka won. In the match between Azui and Ishido, Ishido holds off her opponent for a while, but eventually Azui manages to grab a hold of her and toss her out of the ring. Now it's time for the last match before mine. Izuku thinks. Absent-mindedly, they go through a process of elimination, trying to figure out who goes next. Well, the two that haven't gone yet would be. It hits them like a bolt of lightning. No, it can't be. No. With the second highest score in the entrance exams, we have Bakugo Katsuki from the hero course versus Orenji Katsueki, also from the hero course. The whole match is just hard for Izuku to watch. They rout for Orenji, but, simply put, it isn't a fair. No matter what Orenji does, her quirk doesn't work well against Bakugo's, especially not in a setting like this. And Bakugo, well, he's never been one to pull any punches. Despite their best efforts, Izuku can't help but feel a little bitter about it. They can't even say that it's solely because they wanted Orenji to win, because they hardly know her. Really, on top of that, they had just wanted Bakugo to lose. They knows it's petty and selfish, but they can't help but feel that way. They just want someone to finally beat Bakugo. The next match is on in 5 minutes. Present Mick's voice rings through the stadium again. Izuku sighs. Guess it's my turn now, huh? Good luck, Shinso mutters. Try not to die. I'll see what I can do, Izuku mumbles. They stand up and hand Garby off to Hatsume. Can you watch Garby again? And make sure he doesn't get away. I don't want Endeavor to fry him. Why would Endeavor want to fry your ferret? Natsuki asks. Don't worry about it, Izuku says, and leaves before they can question them further. For a second they think about going to the waiting room, but they don't really want to. They doubt they could just sit somewhere without wanting to get up and move again. They're too nervous. For now, they stick to wandering around, though they're still conscious of staying close enough to the stadium so that they can get there when they needs to. In the back of their mind, they hears footsteps behind them, but they choose to ignore them at first. Anyone could be wandering around. A voice growls. Izuku turns around and nearly jumps out of their skin. Endeavor is standing there, and he's, well, just about as angry and unfriendly looking as normal. Izuku almost wishes Garby was here to scratch his face up again. What do you want? Izuku asks eventually, when they find their voice. Drop out of the tournament, Endeavor says simply. Izuku is almost sure they've misheard. Sorry, but what? I said drop out. Despite the fact that they hardly even know each other, Endeavor's tone is commanding, almost even threatening. And why should I do that? You already beat Shoto in the previous 2 rounds, which was bad enough, Endeavor growls. But if you beat him again now, he really will be out. Even if it's because of his own stupid stubbornness, I can't let my son get beaten by some quirkless nobody? Izuku repeats what the hero had said earlier before they can think better of it. Exactly, Endeavor agrees, as if completely disregarding that it could be considered hurtful to say such things. Of course he doesn't care, Izuku thinks. I'll consider it, Izuku says, turning away. You had better. Or else. Or else what? You don't want to know. Endeavor stalks off before Izuku can even think of doing something that they might regret. Izuku considers what Endeavor said for approximately half a second before immediately tossing it in the metaphorical trash bin. It doesn't matter what Endeavor wants, they're going to fight Todoroki fair and square, and the best of them will win. Strangely, they almost feel more determined now. Spite is fine as a motivator as long as it's not the only motivator, Izuku reasons. Spite is definitely not the only motivator here. Bonus. Okay, but really? Hitoshi says, now that Midoriya has left. What did Garby do? Well, let's look at what we know. Sora reasons. We know it was something that set off Endeavor because Endeavor apparently wants to fry him, and we know from that the person who asked for the announcement earlier was probably Endeavor too. Whatever Garby did, Midoriya is proud of it. And lastly, Garby is a little sheet. They all sit around contemplating. I got nothing, Hatsum shrugs. On the other hand, Natsuki says, I wonder what the heck Endeavor did to make Midoriya so angry with him. What makes you think they're set off at Endeavor? Hitoshi asks. Natsuki holds up her phone. It's pulled up to the group chat. Support group for a reckless vigilante idiot. Reckless vigilante idiot. Image attachment. The image shows a picture of a burning trash bag. Hey look, it's Endeavor. Okay, first off, that's hilarious, and second off, they're not really wrong? Sora laughs. Natsuki's phone buzzes, and a new message pops up. Number 1 support corps student. Is it Endeavor hating ours, lads? Hitoshi glances over at Hatsum over Natsuki's shoulder. You're literally sitting right here next to us and you're texting in the group chat? I may be here, but Midoriya-kun isn't. Natsuki's phone buzzes again. Reckless vigilante idiot. It's always Endeavor hating ours, lads. Okay, yeah, I see your point now, they're definitely set at Endeavor. Shudo feels a little nervous as he steps into the center of the stadium for his next match, but mostly he feels solid cold determination. For our next match, they've held the lead for this long, will they win again? Midoriya Izuku from the support course. Across the ring from him, Shudo sees Midoriya step up and walk to the center. Their poker face is just about as good as his own. Shudo has no idea what they could be thinking right now. They has a bunch of gadgets with them, but Shudo couldn't guess what any of them do just by looking at them. Versus. Last round, he knocked out his opponent in 3 seconds flat. Will he have it that easy again? Todoroki Shuto from the hero course. Shudo walks up to face Midoriya. Neither of them says anything. It's like they're holding a staring contest. Briefly, Shudo does feel a little sorry that Midoriya has to fight him in only the second round of the one-on-one matches. Midoriya deserves a chance to prove themselves, but at the same time, Shudo needs to win. Go! Sorry about this, Midoriya, Shudo quickly murmurs at the same time as he steps out with his right foot. Just as the glacier of ice appears, Shudo sees Midoriya pull out a gadget. A second later, the glacier crumbles to the ground, leaving Midoriya standing in the center, still unharmed. You're gonna have to try a little harder than that, Midoriya replies, staring him dead in the eyes. You know what? I was wrong. They're not just some weak kid to be pitted. I shouldn't treat them like one, Shudo realizes. Frowning slightly, he sends out a second glacier, just a little smaller this time, as though testing to make sure if it would work the second time around. The glacier drops even faster this time. This time, as soon as the air clears, Midoriya runs forward. Shudo braces himself. Wait for it. As soon as Midoriya is only a few meters away, Shudo sends out a wall of ice to create a barrier between them. Despite its small size, it doesn't crumble immediately like the other two had. Which means Midoriya hasn't tried to destroy it. Did I get them? Shudo thinks anxiously. It couldn't be that easy. Suddenly, just out of the corner of his eye, he sees Midoriya running at him from the side. Shudo jumps back, scrambling to get out of the way, just in time, as some kind of a thick staff slices through the air he was just standing in. Is that allowed? Shudo gapes, looking at the staff in Midoriya's hands. Midoriya shrugs. They did not allow it. Besides, you still managed to dodge it. Shudo frowns again and sends out another wall of ice. A second later it breaks apart again. Are we really gonna keep doing that? 'Cause I can do this all day. Can you? Shudo's frown deepens to a scowl. From there, they fall into a pattern for a while. Midoriya tries to attack Shudo with some gadget. Shudo freezes them. Midoriya breaks themselves out. Repeat. All the while throughout it, though, Midoriya seems to be getting more and more frustrated, even though, out of the two of them, Shudo is definitely the one taking more damage. And then Shudo does it. He makes a mistake. He slips, he trips, he falls. He knows he's probably done for now, and he squeezes his eyes shut and waits for the hit to come. It never does. Shudo opens his eyes to see Midoriya looking at him. Midoriya looks like they've stopped mid-attack. I thought you said you wouldn't go easy on me, Midoriya eventually says, voice low. I didn't, Shudo mutters. You're just really Esther Dash. Really? Because so far you've only used half of your quirk. Shudo feels his mood sink. I can't use my fire. I told you this. And I told you not to do things just out of spite. It's not just spite. Before, Shudo had been prepared to lose. Now he's angry. While Midoriya is still stopped, not making a move, Shudo sends a wave of ice at them again. When the wall falls and they meet eyes again, Midoriya's eyes are blazing with anger. They fall into the same pattern of attacking and defending again, but this time faster, harder. Shudo can feel himself freezing, he can feel himself shaking, but it doesn't matter right now. Right now, he's angry, and he needs to win. Do you know why I'm so mad right now? Do you even know? Midoriya yells as they continue fighting. All my life, I've always had to do my best at everything. I had to give all the strength I had in everything, and even then for most people it wasn't good enough. No matter what I do, I'll never be good enough for some people. There's a slight pause as Shudo throws up another wall of ice, but it shatters quickly. And then, Midoriya continues, here you are. Literally giving half of your all. You want to win with half of your power. Don't you understand why that makes me angry? I am doing the best that I can do. Shudo yells back. I'm not using fire because all it causes is destruction. It wouldn't make me stronger, it would make me weaker. I don't need the stupid fire quirk. Do you know how much I would have given to have your stupid quirk? Midoriya counters. I would have given anything to have a quirk like yours. Just so that people can stop doubting me all the time. Even if I didn't use it, people would still take me more seriously than they do now. I don't need anything that came from my father Dash. I don't care about your demon father. Midoriya shouts. This is about you. And me. Midoriya shoves him, and Shudo stumbles back a few steps before losing his footing. Shakily, Shudo gets back to his feet. Despite the bright sun beating down on them from above, Shudo doesn't think he's ever felt so cold. You're freezing yourself, Todoroki, Midoriya says, their voice hoarse from shouting. You're freezing yourself right now, and you're going to seriously hurt yourself. It can't be worth it. Shudo grits his teeth. It is worth it. I swore I would never use it. I would never use my fire in battle. You don't even have to fight me with it, just stop damaging yourself. I'm not going to use his quirk dash. It's your quirk, Todoroki. Midoriya yells, and Shudo almost feels like he can hear it echoing through the stadium. It's your quirk, not his. Now fight me for real, damn it. Though he doesn't know why. Shudo remembers something in that moment. A memory, a good memory. No shouting, no crying, no fear. It was just him and his mother. They were sitting on the couch together, watching All Might on the TV. Yes, that's right. I am here. The All Might on the TV had said, only you can decide to become a hero. No one else. Take this to heart, kids. You got it. His mother had smiled at him. You don't have to do whatever you don't want to. You only have to be a hero, if you want to be. It's your choice. It's okay to use your power to become what you want to be. The fire bursts from within him before he even fully realizes it. All at once Shudo suddenly feels rejuvenated, ready to fight, ready to win. And Midoriya has the nerve to smile at him. You know there's no way you can win like this, Shudo says. Midoriya shrugs. Oh really? You thought that when you were trying to trap me in your ice, and I still almost beat you. I wouldn't get too confident now, Todoroki-kun. Despite himself, Shudo actually laughs. I'll tell you what, Midoriya. You're definitely more than just some quirkless nobody. You're much more than that. Midoriya blinks in surprise at that. Yeah, well, you're a lot more than the son of the number 2 hero, they say. That leaves Shudo surprised for a second, but Midoriya quickly continues, so, you ready to finish this? Definitely. They continue their fight the same as before, only now, Shudo is using both fire and ice at the same time. Before, he wouldn't have even dreamed of it. But, somehow, in that moment, it feels exhilarating. It feels right. And all at once, the battle ends. Shudo is so caught up in everything that he almost misses it, honestly. He's on the attack, flames rushing forward, when Midoriya throws out a single gadget into the air. As soon as the gadget meets Shudo's flames, it releases a large shockwave throughout the entire stadium. Suddenly there's smoke and steam billowing everywhere. Wind rips past Shudo. He's pretty sure he's lost his footing too, but he's not entirely sure what's even going on. All he knows is that suddenly he's laying on his back, and there's too much smoke and steam to see anything. Whoa! Present Mike shouts, what's going on down there? I can't see anything. All at once, the air clears. And a second later, Shudo realizes something. Todoroki Shudo is out of bounds. Cementos announces. Midoriya Izuku wins. He's in fact out of bounds. And despite how determined he had been to win, somehow, losing right now doesn't bother him at all. Eventually, Shudo manages to drag himself up from the ground and walk his way off the field. He's still waiting for the disappointment of losing to settle in, but it doesn't. At least not yet. Midoriya quickly catches up to him. Hey! They calls at first so that Shudo will slow down. So, Midoriya mumbles, no hard feelings, right? Why would there be? Well, I did beat you just now, Midoriya says, and, the, shouting match in the middle got a bit personal. So I just wanted to check and make sure we're cool. Are we cool? Is that a pun? Midoriya freezes momentarily. I didn't mean it like dash. Shudo exhales from his nose, and it's far from a full laugh, but at least it's something. He thinks he could be smiling right now, but he's not sure. I know. We're cool, ya? Midoriya beams at him. Great. Nice to know. Even while we're cool, I'm still sorry for pushing you so hard. I think I probably needed it, to be honest, Shudo sighs. I still don't know what I'm going to do from here. I used my fire then and for the moment it felt great, but now I still don't know if I could do it again. I need to do some thinking. Midoriya nods. Yeah, of course. Congratulations. On beating me and stuff. And good luck in your other matches. Oh, thanks. Midoriya says. So, I'll see you around, I guess? Yeah. See you around. Bye. Midoriya smiles and waves as they walk off. Shudo watches them leave, then stands in the hallway contemplating for a while. He thinks about all the things he knows about Midoriya, even though he's only known them for a day. Midoriya is really weird. Shudo eventually concludes. But maybe that's not necessarily a bad thing. So let me see if I've got this straight, Shinso says slowly, because I couldn't hear any of what you were yelling at each other down there. But were you yelling at him? Because he wasn't using his full quirk to beat you up. Izuku is about to protest, but after a moment of trying to think of a rebuttal, all they can say is, well, I mean basically, but there was a bit more to it than that dash. There's a loud smack as Shinso smacks his own forehead. Do you have a death wish? I mean, did you miss the part where he froze the entire stadium with only half his power? No, I saw that part, Izuku protests, but it's just, there was more to it. More to it? Sora asks. Like what? Certain factors, Izuku says slowly. It's more about Todoroki than it is about them, and it's not really their place to tell the others what Todoroki told them. Do these certain factors, by any chance, have anything to do at all with why you're set off at Endeavor? Hatsum asks. I'm not set off at Endeavor, I just hate him because he deserves it. He's not worth any more of my time, Izuku mutters. Okay, seriously, what did Endeavor do to get you this mad? Sora questions, raising an eyebrow. He threatened me and told me to back out of the sports festival because he was afraid I was going to beat Todoroki-kun and make him look bad. Izuku eventually admits. It's not the full reason they're upset, but it is a part of it, and they can tell them that much. Oh shit. Hatsum whispers. He did that? For real? Izuku nods. What a coward, Shinso mutters. What's the point of a supposedly fair competition if you chicken out whenever you have a competent opponent? And besides, it's not like it's life or death here. It's just a sporting match. Natsuki grimaces. That's pretty awful of him. I guess that explains why you were so angry at him before the match, then. How'd you know I was angry at him? Izuku asks. What part of "it's always endeavor-hating hours" lads doesn't sound confrontational and angry? Shinso points out. Oh right, I did say that, right? I mean, I was just ready to accept it at face value before, Sora says. But now? Hell yeah, it's always endeavor-hating hours, lads. I would normally be against this kind of thing, Natsuki says, but given that it's endeavor and we now know that he puts the flaming in flaming pile of garbage, I have to agree with you on this one. Ooh, I like this feisty Natsuki-chan. Hatsum teases. Ah, there's nothing better to bring friends together than mutual hate. Izuku can only imagine how much more they would hate Endeavor if they knew all that Izuku knows about him. As that thought crosses their mind, their train of thought ends up rather quickly at thinking about Todoroki. Izuku really hopes that they can be friends. They had been afraid that they came across too hostile during the fight. Admittedly, they had gotten a little carried away with themselves. But after the fight, Todoroki had seemed totally fine with it. But is it really fine? Or was he just saying it was fine so that I wouldn't try bothering him too much? All Izuku can hope is that they'll get a chance to talk soon. The next match is Ida versus Shiozaki. Izuku does their best to pay attention. They'll have to fight the person who wins next, after all, but the battle is as quick as Todoroki's first had been. Ida activates his engines right at the start, but at the same time, Shiozaki's vines shoot out to trap him. The timing is very close, but her vines manage to trap Ida right before he reaches her. All in all, it lasts 4 seconds at most. The match after that is Yaoyorozu versus Uraraka. Izuku cheers for Uraraka because they at least somewhat know her. Are they friends? Does she count as a friend? They're afraid of being too presumptuous on that front. Izuku gets the sense that if she really wanted to, Yaoyorozu could create some kind of long-range weapon to keep Uraraka away, but she doesn't manage to get anything in time. Uraraka quickly closes in. Yaoyorozu summons a short-range weapon and tries to keep her away, but eventually Uraraka manages to get Yaoyorozu with her quirk. Yaoyorozu floats out of bounds and Uraraka wins. The following matches: Azui versus Bakugo. It goes just like Bakugo's first match, honestly. Azui tries hard, but she just doesn't have a good way to counter Bakugo's quirk. Izuku is getting frustrated and a little nervous. It occurs to them that, if they both win their next matches, Izuku will have to fight Bakugo. They really don't like the sound of that. Your fight is next again, right? Natsuki asks when the 5-minute break is called. Yeah, Izuku mumbles, still not taking their eyes off the center. I hope you have a weed whacker or something, 'cause otherwise you're, kinda doomed. Shinso says. Something like that? Izuku mumbles again. They stand up. Wait, by something like that, do you mean you have a weed whacker, or that you're kinda doomed? Whichever makes you feel better. Somehow, that answer makes me feel worse. Izuku spends their time wandering around the halls like they did last round. At the same time, they sincerely hope they won't run into Endeavor again. As much fun as it is to spite him, Izuku does not want to be on the receiving end of the rage storm he's probably dissolved into by now. Although, on that note, they feel a sudden wave of guilt knowing that Todoroki will have to deal with it, because for him it's not a choice. Excuse me? You're Midoriya, right? A soft voice asks. Nearly jumping out of their skin, Izuku turns to see Shiozaki. Yeah, that's me, Izuku stutters. She was one of the people who saw me as a vigilante at the USJ. Izuku realizes, similar to how when they saw Orenji at first. I have to be careful. I just wanted to wish you good luck next match, Shiozaki says. I know we have to fight each other, but, well, it's nothing personal. Right? Izuku nods. Good luck to you too. I almost want to apologize ahead of time, given that I won my last 2 matches so easily, but something tells me you've got something up your sleeve. Izuku almost wants to laugh because yes, they've got something. And it may or may not be literally up their sleeve. I appreciate you not holding back just because, well, because of... I might have thought of doing so before, but... Shiozaki pauses. Orenji-chan is my friend. And she's helped me realize that quirkless people aren't that different just because they don't have quirks. How's she doing, by the way? Izuku asks, remembering what had happened earlier. I mean, after her fight with Bakugo. Shiozaki winces. She's a bit angry. Well, no, not a bit angry. She is angry. She got really frustrated when he beat Tsuyu-chan last round. Obviously, she's not the Bakugo type of angry, but for her standards, she's pretty angry. Oh, Izuku mumbles. This might be a little rude to say, Shiozaki murmurs, but I hope Uraraka-chan beats Bakugo in the next match. It's just, it feels like Bakugo always gets to win. And for once I want him to lose. Izuku sighs heavily. Trust me, I know the feeling. Do you have some kind of past experience with Bakugo? Shiozaki asks suddenly. I mean earlier I know he was saying bad things about me before the one-on-one matches started. Izuku mutters. Right? Shiozaki nods awkwardly. So, do you know him or? Izuku hesitates. Eventually they say, we went to the same middle school together. He was probably worse there than he is here. That's all I'm going to say about it. I can hardly imagine how hard that must have been, Shiozaki murmurs. Izuku shrugs. It could have been worse. Could it? Before the conversation continues, the loudspeakers announce, 1 minute. We should probably head down. Shiozaki says. Right. Izuku agrees. Good luck. Thanks. Good luck to you too. This match, we have the one who keeps coming out on top despite the odds. Are we sure they don't actually have some kind of luck quirk? It's Midoriya Izuku from the support course. Izuku steps up into the ring and they're practically vibrating with nervous energy. I hope this is enough. Versus. She laid pretty low the first 2 rounds, but she's been defeating her opponents in seconds flat during the one-on-one matches. It's Shiozaki Ibara from the hero course. Shiozaki steps up across from them. Izuku wonders if she's really calm, or if she's just good at hiding any nervousness. Go! Almost immediately, like in Shiozaki's other matches, vines sprout from the ground and trap Izuku. With a silent prayer of, please let this work, Izuku clicks the gadget in their right hand. A second later, the vines are cut and Izuku is rolling into a landing on the ground. They click the gadget in their hand again, and the blades on their forearms are sheathed back into gauntlets. Shiozaki looks at them surprised. Then, her surprise hardens to determination. The vines shoot out a second time, but this time they're not meant to just trap Izuku. The vines encircle them, then fling them towards the edge of the ring. Just in time, Izuku activates their jetpack and flies away from the out-of-bounds line. Upon landing, Izuku runs right at Shiozaki. A few vines shoot out at them again, but Izuku quickly activates their bladed gauntlets and slices through them, not breaking their stride. At about 10 feet away, Izuku throws one of the gadgets into the air, and a second later, a black cloud of smoke surrounds the ring. Shiozaki lets out a squeak of surprise. For a second, the vines twitch like they're about to move again, but they make no further move. Bingo. With a quick mental apology, Izuku reaches Shiozaki and knocks her over by kicking her feet out from under her. Hardly a few seconds later, she's pinned. Midoriya has Shiozaki pinned. Is this the end of the match? Shiozaki hesitates for a second, then loudly announces, I give up. Midoriya Izuku is the winner. Izuku quickly stands up and holds out a hand to help Shiozaki up. Thank you, Shiozaki says, accepting the hand. That was a very good match. Congratulations on your win. Ah, thanks. Izuku awkwardly accepts the praise. They're still not fully used to it. Might I ask how you knew that I would be weaker if I was cut off from sunlight? Shiozaki asks curiously as they step away from the stadium. Izuku stutters. The honest answer is that they had noticed when they looked into the student files before the USJ incident, but obviously this isn't something that they can tell her without sounding suspicious. Eventually they say, it just kinda made sense. Plants need water and sunlight, so I figured that if I cut off the sunlight I might have a chance. Shiozaki nods. I see. Very deductive of you. Can I ask you something? Go ahead. Why did you give up? Izuku asks. You probably could have fought back once the smoke effect wore off. Well, Shiozaki hums. It had been a real fight, it would have ended there. The only reason you hadn't taken me out was that this match was just training. You beat me fair and square, at least in my eyes. Izuku nods. Thanks. It was the right thing to do, Shiozaki shrugs. It occurs to Izuku, suddenly, that the next match is Bakugo against Uraraka. Hey, do you know where I could find Uraraka-san? Shiozaki considers it for a second. She could be in the waiting room. I'd look for her there first. If not then, well, she'll be somewhere around here. Thanks. Izuku quickly says before turning to go look for Uraraka. When they do find her, she's in the waiting room, just like Shiozaki had suggested. Uraraka-san. Izuku says softly to catch her attention. Her head snaps up to see them enter. Oh, hey Midoriya-kun. Nice job beating Shiozaki-chan. That must have been hard. Yeah. There's a momentary pause before Izuku continues. So, you have to fight Bakugo. Uraraka nods. Yep. And, how are you handling that? I'm fine, Uraraka says. Just trying to think of a plan. Izuku hesitates for a second, then offers, I can help you come up with a plan to beat him if you want. I think you really do have a chance. Uraraka smiles. I appreciate it, but no thanks. I've got my own plan I'm working on. And I want to be able to do this without having to rely on anyone else. Yeah, I get that. Okay. Izuku probably knows what it's like more than anyone how it feels to need to do something by yourself. Again though, you have a chance. You really do. I believe in you. Thanks, Midoriya-kun. Uraraka stands up from the table she's sitting at. I should probably get going now, I think. Okay, Izuku says. Good luck. Uraraka nods. I'll see you in the finals, Midoriya-kun. With a brave smile and a thumbs up, Uraraka finally turns and leaves. Bonus. Hatsum, what are you doing? Hitoshi says, completely and absolutely just done. Hatsum pauses and looks up at him. Would you believe me if I said I was definitely not betting on the winners? Isn't betting a little dangerous? Natsuki questions. You could lose a lot of money. Oh please, Hatsum waves it off. After beating half-hot half-cold dude, there's no way that Midoriya-kun could lose. Like, seriously. Are they just made of determination or something? Absolute mad lad. I just really hope Uraraka-chan beats Bakugo's but this round, Sora mutters. Natsuki raises an eyebrow at that. What's with you being so against Bakugo? Well, Sora says a bit hesitant, you know how Midoriya-kun and I went to the same school for a while? Well, Bakugo went to the same school too, and let's just say, Sora seems to choose his words carefully, he's not a very heroic person. I think he's just full of it, Hatsum mutters. Seriously, at the beginning he declared that he was gonna win. Wow, way to go, what a motivational speech. He's not been wrong so far though. Natsuki mumbles. He'll be wrong when Uraraka kicks his butt, Hitoshi counters. Wait. Hatsum says, let's ask Midoriya-kun for their take on the situation. Support group for a reckless vigilante idiot. Number 1 support corps student. Hey Mido, do you think Uraraka is gonna kick Bakugo's butt? Reckless vigilante idiot. Oh yeah, definitely, he's about to be absolutely destroyed. Midoriya-kun has spoken. Hatsum cheers, Bakugo will lose. Hitoshi rolls his eyes. Hey Midoriya-kun, I think I accidentally killed Garby. Hatsum says. You're kidding, right? Izuku asks. They're pretty sure she is kidding. She probably would approach the matter much more carefully if she wasn't. Hatsum holds up Garby, who continues laying in her hands without so much as a twitch in protest. He's been sleeping like this for like 5 whole matches. He gets sleepy sometimes, Izuku shrugs. Here, let me see him. Hatsum hands Garby over, and Izuku shakes him a bit, though they're careful to not do anything that would actually hurt him. Come on buddy, wakey wakey. You were the one who wanted to be here. It takes a bit, but eventually Garby opens his eyes. See? He's fine. Oh, that's a relief, Natsuki sighs. Garby is like a non-mortal being, Sora says. There's just no way for him to actually die. Izuku shrugs. There might be some truth to that. When I found him he was already a fully grown ferret, and if you calculate the fact that this was 5 years ago and ferrets only live 6 to 10 years, it's very possible he's just immortal. God bless, Shinso says. Now then, it's time for the second to last match. Present Mike announces. I'm pretty sure those are called semifinals, Mike, Aizawa says dryly. Right? The semifinals. Aizawa is so relatable, Shinso mutters. Although, I wonder why everyone calls him by the name Aizawa. Every other teacher is referred to by their hero name, but I don't even know Aizawa's hero name. That's because Eraserhead is an underground hero, Izuku explains. Wait, what? You mean that Aizawa? Aizawa is Eraserhead? Shinso asks, disbelieving. Yeah. Izuku confirms, confused. Did you not know this? Class 1A gets taught by the hero Eraserhead? Shinso asks again, still not fully comprehending. Shinsukuin is an Eraserhead fanboy, Sora accuses. This snaps Shinso out of his shock. He stammers. No. It's not like that, Okay, maybe a little bit. He's just really cool. Izuku smiles at that. They remember how excited they were to meet All Might even though... Guys, the match is starting. Hatsum says eagerly. I don't want to miss a second of this if Uraraka really is going to kick Bakugo's butt. Izuku looks back down to the center of the stadium. They're standing, waiting. It's as if the whole stadium itself is holding its breath. Go! Uraraka runs forward first, towards Bakugo. She seems so sure of herself. That means she has to have a solid plan, right? Before Uraraka can get to him, Bakugo blasts her with an explosion. Izuku winces in sympathy as a cloud of smoke springs up over the field. When the smoke clears, Uraraka springs backwards. Then the process repeats. As Uraraka runs forward, over and over again, Izuku has a hard time figuring out what exactly her plan is. Is she trying to exhaust him? Is it supposed to be an endurance match? Eventually, Bakugo gets tired of the repetitive circle. Amidst the smoke, Izuku sees a glimpse of Uraraka's coat, and apparently Bakugo sees it too. He fires an explosion in that direction. A second later, when Izuku sees Uraraka running at Bakugo from behind, coatless, they realize it was a decoy. She's got him dash. Just in time, Bakugo swings around and fires an explosion. Izuku cringes at how close the explosion must have been to her. Doesn't he care at all if he seriously hurt someone? Izuku almost thinks it's a lost cause, when a bit of rubble catches his eye. A bit of rubble that's floating upwards. Slowly, Izuku glances up. At this rate, I think she's going to lose, Hatsum mutters, worried. Hey guys, Izuku mumbles. That can't be. Sora protests. There has to be something. Hey, guys. Izuku says more insistently this time. They don't say anything, and so Izuku continues, look up. Above the stadium is a whole meteor shower's worth of rubble that must have been blasted up by Bakugo's quirk, and held in place by Uraraka's quirk. Oh dear God, Shinso murmurs. And I thought Bakugo was the one being overkill, Natsuki says. They all look back down to the stadium. Uraraka and Bakugo appear to be yelling at each other, but from the distance, they can't hear whatever it is they're shouting. And then, Uraraka brings her hands together. And all the rubble in the sky starts to fall. It's hard to see through all of the falling stone, but Uraraka runs towards Bakugo for one final time. Bakugo fires upward blasts, trying to stop the rubble, but it's too late. Amidst the falling rubble, Uraraka manages to activate her quirk on Bakugo. Izuku leaps up out of their seat and cheers. Bakugo tries to take control of the situation, but when he fires a blast again, he ends up spinning out of control. Out of bounds. Bakugo Katsuki is out of bounds. Uraraka Ochako wins. Uraraka stumbles for a second, like she's about to fall. Izuku feels a wave of worry for her wash over them. But she stays standing. And victoriously she raises a fist to the air. The crowd breaks out into cheers. Ochako is pretty sure she's never felt so tired in her entire life. She had managed to hold on until she had left the eyes of the stadium, but now that she's by herself, she just wants to take a nap. She stops into Recovery Girl's office and, after getting a thorough scolding for pushing herself too far, the nurse gave her some energy gummies. Apparently she'll need much more sleep than usual later, but for now, she can keep going. She steps out of Recovery Girl's office and right outside of it she finds Midoriya waiting for her. Uraraka-san. Hi. They greet. Congratulations on winning, I'm so happy for you. Ah, thanks. Ochako accepts. So, next I gotta fight you, huh? I almost want to say I'm glad I have to fight you instead of Bakugo, Midoriya says, but to be honest you're probably more terrifying. Ochako laughs at the idea of being called terrifying, but she understands why. Went a little overboard with my last attack, huh? Well, I mean, it worked. You know, you're pretty terrifying yourself, Ochako points out. Huh? Midoriya blinks surprised. Why is that? I mean, you did beat Todoroki-kun. That's pretty hardcore. Midoriya shrugs. I guess. All right, so maybe we're on equal grounds of terrifyingly and secretly strong. Ochako laughs. And, hey, it might be a bit soon to presume, but I'm looking forward to when you finally get into the hero course. Midoriya looks at her, surprised. For a while, they don't say anything. Then, when she almost thinks they won't talk at all, they murmur, thanks. Izuku decides to wait in one of the waiting rooms this time. There's not as much space to pace around, but they think maybe it'll be harder for someone to find them here than if they were wandering the hallways. Right now, they just wants to be Aloe. The door slams open. Or maybe not. Izuku turns to see Bakugo standing angrily in the doorway. What do you want? Izuku asks. Just seeing Bakugo makes their anxiety rise, and they're suddenly very grateful they're not fighting him in the next match. You, Bakugo snarls. You're friends with that stupid floaty chick, and you're the one who gave her that plan to beat me, aren't you? Suddenly, they're not anxious anymore. They're angry. Uraraka. Her name is Uraraka. And Uraraka-san came up with that plan all by herself, it had nothing to do with me. Yeah, right. Bakugo yells. It's just like you to stick your nose in situations where it doesn't belong. And it's just like you to ruin this whole thing for me, just like you ruin everything. I ruin everything? Izuku snaps before they can think better of it. What was that? Bakugo growls, suddenly quiet. Nothing. Forget it. Bakugo scoffs. Just like you. You've always been just a coward. He takes a step forward, and Izuku flinches backward. He wouldn't try and attack me right now, would he? Not here, and besides, he's left me alone until now. Izuku has no idea whether or not Bakugo would have attacked then, but suddenly Bakugo yelps in surprise. For a second, Izuku is confused, and then Garby is climbing all the way up Bakugo's leg and then his torso. Garby, no. Garby scratches up Bakugo's arm. What the hell, get off. Bakugo exclaims, waving his arm to get rid of Garby. Garby jumps down and then runs off out the door. Get back here, you demon weasel. Bakugo yells and chases Garby out the door. He's a ferret. Izuku whispers into the now empty room. Shaking, Izuku sits back down. That had been close. They press their forehead to the table and focus just on trying to calm down before their next match. What do you mean you don't know where he went? Natsuki asks. It's fine, Garby is unkillable. Sora shrugs. That's a funny theory and all, but Garby is just a ferret, he could get seriously hurt or something. Natsuki protests. Mei stares at the entrance, waiting to see if Garby comes back. Do you want me to go after him? Shinso asks. He's probably long gone by now, Natsuki mumbles, biting her nails. Oh no, what if someone found him and took him to the main office dash? Garby! May exclaims excitedly as the ferret runs back through the entryway. Garby quickly runs over and hops into a seat. Just then, Bakugo goes running by the entrance, yelling, "Where the hell did you go, you stupid weasel?" May, Natsuki, Shinso, and Sora all share a look. Then they look to Garby. The little screen on his head displays a smiley face. What did he do this time? It's time for the final match. Present Mike announces. For now, Izuku is so overwhelmed that they've circled right back around to a deadly calm. They'll have to deal with their feelings later, but for now they can focus on the fight. They've maintained first place for the whole thing, but will they trip over the final hurdle? Midoriya Izuku from the support course. Keeping their focus on just breathing, Izuku steps forward. Versus the underdog of Class 1A, who thought she'd get this far. Uraraka Ochako from the hero course. Uraraka steps up. Another deep breath. And go! Uraraka runs forward, and Izuku waits for her to come to them. From Uraraka's perspective, all she has that she can use against them here is her quirk. To use her quirk on them, she needs to touch them. To win, Izuku just needs to dodge, and also make sure that there's nothing else she can float to use against them. Uraraka reaches out to touch them and activate her quirk, and they duck to avoid it. They spring backwards before she can lash out again, and they reach for a gadget on their belt. The gadget in question is supposed to be a net. Throw it out and it'll expand and, hopefully, trap whoever you're throwing it at. Izuku just needs an opening to throw it. Uraraka runs at them again, and Izuku continues to dodge. If the match with Bakugo was any indication, she's not going to give them any room to breathe. Both of them are waiting for the perfect opening, and the first person to make a mistake is almost certainly out. They continue running around in circles, dodging and attacking. Uraraka lashes out to attack them again. Izuku dodges, but just then, Uraraka's opposite hand manages to catch them off guard and it hits them once it's too late to notice it. Izuku slowly floats upwards. No. I refuse to give up yet. Izuku scrambles to grab the grappling hook from their belt and they aim it at the ground. It keeps them from floating away, like an anchor to the ground. At least for now, that's enough. They keep their right hand firmly on the handle, but that leaves them with only their left hand to attack or defend. Uraraka gapes up at them as they hang onto the grappling hook for dear life. Then she looks at the spot where the hook goes to the ground. She glances back up at them. No hard feelings. Oh my god, she's going to try to detach it from the ground, Izuku realizes as she runs forward. Uraraka reaches the end of the hook and she starts kicking it, hoping to make it come loose. Wait, she's staying in that spot. She's not moving. With their left hand, Izuku pulls the net off their belt. They can feel its weight, which means it's not affected by the zero gravity like is. That means it can be thrown. Last try here. Desperately, Izuku throws out the net. Halfway to reaching the ground, it expands into its full size. What the dash? Uraraka exclaims just as it falls on top of her. There's a beat of silence as Izuku floats above the ring and Uraraka struggles in the net. Then, Cementos asks, Uraraka, can you move? Uraraka struggles for a bit more, but eventually heaves a sigh. No, I can't. Uraraka Ochako can no longer move. Cementos declares. Midoriya Izuku wins. Izuku feels a wave of relief wash over them. Suddenly, gravity returns to them and they fall down to the ground with a surprised yell. Luckily though the fall wasn't from that high up, so it doesn't actually hurt too much. Izuku glances at Uraraka, still trapped in the net. No hard feelings? Yeah, Uraraka says. Can you help me out of this thing? Izuku nods, and helps detangle her from the net. Once off of Uraraka, the net collapses in on itself and goes back into a portable form. Izuku offers their hand to help Uraraka up, and she accepts. She nods. Good match. Thanks. You too. That was exciting. Yeah. Congratulations. You just won the entire sports festival. That's really cool. Uraraka cheers. I'm happy for you. You're not mad that you lost? Izuku asks hesitantly. Uraraka contemplates it for a bit. I got really far. I beat Bakugo. For now, that's enough for me. She gives them a playful punch on the shoulder. You got this victory all by yourself. Fair and square. Be proud of it. Now that the finals are over, all the other students who participated in the festival are coming down to the center for the awards ceremony. Midoriya-kan. Izuku hears Hatsum yell from off to the side. This time they manage to brace themselves right before she tackles them with a hug. Still holding them in a tight grip, Hatsum jumps up and down excitedly. You won. Oh my god, you actually won. Dude, that's crazy. She drops her voice down to a whisper. Also, you helped me win $50, thanks. What? Hatsum pulls away and out of the hug. I totally didn't bet on the match. What? That's crazy. Izuku doesn't know which surprises them more, that Hatsum would bet or that she bet $50 they would win. They decide not to press the subject. I'm gonna go find Ida-kun, Uraraka says. Actually, now that I think about it, he kinda disappeared a while ago. A concerned look crosses her face. I'll see you later, I gotta go. Good luck. Izuku calls after her. Wonder what's up with Ida? Ida's the guy I fought, right? Hatsum frowns. I hope I didn't upset him. He still fought Shizuki-san though, and that was after your fight. Shinso walks up to them then. Hey guys. Hey Shinso-kun, Izuku greets brightly. So, care to tell us if you know anything about what Garby was up to? Shinso asks. Izuku thinks back to Garby scratching Bakugo. It's nothing I'm not proud of. He scratched Bakugo, didn't he? Shinso accuses, deadpan. Where would you get that idea? Izuku asks nervously. Because after Garby came back, Bakugo ran by shouting about some stupid weasel, Hatsum explains. At least Garby escaped. He's a ferret, not a weasel, Izuku says innocently. I don't know why Bakugo would be angry at a weasel. Of course not, Hatsum agrees, with a devious smile that suggests she doesn't believe it for a second. So, All Might is the one handing out the medals. Izuku thinks slowly. The last time they saw All Might, the hero had told them that they couldn't be a hero if they were quirkless. Izuku tries not to hold it against him, but it still hurts a little. Maybe a bit more than a little. Now, All Might has to give them a gold medal. Izuku has no idea how that'll go over, and they almost want to skip out on it altogether, but that would draw too much attention if they just ran off now. The medals are handed out starting from third, then second, then first, so the others get the medals first. Where is Bakugo Katsuki? All Might asks. After a moment of hesitation, Shizaki answers, he, said he refused to accept a third-place medal. He's not coming. All Might frowns. Well, I suppose he doesn't have to receive a medal if he doesn't want one. He clears his throat. Well then, Shizaki Ibra, you fought very well today. You should be proud of yourself, even if it's only third place. Shizaki nods. It's an honor to be here. All Might gives her the bronze medal, then moves on to Uraraka. I am very pleasantly surprised to see you do so well, Uraraka Ochako. You've proven yourself to be quite talented and resourceful today. Good job reaching second place. I'm happy to be here. Uraraka says, eyes shining. Then All Might moves up to Izuku. Well, this is a surprise. All Might says, Midoriya Izuku, not from Hero Class A or B, but from Support Class H. It must have taken a lot of determination to get this far. Getting first place is a great achievement. You should be proud. I just want to be a hero, Izuku says, lightly. All Might nods in understanding. Maybe someday you will be. They shouldn't, but Izuku can't help but focus on the wording of it. Maybe someday you will be. Not, you can be a hero. A maybe someday. I'm sure he didn't mean it like that, Izuku tells themselves. But they can't help but doubt a little. The next day is technically a day off from school, but really, it's the sports festival for the second years. Izuku had almost skipped out on it, chosen to take a day off, but then Hatsum had messaged the group chat and suggested that the group of them hang out at the sports festival for fun. So, that's where Izuku is. They're watching the second year's sports festival with their friends. Watching it is a lot less stressful when you're not supposed to participate in it, and hanging out with their friends is a plus, so Izuku is enjoying themselves. Although, the day is going much faster considering how Hero Class 2A is, non-existent. Apparently they were all expelled last year. A bit harsh, maybe, Izuku thinks. It's all going well, until Izuku's phone buzzes as a message comes through. They look down at it and frown. Midoriya-kun? Sora asks. What is it? It's Nedu, Izuku mumbles, still frowning. He says that if I'm here, I need to come to his office right away. Sora frowns with them. Did he say why? No, Izuku looks over the message again. That's all it says really. It's very vague. You should probably go see what it's about, Natsuki suggests. It could be important. All right. A few minutes later, Izuku is at Nezu's office, knocking on the door. It's me. Midoriya-kun, Nezu says from the other side. Come on in. Izuku opens the door and steps inside. Nezu is sitting at his desk, staring at his computer, with his fingers? Paws? Whatever they are, they're together. He seems to be contemplating something. Am I in trouble? Izuku asks carefully. Nezu doesn't answer. Midoriya-kun, come over here. I want you to see this. The last time Izuku felt this nervous, they were worried that they were about to be expelled from UA after Nezu found out about the whole vigilante thing. All in all, Nezu isn't the most comforting creature to be around. They're not sure what it is that they're expecting when they step behind Nezu's desk to look at the computer, but what they see definitely is not what they were expecting. It's security footage. From their old middle school. Nezu presses play. For a moment, nothing happens. Then, Izuku sees themselves run across the screen, being chased by Bakugo. Izuku cringes as the video continues. To put it simply, it's not pretty. By the end of it, past Izuku is stuck, shoved in a locker. The video ends, and the silence in the room suddenly feels deafening. Izuku mumbles, having a hard time breathing, where did you find this? It was sent to me by an anonymous source. Nezu says, deadly serious. And I wanted to check with you. Is this footage real? Izuku feels their words catch in their throat. Yes, it is real. But they know that if they tell Nezu that, Bakugo will get in trouble. For all that's happened between them, Izuku doesn't really want to get Bakugo in trouble. It's a simple question, Nezu says, snapping them back to reality. Is the footage real or is it not? I can't just lie to Nezu, Izuku reasons, but Bakugo will have to face the consequences. From somewhere deep within their mind, a voice whispers, if Bakugo didn't want to face the consequences, he shouldn't have done it in the first place. Yes. Izuku murmurs just above a whisper, just loud enough to hear. It's real. Nezu nods. That'll be all, Midoriya-kun. You can go back to your friends now. Izuku does their best to keep their composure as they leave Nezu's office, but once they're out of it, they speed away like their feet are on fire. When Izuku gets back to the stadium, they collapse into their seat, hardly breathing. Midoriya? Natsuki asks, concerned. Are you all right? Izuku doesn't say anything for a while, staring into space. Who did it? Who could have sent Nezu that footage? Midoriya, Shinso says softly from their side, you need to breathe, okay? You don't have to explain anything yet, just breathe. Somehow, Izuku takes in a deep breath. Midoriya-kun? You good? Sora asks, nervously. I'm good, Izuku manages to say. I just don't want to talk about it. Sora would have known about what happened with Bakugo, Izuku realizes. No. He wouldn't have done this. It's not his style. Or he would have at least told me first, right? We won't push it then, Hatsum says. Do you want to go home or? Izuku shakes their head. I just need something different to focus on. I'd rather be here with you guys than go home. Hatsum nods. Okay. Izuku doesn't think they've ever appreciated their friends as much as they do right now. Just having their comfort here is enough. They've come a long way from being the kid who got shoved in lockers all the time. What the heck is up with that guy? Izuku asks the next day, when the group is once again meeting up to watch the sports festival, this time, the third years. Togata Mirio, I think, didn't he have a different quirk last year? A different quirk? Shinso frowns. I don't think you can just have a different quirk. No, I'm serious, Izuku says. Last year when I watched the sports festival on TV, his quirk was just that he could phase through objects. Why does he suddenly have super strength or something? Sora hums. It's some kind of freak mutation. Mutations and quirks always mess my quirk up. He squints at Togata. For example, my quirk still tells me that his quirk is permeation, the quirk that lets him phase through things, but that has nothing to do with the super strength he's displaying. Your quirk just glitches out sometimes? Natsuki asks bewildered. Sora shrugs. Yeah. Sometimes my quirk tells me that people whose quirks came in late are still quirkless. Sometimes my quirk tells me random quirks for people who are supposedly quirkless. The case being that either the quirks are too obscure to be found out, or maybe they were just meant to have that quirk and didn't get it. He lets out a laugh. I mean, my quirk tells me that all might is quirkless for Christ's sake, so yeah, I think it just breaks sometimes. Weird quirk, Shinso comments. Just then, Shinso's phone buzzes. It's an email from Nedu asking me to come see him in his office. He looks up from his phone. Should I be nervous? Terribly so. Sora nods. Sora-kun. Izuku protests. We don't know if it's good or bad and scaring him is just mean. Oh, it's good all right, Sora mutters. Whatever it is, it's good for the rat. And occasionally you get lucky and whatever is good for the rat is good for you too. You don't think too highly of Nedu, do you, Sora? Natsuki notices. I have my reasons. Izuku turns to Shinso. I'm sure you'll be fine. Go on, you haven't really done anything that'll get you in trouble. Shinso nods and stands up. I'll be back. 10 minutes later, Shinso returns with an unreadable expression on his face. Remembering how it went for them yesterday, Izuku asks, Shinso-kun, are you okay? Yeah, Shinso immediately responds. He sinks into the seat next to Izuku. What happened? Izuku asks. You seem off. Shinso stares at Izuku for a moment. Izuku still can't read his expression. After a long moment of hesitation, Shinso answers, Nedu just told me I've been moved to the Hero Course Class A. For a moment, Izuku doesn't process fully what that means. Why isn't Shinso happy? He gets to be in the Hero Course. It hits them all at once. Shinso was moved to the Hero Course. And Izuku wasn't. Midoriya? Shinso asks, and Izuku realizes now, it's guilt. That's what Shinso is feeling. For a moment, Izuku drowns in bitter feelings. They feel the jealousy, the unfairness, the hopelessness. And then they let it all go. I'm happy for you, Izuku says eventually. Really I am. Both of us equally deserve to be in the Hero Course. And even if I didn't get moved, at least you did. Aren't you upset? Shinso asks. Aren't you mad that it wasn't you? Izuku takes a deep breath. I'll get mad about it later. For now, I'm just going to be happy for you. Congratulations, Shinso-kun. I really am happy for you. You deserve it. Not as much as you, though. Shinso mutters. I'm pretty sure if you beat me at that thumb war, you would have been as great as I was, Izuku tells him, forcing a smile. That does beg the question though, Natsuki mumbles. What question? Izuku asks. They just want to take their mind off the subject now. They don't want to think too hard about what it means that they're not being let into the Hero Course again. If Shinso got moved to the Hero Course, Natsuki asks, who got moved out? The answer to that hits Izuku all at once too. They remember yesterday, when Nedu called them to his office. Oh my god, they kicked out Bakugo, Izuku whispers. Their friends all turn to look at them. Bakugo? Hatsum echoes, surprised. You mean the explodey guy? Sure, he had some anger issues, but they kicked him out. What makes you so sure? Natsuki asks. Izuku hesitates. Bakugo and I went to the same middle school. Yesterday, when Nedu called me to his office, it was because he found security footage from our old school, and in it Bakugo was, let's say, doing less than heroic things. He wanted me to confirm whether or not it was true. They're all silent for a moment. I didn't know Nedu would kick him out. Izuku whispers. I knew he'd be in trouble, but I had no idea he'd get kicked out. To be fair, Sora mutters, he did it to himself. It's his own fault. Izuku mumbles, the one thing I wonder is who sent Nedu the video. He said it was anonymous. I don't even know if Nedu himself knows. That does sound like a mystery, Sora hums. For a moment I thought maybe it was you, Izuku comments, but I figured you wouldn't do that without telling me first. Yeah, Sora nods. I wouldn't do that to you. Still though, it must have been someone who hated him. But who would hate him enough? Sora trails off, and he stands right up out of his seat. Sora-kun. It's the traitor! Sora exclaims suddenly. It has to be. Sure, everyone doesn't like Bakugo, but he's strong, and there's no denying he would be good at stopping villains. But a person working for villains would have every reason to get him expelled then. It makes sense. Especially when Izuku thinks more about. That's not the only thing we know about the traitor now, Izuku finds themselves saying. What else is there? Sora asks. This is the first lead I've had in weeks, so tell me everything. Before, you told me that the traitor knew about all of Class A's quirks. They were looking into the files and stuff. And I thought that couldn't be right, because Shiozaki-san and Ajiri-san came from the water zone at the UA. If the traitor knew their quirks, why would they send those two to the water zone when it would benefit them the most? Unless if the traitor is picking favorites with the students, Izuku says, reaching their point. Shiozaki-san and Ajiri-san are both friends of Orenji-san, someone who was also there with them at the USJ. And the other day when we had our sports festival, Bakugo upset Orenji-san. Badly. Whoever the traitor is, they've decided that they like some of the students, and will probably try to keep them from harm. That's an interesting theory, Sora hums. But what if? What if what? Izuku frowns. No, that can't be right, Sora sighs. I was thinking maybe it could be one of them, but none of them really seem like the traitor type. I can't think of a motive for any of them. I spoke with them for a bit during our sports festival, Izuku says. I just don't see how any of them could be the traitor either. Maybe that's because whoever it is, they're a good actor, Natsuki suggests quietly. Going around suspecting everyone doesn't do us any good. Sora says. It just makes us paranoid. I hate to admit it, but in this case, Nedu is right. We need more evidence before we can make a decision here. Right. There's a beat. I can't believe they expelled Bakugo. Maybe there's some justice in this world after all, Sora dramatically sighs. Sora-kun, that's kinda mean. Izuku protests. Sorry, you're right, Sora mutters. God forbid he actually face consequences for his actions. What did Bakugo even do anyway? Hatsum asks. Izuku and Sora share a look, but don't say anything out loud. Of the 5 of them there, they're the only 2 who actually know. It's not worth talking about, Izuku eventually mutters. They don't want to tell the others. Not yet. Now just isn't the time. Thankfully, the others let it drop. After the sports festival ends, the 5 of them are walking out together. And normally, it would be nothing worth noting. It should be nothing. It should be nothing. And yet, as they're walking, Izuku trips. It's not that much of anything. They get a bit clumsy sometimes they just trip up on himself. It happens. It should be nothing. But, for some reason, they feel their throat closing up. Midoriya-kun? Are you all right? Sora asks. Yeah, Izuku mumbles back, but they sound choked up. Why? They feel their eyes starting to sting. But I don't understand. Why am I so upset? Nothing happened. Literally, nothing. Except they know why. It's just that they doesn't know why it's coming out now. Midoriya? Shinso says softly. Izuku pushes themselves up. I'm okay really, I'm okay, It's nothing, but really it's everything. It's how they won and All Might just told them, maybe someday. It's how Nedu dredged up memories of how things were before at their old school with Bakugo. It's how they're being denied into the hero course again, even though they tried so hard, and they thought they really truly had a shot this time, only to have it taken away when it was just within their reach. And God, it's embarrassing, but now they're crying and it feels like they just can't stop. Midoriya-kun? Hatsum asks, startled. What's wrong? It's nothing, Izuku chokes out. Really, it's nothing, it should be nothing, You know, Shinso mutters, I know that you said you want to be happy for me, but if you need to take the time to cry, you can. It's stupid, Izuku sniffles. I mean, why should I be surprised? It's not like this is new. It's not like this isn't what happens every single time. They take in a shuddering breath, but it feels like they just can't breathe. It's stupid that I thought I actually might get somewhere this time. It's not stupid, Shinso says softly. It makes perfect sense. It's justified for you to be upset over this. And if you need to cry, I won't judge you. They'd already thought they were crying as hard as they could before, but at that, it's like a whole new dam breaks free and they find themselves crying even harder. They lower their head just so they don't have to look anyone in the eye. They feel Shinso, at least, they're pretty sure it's Shinso, it's a bit hard to tell, hesitantly reach around to give them a hug, and Izuku immediately returns the hug, holding onto him tightly like some kind of lifeline. It's okay, buddy, Shinso whispers. Kenji watches as Midoriya breaks down crying, and he feels angry. Not at them, of course. At a certain rat. He steps away. Sora-kun? Hatsum asks. Where are you going? I'm gonna either build a mousetrap and hide it in his office, or I'm gonna go yell at Nedu, he mutters. I'll figure it out on my way there. The only reason he doesn't take the mousetrap route is that it would take up more time. So, instead he marches down to Nezu's office. Kenji slams the door open. Sora-kun, that's very poor etiquette. Nedu frowns at him. I want answers, Nedu, Kenji says lowly. Spill. Answers to what? Nedu asks. You know what? He growls. Why isn't Midoriya-kun in the hero course? Nedu sighs. This again? Yes, this again. Kenji shouts. They just won the sports festival, you can't tell me they haven't proven themselves. Nedu is quiet for a moment, stirring his tea. Then he says, did you know that after the sports festival was over, I got a visit from Todoroki Enji? Though, you might know him best as Endeavor. Endeavor? Kenji feels a pit grow in his stomach. Endeavor wanted Midoriya to be expelled, Nedu explains. Said that there was no way they weren't a cheater. Said they had to be using some kind of unfair advantage or bribery. But that's ridiculous. Kenji protests. There's no way they could have. An unfair advantage. Literally everything is stacked against them. Including you, apparently. Nedu ignores his last comment, and instead goes on to say, ridiculous or not, as the number 2 hero, Endeavor is rich and powerful. I couldn't afford to so deliberately go against him like this. You're afraid of Endeavor, Kenji says slowly. You. Well, Nedu hums, there is the whole vigilante thing. Kenji rolls his eyes. You know they would stop the vigilante thing if you let them into the hero course, right? That's part of why I can't do it, Nedu says. What? Now Kenji is just confused. What do you mean? With them as a quote-unquote vigilante, they make an invaluable addition to our team to track down the traitor. They're capable of going out into the field and getting their hands dirty with trying to track down the villain's base itself. I mean, before the USJ they already found the League of Villains, didn't they? It just feels even worse now. So you're using them, Kenji accuses. Nedu sighs heavily. It's for the greater good, Sora-kun. They'll get what they want eventually, but for now, we need them to do this. You're the worst, you know that? Kenji mutters, bitterly. I'm far from the worst, Nedu hums. At least I'm not a villain. And again, it's for the greater good. As long as everything turns out in the end, can you really call me the worst? Kenji thinks back to Midoriya, breaking down in the hallway. Yeah, I can. He storms out, slamming the door shut behind him. Midoriya, are you sure you're okay? Shinso asks hesitantly. Izuku sighs heavily. They find themselves regretting the minor breakdown they had earlier that day, if only because they don't want other people to be worried about them. Currently, the two of them are hanging out at their base on the beach, just them and Tensa. I'm fine, Izuku mutters, really I'm fine. If anything, the best thing for me right now is to take my mind off of it. But is jumping right back into the whole vigilante thing really a good way to deal with it? What makes this any different from all the other times I did the whole vigilante thing? Izuku asks, annoyed. Because now it feels like you're doing it just to be reckless rather than doing it because you want to help people. That's... Izuku doesn't really have anything to say to that. Eventually, they promise, I won't go looking for fights with villains. I'm just going to check out some things to see if there's any way I can help. From where he's sitting on the desk, Garby stares at them. You're telling me that if you see a villain up to no good, you'll ignore them? Shinso asks, as equally doubtful as Garby. The best way to take my mind off things is helping other people, Izuku explains. If I need to stop a villain, I will, but I'm not going out of my way to look for them. I promise. Shinso sighs heavily. Alright, fine, sure. If you're gonna do stupid, reckless things, I'll at least be here to help you fix them. Izuku flashes him a smile. Thanks. Yeah, Shinso mutters. Just don't get killed or I'll be upset. Understood, Izuku replies as they step out of the base and start walking towards the part of town where they originally found the League of Villains. That was what had been on their mind to begin with, although they hadn't told Shinso they planned on that. Mostly because they didn't want him to stop them. They need a lead on what the League is up to. If they manage to get enough information on them, the heroes can take them down. And maybe, if they help take the League of Villains down, UA will actually let them into the hero course this time. Besides, it's not like they lied to Shinso. The League probably moved their base after the USJ attack, or maybe even after they almost caught Izuku spying the first time. So it should, in theory, be empty of villains. If it's not, Izuku will back out and inform the heroes of the location. No harm done. It'll be fine. Besides, they did work on their gear a little during the PRD before the sports festival, and anything they didn't use during it is fair game. They have the helmet Natsuki built for them too. She finished it about a week earlier. It has a built-in voice modifier, silencer, and they can even call people if they needs to. On top of that, she worked with Sora to add a quirk sensor, and it can do night vision. She really outdid herself with how well it works. Izuku makes a mental note to thank her again later. Hey! Shinsu's voice says, coming over the communicator. Yeah. Izuku responds. So, because you're not going to be trying to fight villains, I'm going to tell you reports that come up so you can avoid them, Shinso tells them. And if you actually go in that direction instead of avoiding it, I'll tell the others, and then you'll have to deal with them scolding you too. Fair enough, Izuku mumbles back. If these situations are being reported on, that means heroes are on their way to the scene. Izuku wouldn't need to help in those situations. Alright, glad we're on the same page, Shinso says. He lists out the places to avoid, and Izuku quickly mentally checks to make sure they're not on the path they plan on taking. And, just be careful, okay? Izuku almost wants to be annoyed, but they know Shinso is just worried about them. I'll be careful, I promise. No matter how much mental justifying they try to do, they can't help but feel like they're lying. They manage to get there without much incident, which is a relief at least. The abandoned office building seems just as empty as it did the first time they saw it, but the first time they saw it was when the villains really were there. They sneak their way into the alley. They want to trust that the villains really are gone, but there's no way to know for sure as things are now. They pull one of the remote-controlled cameras from their belt, along with the remote, and starts driving it up the building. They hold their breath as it climbs up the wall. They remember the first time, when that strange villain speaking from the TV had almost caught them. Don't think about that now. Izuku shakes their head as though physically trying to clear the thoughts. The camera reaches the window ledge. At a first glance, the room looks completely empty of anything suspicious. That doesn't mean the villains couldn't have set up any traps though. For the first stretch, Izuku climbs up using the fire escape. Once they're on the level the window sits on, they use a grappling hook to work their way over to the right one. They know they used a grappling hook before in the sports festival, but it's a different model, and on the other hand grappling hooks are a common enough item for people that use gadgets, so it can't be all that suspicious. They eventually reach the window that looks in on the room where the villains had been set up, but they don't enter the building from that window. They don't want to risk the possibility of the window being trapped. Instead, he go in from the window of the room one door down. The building is eerily quiet. They don't like it. Various things litter the ground, but they move as stealthily as they can to the next room, though they pick up a small handful of random office supplies on the way. The door to the room is closed, which sets it up to be a good potential trap. But they need to investigate what's in there. They hold their breath and swing open the door before diving to the side of the hallway. Nothing happens. They let out a shaky breath and peek into the room. Nothing so far. It almost seems like they're being paranoid, checking every possible trap, but they remind themselves that this was a villain's base before. Almost expecting nothing this time, Izuku tosses a stapler they picked up from the other room into the center of this room. Immediately, some kind of laser shoots out and blasts it in midair. A chill goes up their spine. Well, I was right about a trap. Just to check that it was a one-time setup, they throw a second decoy into the room, but nothing happens to it this time. They don't let their guard down yet, but they finally enter the room, ready to look for evidence. Meanwhile, somewhere far away, a device beeps. From the bar stool where he's sitting, the leader of the League of Villains, more commonly known now as Shigaraki Tamura, glances up. From the slice of pizza he's eating, "Hey," he calls over to Kurojiri, who's standing on the other side of the bar. "Something activated the trap in base F. Quick, turn on the camera." He doesn't say it out loud, not then, but there's nothing Shigaraki wants more than to see that meddling vigilante, completely fried by the trap the villains had set up. The TV screen in the corner of the room blinks on, and the image loads. The vigilante is, in fact, there. But they're not fried by the trap. No. What? Shigaraki whines. Ugh, why did they have to disarm it? That's no fun. He turns to Kurojiri, but before he can even say anything, Kurojiri interrupts. "No. I will not warp you over there." "Why not?" Shigaraki demands. "First of all, you're still injured," Kurojiri points out, "and we're out of minions." "We have you," Shigaraki counters. "I am not fit to fight them." Kurojiri shrugs. "I already faced them at the USJ attack. Their power set works too well against mine." Shigaraki scoffs but says no more. "Second of all," Kurojiri continues, "they won't find anything. There's nothing there to find." Shigaraki watches in annoyance as the vigilante goes through everything that's left in the room. Why did they even show up, anyway? He grunts. "It's been what, 2 weeks? 3? Whatever, it's been a while since the USJ attack. Why are they checking now? Possibly because they're confident that it will be abandoned now that time has passed. They don't know how much manpower we have, and they could be trying to avoid conflict," Kurojiri suggests. Shigaraki turns off the monitor, disappointed. Whatever. Izuku is frustrated. They had hoped to find something in the villain's former base, anything. Instead, they'd found a bunch of old papers from back when it was an office building, and an empty pizza box from someplace in Kamino. In other words, their only lead is a pizza box. That doesn't give them any specific location, it gives them an entire city, and even then they have no idea if the villains really are in Kamino or if they just really like Kamino's pizza. Frustrated, they leave the way they came. It's dark outside now, and they aren't sure when it is that the sun went down. "Midoriya? Midoriya, come in," Shinso says. Izuku switches on the communication device. "Yeah, I'm here. What's up? You haven't said anything in a while, so I was just checking up on you. Is everything going okay?" They contemplate how to answer that question. "There was something I wanted to check out. I've checked it out now, but I didn't find much of anything useful." "Alright. Thanks for the update. I'll probably just come back to the base." Izuku sighs. "Considering you don't want me out Vigilante. Vigilante isn't a word. I'm already sort of breaking the law, and you want to correct me on the laws of language?" Izuku hears Hitoshi make some kind of noise on the other end. They thinks it's a laugh, but they're not sure. Whatever. Just hurry on back." On it. Izuku makes their way back to their base on the beach. Or at least, they had intended to. They're walking past an alleyway when they hear distant shouting. For a moment they consider their options, but there's really only one path for them to take here. When you're a vigilante and you hear strange yelling in an alleyway, you go down the alleyway. As they get closer, they can make out some voices. I wouldn't use that quirk of yours if I were you. Don't you know that's against the rules? Man, Izuku hates that rule. Who decided that it was against the law to use your quirk to defend yourself from villains? Really, that's what creates a good half of the problems they face. Well, vigilante problems, anyway. And what if I do? The second voice responds, and now that Izuku is closer, they recognize the voice. It's Todoroki. Yeah, I suppose you think you're above the law, huh? The villain teases. All cause of your daddy being a superhero, huh? Izuku winces. They get a feeling that's still a sore spot for Todoroki, even if he's been working through things over the past few days. Okay, time to act, Izuku decides. They make a quick mental apology to Shinso for getting into a fight after all, and then they activate their roller skates and shoot into the alleyway. What the dash? The villain exclaims, just as Izuku runs into him. Todoroki falls off to the side, but Izuku doesn't have the time to focus on him. They're not as rusty at fighting as they could be, considering that they had to fight during the sports festival, but fighting hero students and fighting villains are entirely different things. Especially when they're not quite used to their roller skates again. As they're sliding backwards to avoid one of the villain's attacks, who has a quirk that lets him just shoot knives from his hands, they trip over one of their skates and fall to the ground hard. Izuku grimaces as they feel pain shooting up one of their legs, and they get the distinct feeling that they just broke something, which is very inconvenient considering that they had specifically promised to be careful. At least the fight ends there, though. The villain thinks Izuku is done for just because they fell, but doesn't see them pull out a stun gun. Izuku sits on the ground for a moment, trying to catch their breath. You all right? Izuku snaps their head back to look at Todoroki. I thought you would have run away by now. Todoroki shrugs. I thought you might need some help. But what about Dash? Are you really about to try and lecture me about what is and isn't illegal? Todoroki asks with a raised eyebrow. Izuku decides not to respond to that. In the back of their mind, a nervous voice tells them to be careful and to remember that Todoroki doesn't know that it's, well, them. So, are you okay? Todoroki asks again. Yeah, Izuku quickly says, and they push themselves to stand up. The instant they put any weight on their leg, they let out a hiss of pain and almost falls back down again, but they manage to catch themselves on the wall just before they do. That doesn't seem very okay, Todoroki points out, frowning. Izuku gives him a small glare, then remembers that they're wearing a mask and Todoroki can't see their face anyway. They sigh and shift their weight so that they're standing on the uninjured leg. Well, I've had worse, Izuku mumbles defensively. That still doesn't really add up to okay, Todoroki says. He pauses for a moment. Look, we can take you to a hospital. Dash. No. Izuku shakes their head, interrupting Todoroki. No. Hospital. A hospital would mean that, one way or another, they'd have to reveal their secret identity. They want to trust Todoroki, but that doesn't mean that they really can yet. Okay, fine, no hospital, Todoroki sighs. Can I at least put ice on your leg for you, if you're going to insist on not getting professional help? Why do you want to help me? Izuku asks. Because you literally just saved my life, Todoroki mutters, like it's obvious. If I just left you here with a possibly broken leg, that would be pretty rude. Izuku considers it for a moment, then sighs heavily and sits down, carefully extending their injured leg. Todoroki reaches over with his right arm and activates his quirk. At first, the cold startles Izuku, but they will themselves to stay still. There's a stretch of silence. Eventually, Izuku can't take it anymore, and so they ask, "What are you doing out here anyway?" Todoroki shrugs. "I just wanted to be out of the house." Izuku nods, understanding. "Guess that makes sense. I wouldn't want to be stuck anywhere near that flaming trash can either." They mentally kick themselves as soon as they say it, especially when they see the look Todoroki gives them. Idiot. Green lightning shouldn't know the things Midoriya Izuku does. Quick, make up an excuse. Sorry, that might have been too much to assume, Izuku quickly apologizes. He's just always seemed like, well, Dash. A BSD, Todoroki suggests. Yeah. Well, You're not really wrong. Todoroki mutters. Endeavor is an a-hole, I can confirm that for you. Now let's drop the subject please. Right, sorry. Izuku mumbles. There's another stretch of silence as they sit there, Todoroki icing their leg. This time, it's Todoroki that breaks the silence. How old are you anyway? Izuku stammers. What's that supposed to mean? You seem like normal height, but that's only because of those roller skates on your feet, so you must be fairly short. And that voice changer hides your voice, so it's hard to tell how young it is. Something tells me you're no veteran fighter either. Izuku scowls to themselves. This is gonna end up getting me caught? They warn themselves mentally. Yet they still answer, I'm in high school. I'm not that young. Todoroki raises an eyebrow. I'm in high school. I may be training to be a hero, but I'm not one yet. For a reason. Just drop it, Izuku mutters. Suddenly, Shinsu's voice comes in through the helmet again. Midoriya? What's the hold-up? Izuku mentally curses themselves. They quickly reach up and silences the mask before turning on the communicator, so that Shinso can hear them and Todoroki can't. Well, it's better to be honest at this point. I may have ended up getting into a small fight on the way. Don't worry, I'm fine, mostly. I just have to wrap up a few more things here and then I'll continue on my way home. Shinso sighs heavily. Why am I not at all surprised? Midoriya, if I find out the fine is actually any kind of injury, I will personally fight you. This coming from the guy who can't even win a thumb war. Please just get back here before you get yourself hurt, dude. Shinso mutters. I'm on my way, Izuku promises. They switch the silencer and the communicator off so they can go back to talking to Todoroki. Sorry, something just came up. I have to go. Your leg is still broken, Todoroki points out, deadpan. I'm just going back to my base, Izuku sighs. And hey, since you're still here, can you help me deal with the villain? Izuku glances back at the villain, who's still out cold, laying in the alleyway. The two of them make quick work of tying up the villain, and Izuku finds that even though their leg is nowhere near healed, it does feel a little better after being iced. Izuku and Todoroki go their separate ways, and Izuku heads back to their base. Your leg is broken. Only a little. Only a li. How do you have a leg that's only a little broken? Well, it doesn't look like my arm did after the USJ. You're grounded. You can't ground me. Yes, I can. You're officially grounded. To be fair, I only broke my leg cause I accidentally tripped while wearing the roller skates. Fine. You're grounded from the roller skates. Shinsu-kun. It would be a lie for Izuku to say, even if Shinso did get on their nerves sometimes when he acted like an overbearing parent, that they disliked joking around with him. It's Thursday now, but it feels like a weird Monday because technically it's the first day of the week that they're spending in the classrooms, after all that happened with the sports festivals for the first, second, and third years. Although, Shudo didn't personally see the second and third year's sports festivals. Those days he technically had off, and he spent most of them praying that his old man would get called away on another mission. He made time to visit his mother too. And then last night, as if on some kind of cue, Kaminari comes running into the classroom. Oh my god, hey guys, did you see the news last night? What? Ashido asks, eager and curious. Green lightning is back, baby. Kaminari shouts, pumping a fist in the air. They stopped another villain last night. Whoa, really? Ashido exclaims, now excited too. I was worried something happened to them, 'cause they've been absent for a while. I know, me too. Shudo deliberately looks away from the two as they excitedly gush about the vigilante. He supposes he should feel lucky that they don't know he was involved in the incident. Green lightning. Mostly he's been trying to keep it off of his mind, but of course they'd be talking about it. Who would be crazy enough to go out and fight villains in their spare time while also dealing with the pressure of being in school? He doesn't have any clue. Shudo glances around the room, and when his eyes land on Ida, his mind changes topic to a different news story he heard over the pseudo weekend. The hero Ingenium, attacked by the hero killer Stain. Usually Ida is, while well-behaved, one of the louder people in the class. Today, instead, he's sitting silently at his desk. Uraraka is trying to talk to him, but he doesn't look like he's interacting much. Shudo feels a small pang of worry. Just then, the bell rings and Aizawa walks in. By this point, the class has learned that when Aizawa enters the classroom, it's usually better to get quiet quickly. And by usually, they mean always. Okay class, Aizawa starts. We have some stuff to do today, but first, I'd like to announce we're adding a new student to our class. Quiet murmuring breaks out around the classroom. Come on in. Shudo is expecting to see Midoriya Izuku walk in. They had won the sports festival and all. Instead, it's Midoriya's friend, Shinso, if Shudo remembers correctly. This is Shinso Hitoshi, Aizawa introduces. He's in class now. There's a pause. Any questions? A group of hands shoots up. Orenji, Aizawa calls. I don't mean to be rude, but Orenji timidly mutters, what about Midoriya-kun? Aizawa frowns. For whatever reason, Nedu has decided that Midoriya isn't ready to be placed in Class A. I personally disagree, but Nedu seems very persistent on this matter. Any more questions? A few more hands than last time go up. That aren't about Midoriya. A majority of the hands slowly lower. Kirishima. Where's Bakugo? Kirishima asks. With Kaminari and Ishido yelling as soon as they entered, Shudo hadn't even noticed that Bakugo was gone. Now that Shudo has noticed, he can't help but wonder too. Bakugo has been found to exhibit behavior that does not fit what a hero stands for, Aizawa says carefully. I would like to believe that he could change and do better, seeing as he's still young, but for the time being he has been expelled. Expelled? Another wave of murmuring breaks out over the class. Sure, Shudo had never liked him much. But for him to be expelled? What exactly happened? Any more questions? Aizawa asks, and before hands can even shoot into the air, he adds, that aren't about Bakugo. No one raises a hand. Alright. Shinso, you can sit in that empty spot there. Aizawa points to Bakugo's now vacant seat. Now then. Today, we're deciding on our hero names. Shinso sits down next to Izuku at the lunch table, and he immediately sets down a notebook in front of them. What's this? Izuku asks. I wrote down everything Aizawa-sensei said during class. Shinso mutters. Because you're a fanboy? Sora asks, and Hatsum snorts a laugh. No. Shinso protests. Maybe a little. But the point is, he looks over at Izuku. I wrote down everything that wouldn't have been said in the standard classes. It clicks why Shinso is giving the notebook to them. So, even if you can't physically be there, at least I can give you the class notes. Shinso adds, confirming Izuku's guess. Izuku feels their emotions rising up again, but they don't want to cry again in front of everyone so soon. Thank you, they manages to say, eventually. No problem, Shinso mutters. Before things can get too sappy, he adds, maybe if you get notes from an actual hero class, you'll stop doing reckless things like, hypothetically speaking, breaking your leg. I'm gonna need a roller skating class for that, Izuku replies. I can't believe you, Natsuki sighs. You really went right back to doing the whole vigilante thing? I mean, Izuku mumbles, I'd rather things just move forward than get stuck on one spot. I can't dwell on the fact that I didn't get into the hero course forever, otherwise I'll end up getting left behind, and then I could lose my spot in the support course. That would just make things worse. Sora frowns and looks like he wants to say something, but he stays silent. Before Izuku can ask him what's wrong, Hatsum jumps in. Besides, who needs some dumb hero class when you get to hang out with us? It isn't that effective in and of itself, but just the thought that Hatsum is trying to cheer them up lifts Izuku's spirits a little. You are aware that I'm part of said dumb hero class, right? Shinso mutters. Incredibly so, Hatsum smiles innocently. Natsuki giggles at Hatsum's words. The bell rings, signaling the end of lunch. They all stand up, and Izuku is painfully aware of the, pain in their leg. Hey, you guys go on ahead, I think I'm going to see if I can get Recovery Girl to do something about my leg. All right, Sora says. Catch you later when you come back. Izuku waves and they go separate ways. They walk down the hallway, trying to remember where the nurse's office is, while simultaneously trying to come up for an explanation for what's wrong with their leg. they bump into someone. I really need to watch where I'm going, Izuku thinks, rather belatedly. Oh, hey Midoriya, Todoroki says. Oh, hi Todoroki-kun. Izuku nervously greets. Please don't figure things out, please don't figure things out, please don't figure things out. Are you okay? Todoroki asks. You seem, distressed. Yeah, I'm fine. Izuku waves it off. I just wanted to talk to Recovery Girl cause my leg's been bothering me since I broke last night. Izuku trails off, trying to think of an excuse, while also mentally slapping themselves repeatedly. Stupid, stupid, stupid. In front of them, it's like they can see the thoughts clicking together in Todoroki's head. Well, there's no way to know for certain. I mean, it's possible he doesn't know. Did you, by any chance, injure yourself while roller skating? Todoroki asks carefully. He knows. Abort mission, abort mission. No, where would you get that idea? They flounder for an answer, but they clearly does not have one. Can we talk about this later? I promise I'll explain things, it's just, we should probably head to class. We can talk about this later, Todoroki agrees. Todoroki walks away to get to his class, and Izuku walks to Recovery Girl's office, now trying to figure out an explanation for Todoroki as well as an explanation for Recovery Girl. So, Todoroki says slowly. So. Izuku awkwardly replies. Later has suddenly become now, and Izuku still has no idea what to say. You're the Vigilante Green Lightning, Todoroki says. It's not really an accusation, it's more like an observation, but it still makes Izuku flinch. Kinda, yeah, Izuku mumbles. Kinda. Todoroki frowns. Well, Izuku thinks, technically, to be a vigilante you have to be using your quirk. It's in the definition of the word and everything. Wow, Todoroki winces. Even the law doesn't treat quirkless people equally. Wonder how many people have figured out that loophole. I'm not sure, Izuku says. But anyway I want to be a hero. I want to help people. And if they won't let me into the hero course then, if I have to be a vigilante to be able to save people, I guess that makes me a vigilante. I mean, I understand the reasoning, Todoroki clarifies, but that's pretty reckless. Yeah, that's what all my other friends who know say too. You mean other people know? Todoroki asks. Who? Well, Izuku thinks, and well, it's too late to back out now. What's your phone number? Todoroki frowns, but tells them. I don't see what that has to do with. Izuku pulls out their phone. Reckless Vigilante Idiot has added Todoroki Shudo to support team for a Reckless Vigilante Idiot. That's an appropriate title, Todoroki says, checking his own phone. Izuku pouts at him, but it's more in a friendly joking way rather than a serious way. That one not support course kid. Midoriya, this has to stop. Also come on, now my name doesn't work. Reckless Vigilante Idiot has changed that one not support course kid's name to Purple. Purple. So that's Shinso? Todoroki guesses. Izuku nods. I'm somehow not surprised that he's in on this. Izuku laughs nervously, then opens up the sidebar that lists the other people in the group. So far, the only people that know are Shinsu-kun, Hatsum-san, Natsuki, Sora-kun, and now you. Todoroki nods, but Izuku assumes it's just a polite nod to pretend he's understanding, considering he's never really met some of them before. Hatsum was in the sports festival, right? Todoroki asks. Yeah. Something. She's a good friend. I don't doubt that. Both their phones buzz at the same time, and they both glance down. 007. Please tell me that we don't have to cancel Endeavor hating hours. There's a second. Todoroki. We're not canceling Endeavor hating hours. In fact, now they're mandatory. Izuku snorts a laugh. Number 1 support course student. Ooh, I like this new dude. He's been officially approved. There's another pause. You don't mind me adding you to the chat, do you? Izuku asks. I can take you out if you want. Todoroki sighs. No, I don't mind. If anything, at least this makes things more interesting. So, you're not going to try and tell on me? Get me arrested? Well, you did sort of save my life, Todoroki shrugs. That would be a pretty bad way to repay you. Just, don't get yourself hurt, alright? Not you too, Izuku mumbles. Maybe you wouldn't hear it so much if you were careful, Todoroki suggests. Fair. Bonus. It's the next day. Yo, hey Mina, I have a theory. Kaminari shouts. What kind of a theory? Ashido asks. You remember Midoriya from the sports festival, right? Kaminari asks. Crazy gadget kid. They won and stuff. Yeah, of course I remember, Ashido says. Where are you going with this? What if, and I mean hear me out, what if, Kaminari suggests, they use gadgets to make it seem like they have a lightning quirk, and they're actually green lightning? Oh come on, that's just far-fetched. Ashido laughs. I mean where would they even get the free time? Have you ever seen Midoriya and green lightning in the same room? Case closed. Across the room, Shudo meets Shinsu's eyes. They both stare at each other for a long moment, as Ashido and Kaminari continue to talk about Kaminari's conspiracy theory. Hey Shinso, you're friends with Midoriya, right? Kaminari asks. Obviously I'm right? Shinso stares at him silently for a moment. Then he mutters, sure, in a deadpan voice that makes him sound insincere, but Shudo is now aware that he's just dying inside over the topic. Kaminari scoffs, whatever man, you know it's true and you just won't admit it. Shinso and Shudo meet eyes again. Shudo has never been much for having a humorous side, but he almost wants to laugh. Friday passes by rather uneventfully, and then before they all know it, it's the weekend. Over Thursday and Friday Hitoshi's worry for Midoriya had gone down, at least a little. Of course no one is happy with the current circumstances, but Midoriya has been choosing not to dwell on them. Then, in the middle of what had seemed to be a peaceful Saturday, Midoriya messages the group chat. Support team for a reckless vigilante idiot. Reckless vigilante idiot. Link attachment. Look at this. I'm so mad. That's not good, Hitoshi thinks, nervous. What is it? Why are they mad? Well, there's only one way to find out. He clicks the link. It's an article. Do sports festival results show that UA's first-year hero students are weaker this year? The headline makes him wince. He doesn't even have to read the rest of the article. He knows exactly what they're suggesting. Reckless vigilante idiot. They're calling the hero classes weak because I won the sports festival. I mean, how else could some quirkless kid win, right? Number 1 support corps student. Ah, that's awful, dude. I'm sorry, double frowny face. 007. Doesn't matter what they say. We still know the truth, right? Purple. Yeah. What do they know anyway? Reckless vigilante idiot. I know, but if they're just going to pin the blame on the hero students, I'd really rather they ignored the whole thing. This isn't what I wanted. It wasn't the point. I'm just mad. This is bad. Hitoshi thinks to himself. In a situation like this, Midoriya could easily get really upset again. And if last time they ended up breaking a leg rushing into vigilante stuff, what could happen this time? We need a distraction, Hitoshi decides. But what is he supposed to do? He's never been one to hang out with others. Actually, before he never really had friends to begin with. Not the point. He just needs to come up with something for them all to do before Midoriya goes out and gets worse than just a roller skate-induced injury. Well, there's an idea. Shinsu-kun, is this your way of passive-aggressively telling me that I suck at roller skating? Izuku asks as the 6 of them stand outside of a roller skating rink. To be fair, you did break your leg the other day, Todoroki points out. For a moment, they frown at Todoroki for his betrayal, but then Izuku sighs heavily. Yeah, I guess you're not wrong. Come on, it'll be fun. Hatsum cheers. Getting some practice in will be good, Sora points out. And in a roller skating rink, no one would question why you're working on roller skating. Fine, Izuku agrees, but you guys know you have to skate too, right? Huh. Hatsum mumbles. It's only fair. Besides, it would be weird if you came in only to watch other people roller skate. But I can't roller skate. Hatsum protests. Natsuki frowns. I thought you were making your own pair of roller skate shoes to compete with Midoriya's? Well yeah, but I wasn't planning on ever wearing them myself. Natsuki laughs and in return Hatsum gives her a betrayed look. It's okay, Natsuki offers, I can help you get the hang of it. Despite how their day had been going so far, Izuku finds themselves actually smiling. Part of their insistence of having the others join them was because they didn't want to feel awkward, but now that they've actually agreed, they're happy because they're not alone. Shinso knocks shoulders with them. You look like you're doing that thing you always do. What thing? Overthinking things. Izuku rolls their eyes, but they don't really mean it. I don't do it all the time. Shinso responds by simply quirking an eyebrow at them. Okay, you have a little bit of a point, Izuku mutters. Sora claps both of them on the back. Come on, what are we doing standing around out here? Let's get going. Izuku smiles a little brighter. Yeah. Let's go. Shudo wonders, for what must be the 100th time, why he's here. It's not that he's wondering why he agreed to come. Right now, he would agree to just about anything as long as it meant getting out of the house and away from the old man. Currently, he's using the excuse that he's busy studying with Yaoyorozu, but she did even worse than you in the festival dash. Well, it's a good thing we're studying then, isn't it? So, Shudo knows exactly why he came. What he wonders about is why he was invited in the first place. If it were just Midoriya, he would find it more understandable. But with it being the whole group of them, Shudo can't help but feel a little out of place. They all already know each other, and Shudo has no real connection to them outside of, well, Midoriya. Even if Shinso is in the hero course now, Shudo isn't sure they would have become acquainted at all if it hadn't been that they were both friends of Midoriya. When it comes to the other three, he vaguely knows Hatsum based on what he saw during the sports festival, but nothing about Natsuki or Sora. What do they think about him being there? Do they mind at all? To them, Shudo is little more than a complete stranger. Hey there. Speak of the devil, Shudo thinks to himself as Sora stops skating to stand next to him instead. Hey, Shudo mutters back. What you doing? Thinking. To be fair, I guess that was obvious. Sora laughs. What are you thinking about though? Shudo hesitates, thinking about what to say, then answers, I feel weird being here. Almost like I'm intruding. In response to this, Sora simply rolls his eyes. If we didn't want you here, we would have said so. To be friends with someone you kinda have to spend time getting to know them, you know? I don't see why you want to be friends though. We know nothing about each other, Shudo points out. Sora shrugs. I'm pretty sure that's how most people start before becoming friends. I suppose, Shudo mutters. If you feel weird being here, then why did you come? Sora asks. Shudo glances at him, and he must have a rather hostile look on his face because Sora immediately clarifies, not that I mind you being here. I think it's totally cool that you're here. It's just that you didn't have to come and I'm wondering why you did if you don't think you belong. Shudo sighs. Right now I'd do just about anything if it meant getting out of the house. Oh right, Sora hums in understanding. The flamey BSTRD. If there's one thing Shudo definitely likes about Midoriya's friend group, it's that none of them like Endeavor. None of them question the hate at all, they accept it as it is. Although, Shudo can't help but wonder why. Midoriya was the only one he told about his past, and Shudo can't imagine that Midoriya would go and tell the others about it, so why? Not that I don't appreciate it, Shudo clarifies before asking, but why do you hate Endeavor so much? Sora hesitates this time, a wince on his face. Well, first of all, there's the understandable bit where he's just a generally sour person. He doesn't act like how a hero should, you know? Then, there's that he's made some pretty sketchy arguments against vigilantism. I don't have to explain why that affects us, but, specifically his reasoning on it is pretty telling. Shudo knows what Sora is referring to. He's heard rants more than once about those demon vigilantes stealing his job by fighting villains. A hero shouldn't be upset by there being less villains around. And then, Sora continues, dropping his voice. I don't know if Midoriya-kun mentioned this to you, but during the sports festival, right before your guys' fight, Endeavor threatened them and told them to drop out. It shocks him at first, but after it's set in, Shudo isn't necessarily surprised that the old BSTRD would do something like that. It's just like him. Sora hesitates again before continuing, on top of that, I haven't told Midoriya-kun about this yet, I'm not sure how they would handle it if they heard, but apparently Endeavor tried to get them expelled too. After the sports festival was over, Nezu claims that it's part of the reason that they didn't get put in the hero course. Shudo can't help but notice how Sora seems as bitter talking about Nezu as he does Endeavor. I wish I could say that's a new low for him, but to be honest, it really isn't, Shudo mutters darkly. I hate how he thinks he can just throw his weight around and get what he wants. I hate it even more when he gets his way. Sora winces. Sorry. Here I am complaining about him, but if he really is as bad as I think he is and you're the one who has to put up with that, you probably have it so much worse. Worse is relative. It doesn't matter if someone has it worse or not, because almost always there's someone out there that'll have it worse. Also, the fact that you have actual reasons of your own makes me feel better than if you hated him just because. Sora is quiet for a bit, then he waves a hand like he's trying to clear the air. We've probably talked about that garbage fire more than he deserves now anyway. So, wanna skate together? As it turns out, I'm actually not all that good at roller skating, Shudo admits. I'm good at ice skating, but roller skating is just different enough to be hard. Wow, Sora says with exaggerated shock. And here I thought you would be good at everything on your first try. Shudo rolls his eyes, but there's a slight smile on his face. Come on, Sora offers again. I'm not all that good either. We don't have to be good at it though. It's just for fun. Just for fun, huh? Shudo muses. Sora pushes off the wall first and offers a hand out to Shudo. A second later, Shudo pushes off the wall himself and accepts it. You never told me you were good at skating. Izuku accuses as Shinso skates. Backwards next to them. Shinso shrugs and spins around. You never asked. That seems like some fairly vital information to me. To be fair, I'm only good at trick skating, meanwhile you would benefit more from speed skating, Shinso explains. Although, if you're gonna get into fights without turning the roller skates off, maybe learning some trick skating would do you some good. So, can you teach me sometime, then? Izuku asks brightly. Shinso blinks in surprise. I mean, I wasn't really being serious, but I guess it would be helpful. Now's not the best time though, there's lots of people in the way, and I don't think they'd appreciate it if we were in the way. He thinks for a bit. Tell you what, if you find a time and place to work on it, then sure, I'll help you learn how to do some trick skating. Izuku beams. Thanks, Shinso-kun. It really means a lot to me. For a second, Shinso looks at them bewildered and maybe a little flattered, but he quickly rolls his eyes. Yeah, whatever, Shinso coughs, trying to act nonchalant. Figure it would be a big help for a troublemaker like you. Izuku's smile turns to a cheesy one. Always the troublemaker, that's me. Oh, Shinso-kun, is that you? Both Shinso and Izuku turn to the source of a new voice. It's another student, but Izuku doesn't quite recognize him on sight. He has a surprised expression on his face, but it's the happy sort of surprise. Izuku may not recognize him, but Shinso apparently does. Oh hey, Shinso greets back. He hesitates for a moment, then says, Oyama, right? That's me. He confirms cheerily. He must either be someone in Class A or someone who was in the general education class with Shinso before he transferred. Izuku concludes, though, when they think about it, Class A makes more sense. They remember when they looked over the class's quirks before the USJ, and Aoyama does sound vaguely familiar. I never thought you'd be interested in roller skating. Aoyama goes on. It's a side hobby of mine, Shinso mutters. That's when Aoyama looks from Shinso to Izuku, and Izuku watches his eyes light up so brightly that for a second they wonder if that's a part of his quirk. You're Midoriya Izuku. Eunice. Izuku stutters, a bit bewildered. Aoyama holds out a hand. I'm Aoyama Yuga. I'm from Class A and it's great to meet you. I'm Dash. Izuku almost introduces themselves before remembering, oh, right, he already knows who I am, and so instead they awkwardly accept Aoyama's handshake and mumbles a quick, it's great to meet you too? You are like, so totally awesome. Aoyama gushes. Thanks? But why? It's not that Izuku doesn't appreciate the positive attention, because they do, It's just that they're utterly confused as to why it is happening. You came in first in the sports festival. Aoyama explains, then elaborates, only using support gear. That's so bold and new, and I think it's just fabulous. Oh, thanks. Izuku says again, mostly because they're a little overwhelmed. It's just, Aoyama speaks softer, toning down a little, I worry sometimes about myself, you know? Of course my quirk is beautiful and flashy, but sometimes when I look at other people in Class A, I wonder if I'm really powerful enough to be a hero. Of course I'm fabulous, and I'll always have that, but I can't help but worry if I'm strong enough sometimes. And then you won the sports festival with less than what I have. So if you can be a hero, maybe I can too. Huh? I'm not in the hero course though, so, not much of a hero. You're still a hero to me. At that, Izuku is completely taken aback. When they hadn't gotten into the hero course after the sports festival, they had believed that they were still stuck where they were before. That it had all been for nothing. But maybe it wasn't. Maybe they really had taken a step closer to being a hero, even if they hadn't been put in the hero course just yet. As quickly as the moment had started, it ends. Aoyama's smile changes to a brighter one, but though the smile is brighter, it somehow feels a little less genuine. Anyway, sorry for getting all sappy on you. I don't usually get like that, but I wanted to tell you. It was nice meeting you. Bye. And before Izuku can even say anything in reply, Aoyama skates off, leaving them standing there stunned. Did that really all just happen? Before Izuku can start thinking too much, Shinso bumps their shoulders together. Izuku glances at them curiously. You know, you really are a lot cooler than you give yourself credit for, Shinso mutters. After a moment he adds, even if you do some pretty reckless stuff sometimes. Izuku smiles. Well, that is why I'm the reckless. They glance around, then continue, the reckless idiot. Shinso huffs a small laugh. Yeah. Now, come on, reckless idiot. Let's see if we can at least remove roller skating from your list of ways to get yourself hurt. Shudo is still worried about Ida. He hasn't been acting like himself ever since the news came out that Ingenium was attacked, and for Shudo to notice even though he doesn't talk to Ida much at all, it must be pretty bad. He feels like he should go to him and say something, but he has no idea what. Uraraka is keeping Ida company. That eases his worry a little. So, hey, Ida-kun. He hears Uraraka ask nervously, where did you decide to go to for your internship? She's at least trying to hold a casual conversation, Shudo thinks. In response, Ida doesn't say anything besides, Manuel's hero agency. Uraraka continues to chatter away, but for some reason Ida's response sticks in the back of Shudo's mind. Manuel. Shudo doesn't know much about him, which means that Endeavor didn't make him learn about the hero. That means Manuel isn't someone considered to be overly strong or popular. So why would Ida choose that agency? He did fairly well in the sports festival, and even if he hadn't, he's still Ingenium's little brother. Surely he had better offers than some small hero agency in, what city was it again? It hits him all at once. That's where Manuel's hero agency is. And that's where Stain attacked Ingenium. Shudo wants to hope for the best, but it seems all too clear for him now. Ida is planning to try and go after the hero killer. But what is Shudo supposed to do with this information? He already submitted his choice, so he can't change it to try and help Ida. He doesn't know if his internship will take him into Hosu. What can he do to help? Ida? Another thought comes to him. Maybe he can't help Ida. But he thinks he knows someone else who can. Izuku works on their next gadget, trying to stay completely focused. Hey Midoriya-kun, what ya makin'? Sora asks. Without looking over, Izuku answers, they're supposed to be flashbangs. Flashbangs? Sora echoes nervously. They're more for show than to be any kind of weapon, Izuku clarifies. The point is that they make a blinding flash of light and a really loud bang. Kind of like a crack of lightning. Ah, Sora hums in understanding. I get it. Those would be useful for some kind of indoor battle or night battle. They'll make for a cool entrance at least, Izuku says, smiling to themselves. Just then, Power Loader, Majima-sensei, that is, announces from the front of the room, all right everyone listen up. Normally he doesn't say much and just lets the class focus on working on gadgets, so the sudden change grabs everyone's attention almost immediately. Thank you for quieting down so quickly, Majimi starts. Now then, next week we're going to be doing internships with support companies. A few of you have been given offers if it's a family business for you, or, he glances at Hatsum and then Izuku for just a second, if you showed some talent during the sports festival. The rest of you will be given a list of agencies that have agreed to do internships for UA support corps students. There's a pause over the classroom as everyone takes in the news. That'll be all. Please try to make a decision on where you'll be interning as soon as you can. With that, they're all given the lists and, what the heck? Izuku exclaims, looking over their list. What is it? Sora asks, glancing over. Izuku stutters, what how dash? Here's the thing. Izuku had expected a few offers. They were in the sports festival and all. So yeah, they had expected a few. And their list has at least 100. More than likely a couple hundred. Sora looks over the list. I mean, I don't really see why you're surprised. But this many? You did win the sports festival and all, Sora shrugs. They don't care if you're quirkless. If you can win the sports festival with only gadgets, then you have the kind of talent that support companies dream of getting. I guess. Izuku mumbles. I have no idea how I'm supposed to choose one though. Well, Sora says. Good luck. You can say that again. Not much happens during lunch besides the usual, although Shinso did mention that Aoyama says hi. Izuku hadn't really known how to respond except to tell him to say hi back. What's really important is what happens right at the end of lunch. Todoroki steps up next to them. Hey, can I talk to you for a second? It's important. Izuku is surprised, but they agree, yeah sure. In no time at all, they've gotten away from everyone else and are talking in a secluded hallway. So what is it? Izuku asks, cutting right to the chase. Todoroki hesitates for a second, then asks, you know Ida, right? Ida-kun? Izuku echoes. Yeah, a little. He's Uraraka-san's friend, right? He went up against Hatsum-san in the sports festival too. For a second they remember the USJ incident and how they had accidentally called him by name as a vigilante. At least Ida hasn't seemed to add things up yet. And he's Ingenium's little brother, Todoroki adds, tensely. Oh yeah, I guess that makes sense, I should have realized before, and wasn't Ingenium on the news recently for some reason? Oh yeah it was, oh god. Oh my god. Todoroki nods, knowing exactly what Izuku realized even without them saying anything. Yeah. Is Ida-kun okay? Izuku asks, but really they already know the answer. No one could be okay with this, first off, and second, Todoroki wouldn't bring it up if there weren't an important reason. He's been taking it really hard, Todoroki murmurs. He's been really distant to everyone recently, even Uraraka, despite the fact they're friends. Izuku frowns. It's definitely not something good, but, well, what do you think we should do about it? There's more, Todoroki says, not answering Izuku's question. We're doing internships with hero agencies. Ida chose an agency in Hosu. That's where the hero killer attacked, Izuku realizes. You think he's planning to go after him? I think it's a possibility, Todoroki nods. I already decided on where to do my internship and I wish there was someone to keep an eye on him. And I hoped you might be able to. I can do it, Izuku agrees immediately. We're doing internships in the support course too, I'll just pick a place in Hosu then. Are you sure? Todoroki asks. If it's something important to your class, then. I had no idea where to even start looking before, Izuku shrugs. Now I do. I couldn't leave Ida-kun like that if things are as bad as you say they are. Todoroki takes a deep breath. This is probably going to be the only time that I'm grateful that you're a reckless vigilante idiot. Izuku laughs. Thank you. They almost go separate ways there, but out of curiosity, Izuku decides to ask, so where are you going for your internship then? If you already picked somewhere. Todoroki winces. I picked Endeavor's agency. Endeavor. Izuku clarifies slowly, disbelieving. I'm sorry but why? I'm not excited about it either, Todoroki mutters, but, well, first, if I'm going to try and get used to using my fire, I suppose it would be better to listen to someone who knows how to use it. And he didn't become the number 2 hero by being likable, that's for sure. And second, he's still pretty set off for how I lost the sports festival, Todoroki hesitantly admits. If I put up with this one thing, he might be a little less insufferable about it. Izuku winces. I'm sorry. That's my fault, I dash. No. Don't apologize, Todoroki insists firmly. You won fair and square because you deserved it. You already didn't get what you wanted from it. I'm not gonna let that BS make you feel guilty about it either. Well, Izuku mumbles, I didn't get nothing from it either. But, if you don't want me to feel guilty, then I'll try not to. They find themselves smiling and they add, thanks, Todoroki-kun. I should be thanking you, Todoroki says. You're the one helping me with the whole Ida situation. It's no big deal, Izuku waves it off. I can't just leave a situation like that on its own, you know? The bell rings then, signifying the official end of their lunch party. Should probably get going, Izuku says. Anyway, good luck with your internship? I'm pretty sure you're gonna need it. Yeah. You too. Todoroki nods. Izuku almost walks away, but hesitates and turns back. If Endeavor tries to give you trouble, shoot me a message, okay? I'll zoom over as a vigilante and zap him. Realize he'll kill you if you do that, right? He can try, but if I can survive evil villains trying to kill me, I think I can survive an old man who throws a tantrum because he doesn't get what he wants. Midoriya. I appreciate you so much. I mean that sincerely. Bonus. Hey Midoriya-kun, did you figure out what to do with your internship dash? Oh yeah, I did, but hey Sora-kun, you're working on Ida-kun's hero costume, right? Yes. Can you help me with something mildly illegal if it's for the sake of saving his life? I hate it when you start conversations this way. So we're doing internships next week, Hitoshi says, trying not to seem nervous. Yep, Aizawa confirms. But you haven't given me any of the internship forms. You'll be interning with me, Aizawa explains. Since you're a new transfer student, we'll spend the week trying to catch you up on what they've already gotten done. Right? Hitoshi mutters. I guess that makes sense. There's a few seconds where neither of them says anything, and then Aizawa sighs. All right kid, out with it. Huh. You have something on your mind that's bothering you. What is it? Hitoshi hesitates, then asks, what do you think about the whole Midoriya situation? I mean, they got much further than I did in the sports festival and stuff, and Aizawa doesn't answer for a long moment, and Hitoshi can only imagine what he's thinking. Eventually, Aizawa mutters, Nedu is pretending the situation is complicated, but really, it's not. The truth is that both of you easily could have been added to Class A. You both deserve to be in Class A. I'm disappointed that Nedu won't let Midoriya into the hero course, but that does not mean I'm disappointed you're here, all right. All right. Good. The week flies by them and suddenly it's time for their internships. Izuku arrives in Hosu, pulling their luggage behind them and checking on the address slip for the support company they're interning with. Why are you here? A voice demands. Izuku turns to see none other than Masaru Aiker. The two of them had only spoke once before, and in that one conversation Masaru had made it very clear that he hated everything about Izuku. Needless to say, neither of them are very excited to be seeing each other. I'm here for my internship, Izuku answers, keeping their tone level. Why are you here? I'm here for my internship, Masaru says. Then his eyes narrow. Wait, where exactly are you interning? Izuku feels a pit sink in their stomach, and they show Masaru the address slip they're holding. Masaru takes a second to read it, then glares furiously, that's where I'm interning. You can't intern there. What are you, some kind of copycat? Trust me, Izuku mutters, if I had realized, I would have picked a different agency. Excuse me? What? Don't act offended. Of course I don't want to be around you when you constantly insult me and strut around with your overgrown ego. You dare dash. Look, Izuku cuts in, there's no going back on it now, so can we please just make this week as painless as possible for each other? Masaru scowls. Fine. Stay out of my way and we'll be perfect. Already planned on it, Izuku mutters. With that, Masaru marches off, and Izuku decides not to tell him he's headed the wrong direction. The place that they're interning at is big, much larger than Izuku had been expecting even. They even get their own room to themselves, which, considering their rocky relationship with Masaru, is honestly a blessing. They're going through their suitcase and unpacking some of the stuff. The bag inside the suitcase moves. They sort the books on their shelf. Wait, what? Izuku looks back at the bag, sure they imagined it. After a second or two, the bag twitches. They carefully lift the bag and open it. Garby smiles at them from where he's sitting inside the bag. Well, the visor on his head smiles. Garby! Izuku groans, then whispers, "You can't be here. You're going to get me in trouble." The visor blinks and the smiley face is replaced with a word. Lonely. Izuku stares at Garby for a long moment, before giving a heavy sigh. But I guess it's not the end of the world if you're here. Just stay out of trouble, okay? Not biting or scratching people. Garby's visor blinks a smiley face. But a second later it blinks a different word, concern. What? Izuku asks, uncertain what that means. Garby reaches forward and nudges Izuku's hand insistently. I'll be careful too, Izuku says. Promise. Don't act like you have the moral high ground. I seriously doubt that you intend on keeping out of trouble too. Smiley face. Yeah. Exactly. That's not comforting at all. Natsuki-chan? Is that you? Mei exclaims, racing up to her friend. Handsome. Natsuki turns to face her, surprised. Wait, are you interning here too then? Yeah. Mei cheers, fist pumping the air. Does this mean that we get to intern together? I mean, I guess it does, Natsuki says, smiling. Yay! Mei shouts, jumping on Natsuki with a hug. Oh, I'm so happy. It's cool that we get to spend more time together. Oh, this is gonna be great. Natsuki's smile just gets brighter, and seeing it makes Mei feel warm and fuzzy inside. Yeah, Natsuki says, this is gonna be great. They're a day into the internships now, and Shoyuta has noticed something interesting about Shinso. He takes a lot of notes. A lot. Which, normally, Shoyuta wouldn't really question, except Hisashi has mentioned before that Shinso's style of note-taking is writing the bare essentials only. And that doesn't match up with the way he's writing his notes now. Shoyuta tries to ignore it as he continues the lesson. His mind wanders to the other day when Shinso had asked what he thought of the situation with Midoriya. It's pretty clear from that and the sports festival itself that the two of them are good friends. So is that how it is? Shinso, Shoyuta says eventually. Shinso looks up from his notes. Yes. Are you writing those notes with the intention of lending them to Midoriya? The look on his face explains it all. Technically, sharing notes with someone outside of the hero course is against the rules. But maybe he can let this one slide. Forget I asked. Shoyuta tells him. If Shoyuta starts going any slower to help Shinso's note-taking pace, neither of them mention it. It's the third day of internships, and Tenya is patrolling with Manuel. Just another day of patrolling. Sorry it isn't more exciting, Manuel apologizes. No, it's actually, Tenya mumbles the answer out, still half wrapped up in his own thoughts. It's actually better this way. Even as focused on himself as he is, there's no way that Tenya could miss the concerned glance that Manuel gives him. Okay, Manuel says, turning back to the sidewalk in front of them. There's silence for a moment, hesitation, then he asks, Hey, I really hate to bring it up but, you're here because you're after the hero killer, aren't you? Immediately on the defensive, Tenya replies, and what, exactly, makes you think that? Well, it's just, Manuel backpedals. I can't really think of any other reason that you would choose to intern with my agency. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm thrilled. I worked with your brother all the time, so knowing that I would get to meet his little brother was awesome. I mean, I don't know if Tensei would have suggested my agency or not, so it's almost like it's too good to be true. Tensei has mentioned you plenty of times before, Tenya says. That part of it, at least, is the truth. That's why I chose to intern here. Right. Manuel hums. Something gives Tenya the impression that he doesn't fully buy his lie. Even so, I'd like to warn you not to act out of personal desires or a want for revenge. We're heroes, you know? Saving people should always be our top priority. Tenya is glad for the moment that his hero costume covers his face. Of course, he answers, trying to sound sincere. But try as he might, something has to be done about Stain. I can't let him continue. He has to pay for what he's done. That is Tenya's one and only goal on this internship trip. To find the hero killer Stain. And to put an end to him. The door to the room slams open. What did you do? Masaru demands, furious. What? Izuku asks, completely oblivious to why he's so angry. I said, what did you do? Masaru repeats, all of my tech isn't working, and I know you're responsible for it. I have no idea what you're talking about, Izuku defends. Besides, you think I would stoop so low as to sabotage your work? Yes, I do, Masaru snaps. Yeah, well, I didn't. Masaru gives a wordless growl, then threatens, so help me if I get one shred of evidence, you're gonna have hell to pay. From there, he storms out, slamming the door behind him. Good thing you won't find any, Izuku mutters to the door in front of them, even though Masaru is already gone. They hear a rustling behind them and they turn to find Garby. The visor on his head shows a big smile and nothing else. The puzzle pieces click together in Izuku's brain. Garby! They groan. I thought I told you to stay out of trouble. Garby continues to smile in a way that feigns innocence, and yet at the same time the smile is somehow incredibly smug. Whoa, do that again. Mei cheers. Huh? Natsuki asks, turning to her. What? That? Mei yells, and gestures vaguely at the gadget in front of her. I've never seen technique like that before. Oh, okay, Natsuki mumbles. First she undoes the action with a motion so fluid that Mei finds it mesmerizing. Then Natsuki glances over to make sure she's watching, and does it again. The motion seems so fast it looks like in theory it wouldn't work, and yet everything comes together and falls in place right as it should. Whoa! Mei exclaims. Can you show me how to do that? Can you? Natsuki laughs softly. It's not that difficult, it just takes practice. Here she undoes it again, then takes Mei's hands and guide them onto the gadget. I'll lead you through it. Natsuki's hands are rougher than Mei would have thought, though she shouldn't be surprised considering they're both support corps students. That being said, they're not too rough. And it's obvious that Natsuki carefully maintains them. That's a good idea, Mei hums to herself. Mechanical work kinda needs working hands. Huh? Okay, are you ready to try? Natsuki asks. Huh? Mei mumbles, still half lost in thought. The technique you asked me to show you. Oh, yeah, I'm ready, go ahead. With Natsuki's hands on hers, Natsuki guides Mei through how to do it over and over again. There. Natsuki says after they've done it together a few times. Now you try. Mei takes the gadget in her own hands, and tries to focus on thinking of the motion they just went through. It's not quite working for me yet, Mei pouts, staring at the tool pieces in her hand, definitely not together like they were for Natsuki. Natsuki giggles, and the light sound lifts Mei's spirits. Come on, Natsuki offers, let's try it again together. Sure. Shudo collapses into his bed at the end of the day, exhausted. He certainly doesn't know how to pull any punches. He would almost full-on regret choosing to intern here, but undeniably he's been making some fairly quick progress with his fire. Which is better than nothing, he supposes. It's just then that his phone buzzes with an incoming message. When Shudo checks, he sees it's from Midoriya. Midoriya. Hey, how are you doing? I haven't heard anything, so I thought I should check up on you. If it's a bother, you can tell me not to. They text just like they talk. Todoroki. I'm okay. A little tired, but otherwise fine. Midoriya. Good. That's nice to hear. Any interesting news? Todoroki. Well, it seems like the old man is interested in bringing down the hero killer, so we'll be making a trip to Hosu soon. I guess it was pointless of me to ask you to go there. Midoriya. It's fine. I mean, even if you weren't, there was never any guarantee that Ito would try to track him down. Honestly, if this whole thing turns out to be pointless, I'll be relieved. Shudo would feel awkward letting the conversation drop, but he's not sure how to respond to that. Eventually he asks, Todoroki, how is your internship going? Midoriya starts typing but then stops a bunch of times. Eventually what comes through is, Midoriya. Sorry, Garby keeps getting in the way when I try to type that I'm fine. Todoroki. Garby? Midoriya. He snuck in. Long story. Shudo pauses for a moment. Todoroki. So if Garby is stopping you from typing I'm fine, is it because you aren't actually fine and he's trying to keep you from hiding it? Midoriya doesn't respond for a while. Eventually, Midoriya. One of my other classmates is interning here. Let's just say we don't really get along. Todoroki. In other words, he's a JRK. Midoriya. I mean that's pretty blunt, but yeah. Todoroki. I can't imagine you not getting along with someone unless if they were being purposefully confrontational. Midoriya. Purposefully confrontational. That sounds about right. Todoroki. I'm sorry. Midoriya. What for? Todoroki. You didn't have to intern there, but I asked you to. Midoriya. It's fine. Really. Besides, the only problems that came up were when Garby went after his gadgets and ruined them. Sorry, I capitalized Garby because he's still in my lap and I wanted to be accusing. Todoroki. But your ferret gets into as much trouble as you do. Midoriya. That was sarcastic by the way. It's on the night of the 4th day of the internships that it happens. Attacks start happening all over Hosu while Manuel and Tenya are on patrol. And in the chaos of it all, Manuel goes one way, and Tenya goes another. With all of these distractions going on, it would make perfect sense for Stain to try and attack someone right now, he theorizes, running through the city. Most of his victims were found in deserted alleyways, so that's where I'll have to look. Just as he thought, he finds them in a deserted alleyway, an injured pro-hero, and the hero killer Stain himself. Tenya's sight narrows until the only thing in his focus is Stain, and he runs forward at the villain. Stain reacts fast, too fast, knocking off Tenya's helmet and causing him to stumble back a few steps. A child in a costume? Stain mutters, now that Tenya's helmet is gone. Get lost, kid. This doesn't concern you. Yes it does, Tenya says, voice trembling. You attacked the hero Ingenium. My brother. And I'm going to make you pay for it. The light in Stain's eyes changes as he listens. You really don't want to be doing this, kid. I'll give you one last chance to run away before you make me kill you. The last few words chill Tenya with a shiver that goes right down to his bones, but after that his statement just makes Tenya angry. This man, this villain hurt Tensei, and thinks that he can just get away with it. Tenya drops into a crouch and readies himself to attack, but somehow, again, Stain is faster. They scuffle for a bit, and Tenya falls to the ground. He's about to get up when a sword drives its way through a CHK in his armor and through his shoulder. He snaps his teeth together to stop himself from crying out in pain. I refuse to show any weakness to this monster. I did try to warn you, kid, Stain mutters. The sword is removed from Tenya's arm, and he's about to stand up to fight again when his limbs lock together. He can't move himself an inch. You hurt Tensei, Tenya snarls, ignoring the tears that are starting to sting at his eyes, and for that I'll never forgive you. Oh yes, revenge. That's just the best heroic trait, isn't it? Stain snaps sarcastically. He then points over to the pro-hero, still frozen on the wall. If you were a real hero, your first priority would have been getting him out of here. But it wasn't. Kid or no, you're just another one of the bad egg heroes running around. And for that you must die. Tenya can't see much from this angle, but it's like he can sense Stain lifting up his sword, ready to drive it down. Say what you want, Tenya shouts, ignoring the fear that's building up inside of him. But at the end of the day, you're just the criminal who hurt my brother. There's a large crack and a blinding flash of light. What? Lightning? Tenya thinks, squinting his eyes shut to fend off the sudden bright light. Wasn't the weather clear out? Why would there be lightning? The light fades and Tenya opens his eyes. Stain is standing a few meters away from him now. And in between Tenya and Stain is the vigilante green lightning. Izuku themselves had been relaxing in their room when the disaster had struck. When it had, there wasn't even a question in their mind of what to do, they needed to help. They assembled their green lightning costume in a flash and was out the door seconds later. For the most part, as they made their way through the city, they kept to the roofs. The streets were flooded with people, but no one would pay attention to what was going on overhead. First, Izuku had found Manuel. When they realized that Ida was, in fact, no longer with the hero, a pit had sunk in their stomach. Though, they supposed this possible scenario was why they had asked Sora to put a tracker on Ida's hero costume in the first place. They pulled out said tracker and followed where it led. It hadn't needed to tell them when they found Ida, though. What told them that was the gleam of a sword in the moonlight. Bingo. Many cities away, Hitoshi is sitting at home, anxiously drumming his fingers on his leg. The news is already blowing up about an incident in Hosu, where Midoriya is interning. There's no information on what exactly is going on, but there's no doubt about it that it is something bad, something to do with villains. Please don't get involved, Hitoshi mentally begs Midoriya. Please don't do anything that's too reckless. Hitoshi's phone buzzes. Midoriya Izuku has sent out their location. I have a bad feeling about that. Damn it. Why you? Ida stammers. You were there at the... You're that vigilante, Green Lightning. Nice to see you remember me. Izuku mutters, not taking their eyes off of Stain, lest the villain try to make a move if they do. For a moment, Izuku considers trying to grab Ida and making a getaway without fighting Stain, but carrying someone wearing a full set of armor while roller skating sounds difficult even just in theory, and even if it didn't, there's another person here too, a pro-hero that Stain must have been targeting originally before Ida had come here. Izuku definitely doesn't have the strength to carry two people. Fighting is the only option then, although, what's your blood type? Izuku asks Ida after a moment of thinking. What? Ida asks, what does that have to do with anything? Just answer me. It's A. Izuku stares at Stain and the details of his quirk list out onto the helmet screen in front of them. In a little under 5 minutes, that paralysis will wear off. When that happens, run and get help. What? Ida exclaims, I can't do that. I have to dash. You know, Izuku cuts in, for someone with a quirk based around running, you're really bad at it. Ida doesn't respond to that. Interesting, Stain speaks up. How did you know my quirk? That's a secret I'll keep to myself, Izuku says evenly. So, Shigaraki wasn't being paranoid when he said that there might be a vigilante who shows up and interferes. So they remember me too? I'm flattered, Izuku says, though they're not actually all that flattered. Does that mean you work for the League of Villains then? Stain scoffs, of course not. It's more of a partnership than anything. Shigaraki and I don't really get along. I'm not sure Shigaraki really gets along with anybody, Izuku mutters, recalling their own meeting with the villain. Heh, Stain huffs a dry, humorless laugh. So why are you here, Vigilante? You're an awful long way from your home. A change of scenery is nice from time to time. Besides, isn't it obvious? I'm here to stop you from killing any more people. Stain is silent for a moment. I like you. You're not some kind of fake like the rest of these heroes. Only a real hero would help others for no pay, no benefit. Vigilantes are the truest heroes in our time. Thanks, but no thanks, Izuku says. I don't want your praise. You're a villain. Villain, vigilante, we're not that different. You can't tell me you don't see the corruption in modern heroes. Corrupt or no, they don't deserve to die, Izuku snaps. And I'm nothing like you. Because your goal here is to kill people, and mine is to save them. Shigaraki told me that if I ran into you, I was to kill you too. That being said, he has no control over me. If he wants you dead, he can do it himself. Killing you would be a waste. Ah, gee, thanks, Izuku mutters sarcastically. Well then, if you're so determined to save them, then come at me, Stain says. Let's see if you're strong enough to back up your bold words. With that, Izuku knows the time for banter is over. They take a deep breath. Focus. This isn't some random thug. This is a villain who's earned the title of hero killer. This isn't going to be easy. Stain is bracing himself, but otherwise waiting for Izuku to make the first move. Hardening their resolve, Izuku shoots forward. They still have their roller skates out, so they moves fast. Stain is prepared to face them, but as soon as Izuku is close enough, they drop into a crouch and slides under the killer. In the same movement, they pull out a gadget and stab one end to the ground. It activates, forming a full staff for them to use as a pole vault. Izuku uses the momentum from the skates to swing themselves upwards, over Stain's head. Stain, however, is still reacting to their first move. The hero killer turns around, trying to find them, unaware that they're already over his head. Before Izuku can fully come to a landing on the ground, they pull in their legs and kick at Stain's now exposed back. Stain stumbles forward, and Izuku uses the staff to steady their landing on the ground. From there, Izuku retracts the skates back into their heels. After a move like that, they'd rather not risk any further chance of snapping an ankle somehow. Izuku pulls the staff from the ground and readies it as their tool for defense. Stain turns around to face them finally, anger rolling off in waves. "I see. So you do have some skill," Stain mutters. "I don't think I need to hold back on you." "Don't know why you thought you should in the first place," Izuku mutters, tightening their grip on the staff in their hands. Stain throws a knife out, and Izuku spins the staff to knock it from the air. In the same movement, Stain dashes forward, hoping to catch them off guard while they're deflecting. At the last second, Izuku manages to block Stain's sword blade with their staff. Trying to keep the action subtle, Izuku presses the button on the handle at the center of the staff. Electricity sparks through it, and in turn through Stain's blade, but there's no other reaction than that. "Unfortunately, Shigaraki warned me about your quirk too," Stain says as their weapons are still locked together. "You're going to have to try a bit harder than that if you want to shock me." "Shock-absorbent gloves," Izuku observes. "Damn it." The vigilante and villain push away from each other. Izuku twirls the staff in their hands to get a better grip at it, and Stain fixes his stance. Stain throws another knife and runs forward, and Izuku knocks the knife from the air. However, this time, instead of attacking with his sword, Stain throws them off by throwing two knives. Izuku manages to deflect one, but the other just barely catches them on the arm and nicks them. As Stain pushes past them instead of attacking, Izuku realizes his plan. Izuku hadn't been expecting a full-on tackle, so when Stain pushes them to get through the alley, it knocks them over. Izuku scrambles to grab another gadget from their belt, to turn it on, to roll over to get a good angle, to point and aim at the second knife before Stain can get to it dash. They're not fast enough. It's like all of their blood really does turn to ice and they're locked into place, unable to move. "Come on, if I could just move my finger." Their finger, in the trigger of the gadget, stays completely still. Nothing at all shoots out to possibly stall Stain in any way. With a kick, Stain knocks it from their hand and it skids across the alleyway, far from their grasp. "Looks like you lose, Lightning," Stain mutters. "I meant what I said, though. I won't kill you." Stain turns, to face Ida and the other injured pro in the alleyway. "Wait, Dash," Izuku protests, desperately. "I think we're both aware that my quirk has a time limit," Stain interrupts. "I'm not letting you stall until any of them run out." Izuku grits their teeth. Why do they need to die anyway? Stain doesn't stop or turn around. These are corrupt caricatures of what being a hero should be. For that, they must be removed. Ida isn't even a hero yet. That's when Stain stops. "So, you know his name?" The villain turns. "Is this, perhaps, a personal fight for you, Green Lightning?" Terror shoots through them. If there's one thing worse than someone at UA finding out their identity, it's a villain finding out their identity. Fighting to keep their voice level, Izuku answers, "No. He was in the UA Sports Festival. I wouldn't say I know him personally." Stain hums, then turns back around. "But otherwise I imagine this loss would hurt much more." Izuku's heart leaps into their throat as Stain raises his sword. But just as they're about to yell out, the alley is once again filled with light as a streak of fire aims right for Stain. "I hope I'm not too late to this party you're having back here." Izuku lets out a shaky breath of relief. They sent out their location, but they weren't sure anyone would get it. After all, the person they wanted help from only said that he would be coming to Hosu soon, Not that he would be there at that very day. There was no guarantee that he would be there in time. And yet, there stands Todoroki at the other end of the alleyway. Todoroki-kun, Ida yells, surprised. What are you doing here? You of all people have no right to be asking that, Todoroki mutters. You were missing. I came to find you. Lucky for us, I did. For the briefest moment, Todoroki glances over to Izuku. This is my fight. Ida insists. It doesn't concern you. Yeah, you realize that if I accept that and leave he'll kill you, right? I'm not leaving you here alone. So, you intend on standing in my as well? If you do, I'll have no choice but to take you out too, Stain threatens. I'm not the kind of hero who runs away when people need help. Stain grunts in acknowledgement. He crouches down to get in a fighting stance. His quirk, the thought strikes Izuku suddenly, I need to warn him dash. Don't let him drink your blood. Izuku blurts quickly. That's how his quirk works, if he drinks your blood you get paralyzed. Stain glares back at them. You're making me regret not killing you. It's a special talent of mine. As Stain's back is turned, Todoroki attempts to freeze him in ice, not with any big glacier like he used during the sports festival, but a smaller and more precise move. Stain jumps back just before it gets to him. Stain throws a knife out at Todoroki, and though he dodges, it leaves a slight scratch in his cheek as it passes. Heeding Izuku's warning, Todoroki quickly freezes over the knife as it lands, making sure Stain can't get to it. Come on. Izuku thinks anxiously, staring at the clock displayed in their helmet screen. Just one more minute. Shudo wouldn't admit it to anyone, but right now, he's nervous. There's so much at stake in this one fight. If he doesn't win, then Ida could actually die. The fact that Stain had already managed to take out Midoriya doesn't help, especially considering that Midoriya won the sports festival. Shudo shoots fire at Stain as he reaches for another knife. He leaps out of the way, and despite having to dodge he still manages to throw a knife out. This time Shudo does manage to successfully avoid the knife, but as he's dodging, Stain runs forward at him. Stain glances up and instinctively, so does Shudo, he sees Stain's sword in the air. He threw his sword? What's the point of that? As he's focused on the sword, Stain grabs him and yanks forward. In a flash, Shudo remembers the cut on his cheek, and instantly he fires up to make Stain back off. The hero killer is undaunted, already pulling out another knife. As Stain raises his hand with the knife, a beam shoots out and hits his hand dead center. Stain yells out in surprise and pain. Everyone turns to see Midoriya, now standing, holding out some kind of gadget that presumably shot the beam at Stain. I think I'm beginning to see why the League wanted you dead, Stain mutters dryly. Was it not clear before? Taking advantage of Stain being distracted again, Shudo once again attempts to freeze him. At the last second, Stain realizes and jumps back. Now able to move again, Midoriya slides their way over to Shudo's side so that they're both facing the hero killer together. Without turning, Shudo glances over to Midoriya. I thought you were paralyzed. His quirk works on a timer based on blood type, Midoriya explains. Shudo almost wants to ask how they knew that, but at this point he should just stop being surprised with Midoriya. Do we have any other backup coming? Shudo opens his mouth to speak, then pauses. I have to hide that they sent their location in the first place. No one can know that we're connected. Not Ida, and especially not Stain. When I realized that Ida was missing, I told the other heroes I was with that I would go searching for him. They can easily pin my location, so as soon as they wrap up any immediate business they have, they should come looking. Got it? So it's only a matter of time before they'll get here. Across from them, Stain grits his teeth. They have him cornered and he knows it. His only options are to run away or to kill all of them and escape. That's not a pleasant thought. Todoroki-kun, Midoriya says softly from next to him. Their voice isn't disguised anymore and it's a lot more quiet. Are they trying to relay plans without Stain catching on? You work better with fighting from a distance, so I'm counting on you for backup. I'm going to get in close and see if I can take him out. Be careful, Shudo warns, keeping his voice to a similar level of volume. Those blades look like they can leave a nasty cut. Oh, Come on, Midoriya laughs softly, and though Shudo can hear the smile on their voice, something about it gives the impression that they're only trying to act like they're not afraid. I think we both know that's not my style. Without another word, Midoriya runs forward at Stain, pulling out an extended staff. Shudo grits his teeth. I'll make sure you stay safe, that's at least half of the reason I'm here. Todoroki-kun, Ida grits out from behind of him. Speaking of reasons I'm here. Ida continues, you have to get out of here. I can't let you get hurt on my account. It's a little late for that, Shudo says. Anything else Ida may have said blurs into the background as Shudo focuses on Stain and Midoriya. Shudo considers how to help. He can try to freeze the ground right where Stain is about to step in an effort to trip him, but if Midoriya trips instead that would be a problem for obvious reasons. He just needs an opening. The lightning, Shudo quickly says, dodge left. Midoriya rolls to the side, and just as they do, Shudo fills the opposing side of the alley, where Stain is still standing, with ice. For a moment, he lets himself hope that the battle will be over there, but it's not. A few seconds later, the ice shatters as Stain cuts through it. It's not smart to use an attack that moves your opponent out of view, Stain says. From the side, Midoriya lunges towards Stain, but Stain is already running forward at Shudo. As Stain gets closer, Shudo activates his fire. Stain uses what little width of the alley there is to try and get around him on his right side, but Shudo turns to meet him. Instead of fighting him, Stain continues down the alley. It's at that exact moment that Shudo realizes the ice that had covered the knife earlier is now mostly melted. Shudo races forward to try and stop Stain, but the hero killer is faster. He's always faster apparently. The paralysis catches him when he's off balance, and so as his limbs lock together, he falls to the ground too. Before anyone can work on processing what to do next, Stain is already running at Midoriya. From where he's at, Shudo can't even see what's going on. All he can hear is the clanging of Midoriya's staff against Stain's blades, and every clang scares him. Todoroki-kun, Ida says from the ground next to him, when your paralysis runs out, you need to run. Shudo scowls at him, right, and leave you here? Listen to me, Ida insists desperately, I know now, I know that what I did was wrong. Watching one of my classmates get hurt because of my actions, I just made things worse. I regret it. And so I can't let you get hurt anymore. You have to run. Now that this battle has started, it's not going to end until we all go down, or Stain does, Shudo tells him. You want to stop this? Then get up. Get up and help us take down the hero killer for real. For a moment, they do nothing but stare into each other's eyes, and Shudo sees the building determination growing inside of Ida. Then Ida's eyes widen as he stares past Shudo, presumably back at the battle. And then he's moving. Ida moves all in one motion, blindingly fast. Shudo still can't see what's happening, so all he can count on is sound. There's a large crash. Midoriya's voice, distorted by the mask, exclaiming, Ida! I know you told me to run away, Ida says, but I can't leave you behind now after you saved me. The best way to end this fight is to work together. And then no one here has to die tonight. Shudo can definitely hear the smile on Midoriya's voice as they respond. Yeah. Let's do this. Stain scoffs. You talk big game but you can't fool me. There's no way you can change who you are at the drop of a hat. You're still rotten to the core. That's where you're wrong, Stain. Maybe he can't change at the drop of a hat. But that doesn't mean he can't ever change. Your philosophy rides on the fact that people are always the same and can't ever improve. But humans are always changing. That's why you're wrong, and that's why we have to beat you. The fighting resumes. Eventually, Shudo realizes he can move again, and the first thing he does is push himself up and turn to get a view of the fight. He doesn't jump in immediately, because he knows they may need his backup later. At the opportune moment, Ida manages to knock the hero killer with a solid kick, but Stain pushes right through it. Stain seems to be centering his attacks more on Ida, but more than once Stain slices at Midoriya with a blow that could be fatal if it connected. Something gives Shudo the impression he's going back on his decision to not kill Midoriya. Damn it. Just then, Stain manages to knock both Midoriya and Ida backwards, and now without any attacks to worry over, he dives to make his attack on Ida dash. Shudo jumps into action all at once, pushing Ida behind him as he falls and meeting Stain's knife with fire. To avoid getting burnt, Stain jumps back. If Stain was angry before, now he's growing downright murderous. They have him cornered, and he knows it, but nothing is more dangerous than someone who's cornered. However, before Stain can make an attack, someone finally gets in a good blow. Midoriya whacks the hero killer on the back of the head with their staff, electricity activated. Shudo and Ida move back and out of the way, as Stain falls to the ground, writhing. Midoriya deactivates the electricity and staff, and before Stain can stand back up, they push one end of it into the villain's chest. Stain scowls up at all three of them. "It's over, Stain," Midoriya announces. "Give it up." Stain's eyes narrow, but then close, and he heaves a heavy sigh. "Fine. I surrender." Shudo breathes his own sigh of relief and sags, grateful that the ordeal is over. But that's exactly what Stain was waiting for out of them. As soon as their guards drop, Stain swipes Midoriya's feet out from under them, and before anyone can recover, he's already grabbing for a knife. The hero killer aims the knife right for Midoriya's chest. A wordless cry rips through Shudo, but the one who bursts into action is Ida. Activating his engines, Ida kicks Stain back, right in his own chest. Now pumped full of adrenaline, Shudo stares at Stain's body, waiting for him to move, to jump up, to continue attacking. The hero killer stays still. Did I? Ida murmurs. "I think he's just unconscious," Midoriya says, voice shaky. "Midoriya." Shudo crouches down next to them to help them up. "Are you all right? He almost got you there." Yeah, I'm fine," Midoriya waves it off. It's harder to tell because of the voice distortion, but Shudo is almost certain they're only hiding their unease. "We did it. We actually stopped him," Ida says in awe, eyes glued to Stain, almost completely oblivious to the exchange between Shudo and Midoriya. "Looks like we didn't need any backup from heroes after all," Shudo mutters. Midoriya mumbles. "Speaking of heroes, I should probably get going." "What?" Ida blinks. "Why? If Endeavor is coming, I think I'd rather not stick around long enough for him to fry me where I stand. And my job here is pretty much done." Wait. Before Midoriya can even turn to leave, Ida calls out. "I want answers. Why are you here? Why do you keep showing up? How do you keep showing up?" Midoriya is quiet for a moment, before answering, "Let's just say that I'm not someone who can keep my nose out of people's business, or out of people's problems. Getting involved when I don't have to is what I do." "But," Ida continues, still at a loss, "who are you?" "No one important," Midoriya waves it off. Before any more questions can be raised, they step away. "I'll be leaving now. Don't take this the wrong way, but I sincerely hope we won't have to meet like this again." With that, they disappear into the darkness of the alleyway, skating away. "You get the feeling that I should stop them," the pro-hero says, surprising Shudo, who had almost forgotten they were here at all. "But considering they kinda just saved my life, I think letting them go is okay in this sense. They're a real mystery," Ida mutters. After a second, he turns to Shudo. "Do you know anything?" Feigning ignorance, Shudo asks, "Why would I know anything?" "I don't know," Ida says. "It's just that you acted very familiar with them." "They're just as much of a mystery to me as they are to you," Shudo mutters. "I can't let him find out about Midoriya's identity. There's no telling what he'd do." A few minutes later, the pro-heroes arrive to deal with Stain, and the conversation is history. Without much delay, Izuka makes their way back to the support company's building and hides all of their costume. As they do so, Garby comes rushing out to greet them. At first, Garby is happy, but then he stops and sniffs at the cut left on Izuku's arm from the time Stain managed to actually cut them. Concern. "It's fine," Izuka mumbles, "just a little scratch. Although, to be honest, scratch or not, it'll definitely generate attention. If people ask too many questions like, say, why they didn't go get help for it, that could cause problems. I guess I could go back out and find somewhere where other civilians gathered to get to safety." They consider. There would probably be medics there who would treat the scratch too. They wouldn't need to think too much about it because lots of people must have been injured in the chaos. Alright, that's their plan. They'll go and find one of the spots where a group of civilians gathered to get away from the chaos. After all, Izuku himself is supposedly a civilian. They'll blend right in. Izuku steps back outside of the building. Screech. Startled, they turn to see one of the creatures similar to the Nomo from the UI, and it's diving right at them. Right at them, just after they put all of their gadgets away. Izuku has just enough time to think uh-oh before it crashes into them. Most of the fighting around the city seems to be over by now. But Mirio is checking around just to be sure that there's no situations left anywhere. After all, the hero killer was running about earlier, apparently taking advantage of the chaos caused by the attacks elsewhere. And Endeavor had apparently been chasing down one of those strange amalgamation creatures before Stain had taken over as a priority. Meaning that, it got away when he was distracted. Mirio just hopes that he can find that monster before it attacks someone. As if on cue, from up ahead he hears a screech accompanied by some yelling. Damn it. I have to hurry. Mirio speeds up, following the direction the noise is coming from. He turns the street corner, and he can already somewhat see what's going on. There is, in fact, someone being attacked by one of the monstrous creatures. The creature, from what Mirio can tell, is trying to drag them away, but whoever it is, they're putting up enough of a fight that it's giving it trouble. Mirio runs up to them. Power coursing through him, he lands a punch on the monster itself, and the creature is thrown back a few feet. It looks at him for a moment, perhaps considering its options, and then it flies off. Mirio is tempted to chase after it so that it can't hurt anyone else, but right now his top priority is helping the person who is being attacked. He turns around to face them and asks, "Hey, are you all right?" "Yeah, I'm fine," they answer quickly. For some reason, Mirio feels like he should know who this is, but it hasn't come to him yet. But that's not important. What's important right now is that this person who was attacked, they're injured. Not severely injured necessarily, but covered in too many scratches to count, and there's a particularly nasty one under their right eye. Yeah, they're not fine. Are you sure you don't need any help? Mirio asks again. Yeah, They start and then stop themselves, almost abruptly, before recovering. Actually, I could probably use some help. Thanks. Mirio smiles, and offers a hand to help them stand up. And that's when it clicks. Wait a second. Mirio says, "You're Midoriya Izuku." Huh. Midoriya looks at him, baffled. How do you know that? You won the UA Sports Festival for the first years, duh. Mirio beams. I gotta say, for a first year you were pretty impressive. Yeah, sure, I guess, Midoriya stammers. There's a pause, and then Midoriya whirls towards him. Wait a second. I remember you. You're Togata Mirio. You won the third year's sports festival. Yeah, Mirio laughs. You can just call me Mirio, by the way. Oh, okay. Sure. For a second, Midoriya hesitates, then they continue. Can I ask you a question? Well, you just did, Mirio jokes. Yeah, sure, go ahead. How exactly does your quirk work? Midoriya asks eventually. I mean, I just noticed that in this year's sports festival, your quirk seemed, I dunno, different. The question catches Mirio off guard for a second, but he quickly recovers. I'm not exactly sure myself, huh? Weird quirk mutations just happen sometimes, you know? It's not something that can be easily explained. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Some things just can't be explained. Except this could be explained. Mirio thinks, a little guilty. This isn't the kind of thing I can go sharing easily, though. But even so, now he finds himself thinking about how Midoriya is so determined to be a hero, even without a quirk. So, you asked me a question. Can I ask you a question then? Yeah, sure. If somehow, someone was able to give you a quirk, would you accept it? Midoriya is quiet for a long, long moment. Eventually they answer. No. I wouldn't if they offered it to me now. Why? Mirio asks. I've come so far already without a quirk. And if I just suddenly got a quirk, it would feel like everything I did up until now was pointless. Plus, to be honest, I I don't really have a problem with being quirkless necessarily. The real problem is how people treat quirklessness in general. Well, when you put it like that, it makes sense. Mirio hums. For a first year, Midoriya really is inspiring. Well, no. They're inspiring even without considering that they're just a first year. Besides, Midoriya says, there's never been a recorded case of a quirk that can be passed on to someone else, so it's not really a possibility in the first place. Mirio smiles. Yeah, I suppose so. In a lonesome bar, a portal opens and the leader of the League of Villains steps back in. Although the bar is lonesome, there are two other people present besides Kurogiri and Shigaraki. Sitting at a table together is a blonde girl with her hair in messy buns and error 0531161. Character description not found. So, how'd it go? The blonde asks. Sweetly. Shigaraki scowls. Stain was apprehended. Error 0531161 frowns. I thought that was what you wanted, wasn't it? Well, yes, but I wanted him to off that annoying vigilante first, Shigaraki mutters. And he didn't. Well, if he's too useless to kill any of our enemies, then we don't need him around. I thought Stainy was cool though, the blonde pouts. At least he was cooler than Tamura-chan. He had actual motive, convictions, ambition. I'm right here, you know that, right? Shigaraki asks. Of course I do. She smiles sweetly. Shigaraki growls wordlessly. Then he turns to error 0531161. What are you doing here anyway? I thought you had internships or whatever. Are you trying to lead them here or something? They won't even notice I'm gone, error 0531161 says nonchalant. Besides, I don't get to hang out with Toga-chan when I'm with the heroes. Whatever, Shigaraki mutters. I'm gonna go find somewhere to relax in peace. What, do you not like us? Toga asks teasingly. Yes, Shigaraki answers, already stepping out the door. Toga giggles at that. Then after a second she frowns. It is upsetting that Stain got caught though. I was hoping he could at least bring back some of that vigilante's blood, you know? Then we could figure out who it is. She says this, completely oblivious to the fact that if they took the blood from the one surviving Nomu's talons, they would have the blood that belonged to the vigilante. Yeah, and you were right when you said that he has a much more clearly defined motive than Shigaraki. Error 0531161 comments, trailing off. After a moment, they turn to the screen that's always there in the back of the room. Why do you keep him around anyway, sensei? What's the point? He's merely a tool, nothing more, the screen answers. I leave him in charge because no matter how crudely, he still gets the job done. Are you sure this is the right way to go about it, though? Yes. Hero society cannot be reborn without first coming to an end. Whether or not our motives completely match, Shigaraki Tamura is someone who can help make that happen. If you say so, error 0531161 murmurs, and they let the conversation drop, completely oblivious to the fact that, when Shigaraki had asked, Sensei had given him the exact same answer about them. The hospital is rather packed when they get there, but that was to be expected. Mirio leaves Izuku there because he has other things to attend to, and after a few minutes Izuku gets treated for all of the scratches. They kind of feel like they're a mummy when they're done, thanks to the bandages wrapping up and down their arms and even a few on their legs. The medics tell them that they'll be all right, although they'll probably have a leftover scars, definitely one from the cut that was under their eye. It doesn't really bother them that much. After that, they're ushered off and, with nothing else left to do, Izuku returns to the place where they're staying. Of course, when they get there, Garby is immediately all over them, climbing up to their shoulder and sniffing at the bandage that's still left on their cheek. The visor on Garby's head clearly displays a pouting frown. I know, I'm sorry, Izuku mutters. To be fair though, I didn't pick that fight. Garby looks at them directly, less than amused at their words. Just then, Izuku's phone buzzes on the side table next to them. Support team for a reckless vigilante idiot. Purple. Link attachment. Hero killer Stain defeated by the vigilante Green Lightning. Midoriya. Reckless vigilante idiot. I blame Ida. 007. That's why you asked me to put a tracker on his hero costume? Palm tree. You put a tracker in Ida's hero costume? 007. Midoriya said it was a life or death situation. Reckless vigilante idiot. To be fair, it was #1 support corps student. Alstensastwakan? Reckless vigilante idiot. Besides, Todoroki was there too. Why you're only giving me a hard time? Peppermint. You fiend. You have betrayed me. Purple. Todoroki. I even had faith in you. Peppermint. I blame Ida. #1 support corps student. Please can I get an explanation here? I thought Ida was the good boy who followed the rules, wasn't he? Reckless vigilante idiot. Well yeah, but Stain kinda badly injured his brother. And so Ida decided to take it upon himself to bring him to justice. Peppermint. Or, in other words, Ida tracked down the hero killer to get revenge for his brother. Reckless vigilante idiot. You could also put it like that, yes. Purple. I can't take it, I can't take this man reckless idiots. That's it, I'm dropping out. Peppermint. This probably goes without saying, but I might as well bring it up. You can't tell anyone about the fact Ida and I were involved in this situation. Technically, I'm not even legally allowed to talk about it. The only reason I am right now is because Midoriya already did. #1 support corps student. We are expert secret keepers here. 007. No offense, but of all of us I think you're the most likely to spill a secret. #1 support corps student. Hey, Eve been here longer than you. Besides, Midoriya is the most likely to spill secrets, considering that's why we're all here in the first place. Purple. Fit. Palm tree. Fit. 007. Fit. Peppermint. That's fair. Reckless vigilante idiot. Maybe so. They still have a day or two left of their internships, despite the incident. Izuku doesn't mind all that much, and so, they use the time visit Todoroki and Ida. Todoroki had told Izuku the two of them were in the same hospital room together, most likely to keep an eye on them since they were involved with the hero killer incident. This will be the first time Izuku has seen Ida since the whole alley fight, and admittedly they're a bit nervous. Honestly, they're not entirely sure what to expect out of Ida. He seemed to take a turn for the better at the end of the fight, but will he stick to that? Only one way to find out. Izuku knocks on the door. From the other side, Todoroki says, "Come in." Taking in a deep breath, Izuku pushes the door open. "Hey, I heard you were here so I thought I'd come visit you." Ida blinks at them in surprise. "Midoriya-kun? I didn't know you were in Hosu." "Surprise?" Izuku shrugs. After a second, Todoroki mutters, "You're injured. How did that happen?" "Oh right, I still have the bandages on. I got attacked by a Nomu," Izuku admits sheepishly. "It wasn't intentional though." "I should hope not," Ida frowns. Picking a fight like that would be unwise. Frowning, Izuku is half tempted to say, "You have no room to talk," but remembers that technically they're not supposed to know about the situation. Instead, they mutter, "It just caught me off guard. Enough about me though, I heard you guys were attacked. Are you all right?" Ida and Todoroki share a look, Ida probably trying to figure out what to say without admitting what happened with Stain, completely oblivious to the fact that Izuku was there. Izuku tries not to snort a laugh at the thought. After all, they themselves has to hide that they were there, considering that they should really try to limit the people who find out about the whole Green Lightning identity. "We're all right," Ida says eventually. "Thankfully there weren't that many injuries. The worst one between the two of us is my shoulder, honestly." Izuku smiles. They already knew that, but it's good to hear it from them. They're okay. That's great. And in the blink of an eye, the last of their internship time is over. After getting back home, the first thing Izuku does is go to Dagoba Beach. They'd rather get Garby to his home before he can cause any more possible mayhem, and while they're there, they might as well put away their vigilante gear. As soon as they're there, Garby scampers off and disappears. Izuku doesn't worry too much because they know that Garby isn't going anywhere that's too far away. Hopefully. They spend a good half hour or so putting away their gadgets, and then they sink into the desk chair with a sigh. Home sweet home, huh? Izuku's thoughts are broken up when they hear someone at the door. Curious, they glance over. "Oh, hey Shinskun," They smile and wave. Shinso looks at them, partially surprised. I didn't know if I'd find you here or not. Hey. You were looking for me? Izuku asks. What for? Did you need something? Not really, Shinso shrugs. I guess I kinda just wanted to see you. 'Cause it's been a week and all. Did you miss me? Izuku jokes. Shinso rolls his eyes. Yeah. Knowing you, I just had to make sure you didn't radically change your entire look in 1 week. Nope. I'm still me. With a frown, Shinso mutters. You've got a scar now though. How'd that happen? Izuku sighs. It's really not that big of a deal. Got jumped by a Nomo. I'm fine though. Yeah, Shinso says, then asks, but what about Stain? You saw the news. I beat him up, no problem. Midoriya, no offense, but I sincerely doubt that. He is the hero killer and all. Are you really sure you're okay? For a second, the very end of the fight flashes before Izuku's eyes. Stain tripped their feet out from under them and was suddenly lunging with a knife. They feel heavier than they did before. I'm okay now, Izuku mumbles. Actually, can I be honest for a second without you? Flipping out or something? Shinso nods. Izuku is quiet for a moment, gathering their thoughts. There were a few times where I was scared. A few times where I thought maybe Ida-kun would get killed, or Todoroki-kun would get killed, or I would get killed. It was honestly nerve-wracking. The hero killer is someone who really earned the title of supervillain, After a pause, they continue, honestly, if it weren't for Todoroki-kun and Ida-kun, I don't think I would have won. No, I wouldn't have won. And I don't know. That scares me. Shinso is quiet for a moment. Well, what's important now is that we're here. You beat Stain and everything will be okay. For now. Yeah, Izuku hums, distracted. Everything still just feels so heavy. Hey, Izuku starts to ask, then stops. Nah, never mind, it's stupid. What is it? It's just, now that they've already started, it's hard to just go back, but at the same time, saying it out loud is, this is a mess I've gotten myself into. Can you hug me? Shinso obviously wasn't expecting that, from the way he looks at Izuku so surprised. Huh. Immediately, Izuku backpedals, embarrassed. Sorry. Like I said, it's just stupid dash. Just come here and hug me, Shinso mutters, interrupting them. I actually miss you. If that helps. Izuku's not even sure when they process the decision, but before they know it they're already standing up and wrapping Shinso in a hug. Shinso, of course, hugs back. And for the moment they can forget. They can forget everything that was troubling them before, because right then all that matters is that Shinso's hugs feel warm and safe. It feels like the kind of hug that tells you everything is going to be okay. Izuku doesn't know why or how, but Shinso always gives the best hugs. I'm really glad you're okay, Shinso murmurs, still hugging them. I don't think I actually said it before, but I am. I know, Izuku says softly back to him. And I know you're just worried because I'm too reckless for my own good. I don't suppose you'll be doing anything to remedy that anytime soon? Izuku laughs. Unfortunately, no. It worries me that I'm actually relieved to hear you say that. I guess being reckless is just part of my charm, huh? Yeah, well, you could tone it down just a little. That sounds more like you. Bonus. Shudo is, without a doubt, relieved that the week is over. Another blessing is that the old man isn't coming back to the house just yet either. He's still running around Hosu trying to find that BSTRD vigilante so that he can bring them to justice. It seems that whether it was intentional or not, Midoriya spared him from having to spend more time with the old man again, which is a pleasant surprise. Shudo is pleasantly surprised, yet again, when he returns home to find that Natsuo is there as well as Fuyumi. Natsuo. Yo, said older brother Waves when he enters the room. Nice to see you. Don't get me wrong, I'm happy to see you too, but why are you here? I heard that the old BSTD was gonna be busy for a little while longer, and I decided it was time to drop by and visit. Natsuo shrugs. Shudo can't help but give a small smile at that. He never got to interact much with his siblings when he was younger, and so now he'd probably do just about anything if it meant spending time with them again. Especially considering how happy Fuyumi looks at seeing the three of them even just together in the same room. Just then, they hear a crash from somewhere else in the house. All three of them look around curiously, and without speaking they agree to cautiously investigate. When they get to the source, what they find is that a weasel with a headset on? Natsuo asks. Shudo laughs through his nose as he watches Garby go about tearing through the old man's room. He's a ferret, Shudo replies. Let's just leave him be for the time being. What? Fuyumi asks. But what if he gets into important stuff? Oh, trust me, that ferret has exactly one target here, and it's not us. Shudo, Natsuo says, when exactly did you become friends with a ferret? Well, Shudo starts, backing up from the doorway they were looking through. How about we pretend we saw nothing, go out for lunch, and we can talk more about it then? After a beat, Natsuo nods. Sounds like a fair plan. Fuyumi laughs softly and shakes her head. All right then, let's go.